Chapter 16-18. That guy's really fast. He won again. No one can stop his frenzied attacks. No wonder the 8 great sects all want to go find him. The fact that the 7 great sects were actively seeking out Lin Fei was a huge source of excitement for everyone else. All sorts of rumors began to spread. Everyone knew that it wasn't just the mystic demon sect that was targeting Lin Fei anymore. The other 7 sects were all interested and wanted to participate. Any one of them wouldn't dare to not give them face. There was no way they would actually start a war over a few people. After the 7 great sects, the mystic demon sect finally calmed down. However, everyone knew that the mystic demon sect definitely wouldn't let Lin Fei off so easily. The reason why they were so quiet was because they were trying to find a weakness. After all, that saber slash wasn't something to be trifled with. That bastard. Hegemon Yiqing was in the Senfu. Upon seeing Lin Fei charge up yet another level and reach the 879 level, Hegemon Yiqing couldn't help but curse out loud. Ever since the 7 great sects had sent people over, Hegemon Yiqing had been extremely displeased. Wasn't this just giving them a hard time? If this continues, it won't be good for me. Hegemon Yiqing racked his brains, but when he thought of that transcendent saber slash, he was completely at a loss for what to do. Even now, he still hadn't been able to find a weakness. Lin Fei's reputation was growing more and more resounding, to the point where he was almost on par with the 10 young dukes. This was something that Hegemon Yiqing didn't have. Senior apprentice brother is here. Suddenly Hegemon Yiqing let out a cry of delight and ran towards the Senfu's gates. A short while later, a black-robed youth walked back. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you've disappointed the elder. The black-robed youth's seat had been taken by Hegemon Yiqing. His voice was very cold, and there was no hint of brotherly love in his voice at all. Faint lightning flashed within the main hall, emitting rumbling sounds and an incredible aura of power. It was utterly astonishing. The black-robed youth raised his head. His left and right eyes were each filled with a world of lightning, filled with thousands of bolts of lightning. Even the slightest hint of lightning caused Hegemon Yiqing's forehead to be covered with cold sweat. Hegemon Yiqing quietly lowered his head. In front of his senior apprentice brother, all he could do was stand there obediently and not try to defend himself. Hegemon Yiqing didn't say anything, but in his heart, he cursed Lin Fei 100 times over. When Hegemon Yiqing said that he wasn't afraid of anyone, he was definitely lying. This senior brother in front of him was born with a noble bloodline. Later on, he grasped the tyrannical great Tao of Thunder, and his strength was unfathomable. Even the sect's veteran core disciples were no match for this senior brother. Hegemon Dark Sage. One of the 10 great young masters. Lin Fei's matter has already attracted the attention of the 7 major sections. If we let it continue, it will not be a good thing for our demon mystic sect. Senior brother has already broken through the 900th floor, so it is impossible for him to do it himself. Now, among the remaining junior brothers, only you are strong enough. Whether we can stop Lin Fei or not depends on you. Black Saint Ruler's voice rumbled like thunder. Senior apprentice brother, you are absolutely right. But that Lin Fei, Hegemon Yiqing said, a hint of fear in his voice. That's not a problem, Black Saint said. I've done some research on Lin Fei. That saber attack truly is mysterious, and ordinary treasures aren't able to block it. If you want to block that saber attack, you'll have to attack your physical body. Only by ignoring his attacks will you be able to completely defeat Lin Fei. Hegemon Yiqing nodded repeatedly, but in his heart, he mused to himself, who doesn't know about this? But if my physical body is only at this level, how can I possibly make a breakthrough? This is an Empyrean God body pill. After consuming it for an hour, your physical body will be strengthened to an inconceivable level, comparable to an Empyrean God's body. Hegemon Black Saint pulled out a blood-colored pill. If you do this well, I will recommend you to become an inner sect elder. Hegemon Black Saint rose to his feet. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. If I really do run into Lin Fei, I'll definitely go all out and kill Lin Fei on the God's dais. The 7 major sects sent people to pay a visit, but Lin Fei didn't respond at all. The outside world was abuzz with activity, but he didn't care at all. Aside from opening the treasure chests, all he did was wait for the upcoming battle. Lin Fei had been keeping an eye on the rankings this entire time. Right now, there were at least 1,000 first-stage hegemons who had entered the 900th level. All sorts of mysterious experts had appeared as well. Previously they had all been very low-key, but now they had all begun to show themselves. Quite a few of them were existences that even Lin Fei himself couldn't see through. More importantly, they all had Empyrean God bloodlines. This was the truly terrifying part. According to what the little fiend had said, Anyone who had the Empyrean god bloodline would have an extremely mysterious background. Their cultivation speed was incredibly fast, and they were able to constantly make breakthroughs. They were more than 100 times more powerful than ordinary hegemons. More people have come? Lin Fei frowned. Ever since the 7 major sects had arrived, the representatives of the supreme hegemons hadn't sent anyone over. All of them maintained their silence and didn't make any moves. Lin Fei swept out with his divine sense and saw a gray-robed hegemon standing outside. He looked very ancient, as though he had lived for countless years. It's him. Wuxia. Lin Fei had a very deep impression of this person. This person was very mysterious. He also had the Empyrean god bloodline. Lin Fei remembered that this person would always attack powerfully. Basically, he wouldn't use more than 3 moves. Up until now, Lin Fei hadn't seen him use more than 3 moves. Usually, he would be able to settle things with a single move. Lin Fei felt very strange that the demonic hegemon had come looking for him. Taoist Lin Fei, meeting me might not be a bad thing for you. The other party transmitted his divine sense. I wonder if you still remember this item? Lin Fei finally opened the door. This was because the other party had taken out an item, something that had left a deep impression on Lin Fei. Even though it wasn't of much help to Lin Fei now, Lin Fei still remembered it clearly. This was because the other party had taken out a primal chaos divine stone, something that came from the primal chaos dimension. Who exactly are you? The moment this person entered, Lin Fei's sharp eyes swept over the other party. The primal chaos divine stone had helped Lin Fei greatly in the academy back then. Now someone actually took it out. Moreover, when he mentioned the scene on the stone platform back then, Lin Fei couldn't help but suspect the other party. You should know my name very well. The demonic hegemon said indifferently. Or are you afraid in your heart? Afraid of your wife and daughter outside? Boom. Lin Fei directly erupted with a tyrannical aura and pressed down on the other party. These words had indeed hit Lin Fei's soft spot. Anyone who brought a primal chaos divine stone and mentioned the academy's matter, Lin Fei would definitely suspect the other party's motives. Up until now, only Lin Fei knew about this secret. Chapter 16-19. Lin Fei did not believe the other party's words. A fellow with a heavenly god's bloodline came here and even took out a chaos divine stone. If this wasn't a threat, then what was it? This fellow's strength is a little unfathomable. He easily broke through my aura. He's much stronger than those rulers with potential. Moreover, he gives off a very dangerous aura. Lin Fei was a little surprised that the other party could easily break through his aura. Little Devil, help me scan this fellow. Lin Fei communicated with Little Devil. This person was mysterious. Lin Fei had to pay attention to him. After his aura was broken through, Lin Fei retracted his aura and said in a sharp tone, "If you don't say anything useful, I think there's no need to continue this conversation." The fiend ruler smiled faintly and said, "Young man, if it was 500 chaos years ago, someone with a temper like yours wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. I'll make you disappear from this world for real. Now that I'm old, my temper has also diminished. I won't bother with you anymore." An old monster who lived for more than 100 chaos years? Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. No wonder he looked so old. Perhaps he had lived for more than 500 chaos years. If you take out a piece of divine chaos stone, will everyone calm down? Lin Fei retorted, I don't think so. I don't have much interest in becoming friends with you. Why don't you tell me your motive? Lin Fei sat down again. The fiend ruler looked at Lin Fei and suddenly laughed. As expected of someone with a temper. No wonder the demon mystic sect's disciples suffered so much in your hands. I like your temper. You should remember the Chaos Beast who helped you get the Chaos Divine Stone. He's from our clan, and I'm also from the Chaos Beast clan. So that's the case. From the moment the other party took out the Chaos Divine Stone, Lin Fei had been guessing the other party's origin. Your 18 primordial clones also came from that place. This is just an ordinary cultivation technique of our primordial beast clan. The devilish ruler said indifferently, you cultivate the cultivation technique of our primal chaos beast race. That means that you have a karmic connection with our primal chaos beast race. We should be friends and not enemies. Our primal chaos beast race did not do anything to your wife and daughter. Instead, we arranged for a few experts to stand guard outside the world. You don't have to worry about the 8 great sects threatening you with your family. Although the battle fortress is useful, it consumes too many energy points. Lin Fei almost blurted out how they knew about the battle fort. Even if the demon mystic sect suspected him, it was because someone leaked the secret. Apart from that, no one dared to confirm that the item was on him. At that moment, for a split second, Lin Fei felt that all of his secrets were exposed right before his eyes. Ding. Blocking function activated. The upgrade system automatically activated one of its functions. Lin Fei instantly felt an additional layer of barrier on his body. The feeling of being watched disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This guy is really treacherous. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. A strange look flashed in the devilish ruler's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. This Lin Fei is a little interesting. Of course he didn't mean to do it. Now the willow tree has grown into a shade. Just now he was even able to block my spiritual peeping. He must be the best among the younger generation. The devilish ruler thought to himself. He had a higher opinion of this Lin Fei. Master, that guy just used a secret technique to spy on you. Luckily my system blocked it for you. Little Devil said angrily. How's the analysis? Lin Fei asked. This guy is very strong. His strength has also been sealed. If the seal is undone, I'm afraid you will have to use your full strength. You might even need to use the celestial god set to fight against him. His celestial god bloodline is estimated to be at the level of a 6-star celestial god bloodline. He should be able to completely control divine power. This guy is very dangerous. I suspect that his goal is not the deity general platform. Master, be careful. Little Devil warned. 6-star celestial god bloodline? Completely control divine power? No matter which one it was, the guy in front of him was very terrifying. Bloodlines were divided into nobility and nobility. Especially bloodlines of the same level, there were also stars. The higher the star, the more powerful the bloodline. It was also a threshold that couldn't be crossed. With a 6-star celestial god bloodline, the devilish ruler in front of him was extremely powerful. Lin Fei was thinking about what to say next. He did have a connection with the Chaotic Beast clan. He couldn't deny that he had received some favors from them. Back then he had promised the Chaotic Beast clan to do something for him. He had never done it. Now that the devilish ruler had come looking for him, he had to be very careful. Actually, you don't need to be afraid. We won't do anything to you, the devilish ruler said. On the contrary, we admire you. You grew up with an ordinary bloodline. Who doesn't have secrets? You have them, and so do I. We came looking for you today to ask you to do something. It will be of great help to you. In fact, it's a win-win situation. Lin Fei didn't think that the devilish ruler had come looking for him to establish a relationship. Sir, you're stronger than me. Is there anything you can't do? If you can't do it, I can't do it with my strength. Lin Fei wasn't a fool. You're right. However, not everything is absolute. The devilish ruler laughed. Based on my eyesight, you've hidden a large portion of your strength. That blade of yours must have grasped a portion of god power. That's why you were able to break the god power treasure and kill them so easily. Lin Fei pretended not to know anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just an immortal. How can I grasp god power? The devilish ruler didn't get angry. He still said slowly, don't deny it. My eyesight is very good. That's not important. Do you know the ultimate use of the divine general platform? Do you think that it's an ordinary way to choose a divine general? I believe that you definitely won't think that way. This is just something those majestic fellows did on purpose. Lin Fei nodded. This place is indeed very strange. That's because the divine general platform is a place to choose representatives. It's a place that provides an endless source of power for the upper realm. What I want you to do is actually very simple. You just have to go up to the inheritance platform and place this seed on it. With that, a seed that emitted a blue glow appeared in his hand. Lin Fei actually couldn't see through this glowing blue seed. It felt very mysterious. That simple? Lin Fei suspected that he heard wrongly. Why don't you go up yourself? Chapter 16:20. Friendship? Friendship my ass. Lin Fei really wanted to say that, but he was shocked by what the other party took out. This thing has a familiar aura. It seems to be a part of the battle fort. Lin Fei's gaze landed on what the other party took out. The evil ruler was holding something in his hand. A black metal object. You should have guessed it. This is a part of the battle fort. You might not know this, but the battle fort of the war race has an outer part and a core part. Only when the two are combined will the battle fort be a true battle fort. It can unlock more functions, and this thing in my hand is the core part. The evil ruler said it very casually, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Would you be so kind as to give me such a precious thing? Lin Fei took a deep breath. From the moment the other party took out the black metal, Lin Fei could tell that the other party was not lying. This was indeed a part of the battle fort, and it was the most important part. The war race's item is good, but it's nothing to us primal chaos race. The evil ruler laughed. The battle fort can combine the inside and the outside to increase its attack power. It will undoubtedly be a great help to you. Lin Fei sneered in his heart, this guy really thinks I'm an idiot. If I really bring this thing over without enough energy points, I can only stare at it. Luckily, he doesn't know that energy points are not a problem for me. Getting such a good thing for free seems like a good thing. Although he did not know what this blue seed was used for, there was one thing Lin Fei was clear about. It was definitely not a good thing. If he did not handle it well, it would bring him trouble. You can think about it. Whether you agree or not, we will give it to you. The black metal flew over and stopped in front of Lin Fei. The evil ruler stood up and left. The primal chaos beast race also appeared, and they even targeted the divine general platform. Interesting. Lin Fei reached out and the black metal landed on his hand. He opened the system scan and scanned it from top to bottom, inside and out. After confirming that the other party did not tamper with the black metal, he relaxed. Lin Fei checked the battle fort again, and he really did find a missing part that matched the structure of the black metal. I can't waste a free gift. Let's take a look at the battle fort first. Lin Fei put the black metal into the missing spot. Hua hua, the battle fortress broke apart into pieces of black metal and reassembled itself in the air. F***ck, do you have to do this? Lin Fei admired the war race's people for coming up with such a method. He was even more interested in the war race, and seeing how the primal chaos beast race could easily take out such a thing, he didn't dare to look down on them. The reconstruction of the battle fort took half a day. Half a day later, a new black battle fort appeared. Compared to the previous one, this one looked even more majestic and domineering. Lin Fei could sense the danger even more clearly. The battle fortress floated in the air like a terrifying demon king, giving off a terrifying aura. Especially around the battle fort, the pitch-black cannons gave people an inexplicable sense of fear. Anyone who looked at it would feel their scalp tingling, and they would fall into a state of fear. Such a terrifying aura, it's at least 10 times stronger than before. Lin Fei looked up and down before entering the battle fort. The interior had also changed to the point where Lin Fei almost couldn't recognize the core component that the evil ruler took out had such an effect. Lin Fei used his divine sense to look around, and in the central region he found the central control hub and appeared in the central region. Hua hua hua, at the central control hub, the space fluctuated and countless light spots gathered. A human figure appeared and the face became clearer and clearer. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Fei just like that. Respected Master, welcome to the battle fort. I am the battle fort's manager, number 157632. If Master doesn't like it, you can give me a new name. This war race really lived up to their name. Lin Fei thought to himself. Master, this guy is a virtual existence. He can connect with the entire battle fort and he can only exist. He's like your helper. Little Devil ran out and said. This can be done. Lin Fei said, if the number is too long it doesn't sound good. From now on you'll be called Battle Number 1. Little Devil rolled his eyes. What a good name. Who asked him to have a master like this? This wasn't the first or second time already. Thank you, Master, for the name. Battle Number 1 said. Tell me, what are you good for? Don't tell me you don't know. Lin Fei asked casually. After the battle fort was rebuilt, it brought about such a change. Lin Fei naturally wanted to understand it. If it could be controlled by a super overlord, it naturally wouldn't be an ordinary item. Before this, Lin Fei was still thinking that the battle fort's reputation was a bit too big, and its attack power seemed to be slightly lacking. Now, it seemed like the battle fort's previous power was only on the periphery, and didn't touch the battle fort's core. Master, come with me. I will explain the complete battle fort to Master. Battle Number 1 moved to the periphery of the battle fort and pointed at the rows of black cannons. Master, this is the giant war cannon. It is one of the most common attacks of the battle fort. Its attack power can easily kill an 8-star dominator. The entire battle fort has a total of 108 giant war cannons. This is much stronger than the previous battle fort. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this giant war cannon. When he heard that one shot would consume 5 million energy points, he immediately felt a little unhappy. 108 shots at once was really not something that an ordinary person could withstand. For a second or third-rate sect or family, Lin Fei had no doubt that one round of the giant war cannon would completely destroy the sect. 2 or 3 rounds of the giant war cannon would be enough to remove the sect's name. Perhaps even the 9-star dominators would have to run away pathetically. Master, this is an enhanced giant war cannon. The battle fort was a huge fortress building. Battle Number 1 led Lin Fei to the highest point of the fort. There was a black cannon erected there, emitting a black glow. This is used to deal with the 9-star dominators. Every time it is activated, it consumes 10 million energy points. Standing next to the enhanced giant war cannon, Lin Fei could feel its power even more clearly. The power of the black cannon's mouth was even stronger. He didn't doubt the power of this giant war cannon at all. The 9-star dominators would definitely not feel good if they were hit by it. If they were not careful, they might even die. Chapter 1621. The power of the battle fortress that had been added to the core far exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Ordinary war cannons could deal with 8-star sovereigns, but the cost was 5 million energy points. As for 9-star sovereigns, they could be dealt with by enhanced war cannons. The cost was not considered high, only 10 million energy points. After looking at the war weapons, Lin Fei realized how terrifying the battle fort was. No, it should be the battle race that was terrifying. They could actually create such a powerful weapon. Master, this is the war beast summoning pool. It can summon war beasts. Master, this is the war angel summoning pool. It can summon war angels. Master, under Battle 1's guidance, Lin Fei gained a new understanding of the battle fortress. The battle fortress would be able to unleash 100% of its power. Lin Fei had no doubt about the terror of the battle fort. As long as there were enough energy points, it would be a nightmare for those sects and families. 100 cannons would be enough to wipe out everything. The war beasts and war angels were even more amazing. Along the way, Lin Fei was beaming. The chaos beasts had given him a great gift. No energy points? Who said he had no energy points? As long as they went to the outer territories to plunder resources, they could obtain large amounts of energy points that others didn't have. Lin Fei suddenly felt as if he had a nuclear weapon. No wonder those super overlords could sit in their positions without wavering. Master, it's all about the new attack methods of the battle fort. Apart from that, the battle fort also comes with some additional functions, such as long-distance movement. Lin Fei smiled even more happily. He didn't know how the battle race had managed to build this kind of battle fortress, but it was a killing machine. Even the rulers of the 9 stars would feel their scalps go numb if they encountered this battle fortress. Lin Fei tried to ask Battle Number 1 about some matters regarding the war race. Unfortunately, he did not receive any useful information. Battle Number 1 instinctively retained control of its consciousness and knew nothing else. This result was also within Lin Fei's expectations. The war race was such a powerful, intelligent race, so how could they have left behind such an idiotic method? They must have made some cuts and left behind only Battle Number 1. Lin Fei was just asking casually. He didn't really want to know more about it. The war race had long since disappeared in the river of time. He was just curious about how the evil sovereign lord had gotten his hands on the battle fortress core. Clearly, there were many secrets hidden within. Right, you said that the war beasts and war angels don't have a time limit? Suddenly, Lin Fei thought of something. His figure flashed and he arrived at the side of a huge pond, his eyes falling on it. Battle Number 1 followed closely behind. Yes, Master. This is the greatest advantage of a complete battle fortress. As long as Master has energy points, you can summon it. However, summoning requires time. After all, it is condensed from energy points and has a simple consciousness. If the enemy wants to destroy the war angel, they have to kill it completely. There's still cooldown time. Yes, both the war beasts and the war angels need time to be summoned. Master, you can summon them in advance. When the time comes, you can release all the war angels. Battle Number 1 suggested. That's not a bad idea. Lin Fei nodded. The thought of directly releasing a group of war angels to crush the enemy when he encountered them would definitely feel great. 30 million energy points for a war angel. That's really not cheap. Thinking of the energy points consumed, Lin Fei felt his heart ache. Let's summon one and see. The energy points that he had obtained from plundering a large number of holy stone veins last time came in handy for Lin Fei this time. Yes, Master. Battle Number 1 replied. Hua energy points that had condensed into black entities were thrown into the summoning pond by Battle Number 1. Immediately, there was a commotion in the summoning pond. That was what Lin Fei thought. The whole process did not last long. It barely lasted for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. The light on the summoning pond dissipated and a black-armored angel appeared. It had the appearance of a human but a pair of black wings on its back. With a murderous aura, it stood in front of Lin Fei. Master, this is the war angel. Our war race likes to call it the massacre angel. Lin Fei sized it up. The war angel in front of him was filled with a dangerous aura. Its combat power was not to be underestimated. However, its face remained expressionless. Attack me. Lin Fei tried to give an order. Wah. The War Angel's blood-red eyes flashed and it charged in front of Lin Fei. So fast. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and slapped at the War Angel unhurriedly, sending the War Angel flying. The War Angel that was sent flying was not affected. With another flash, it appeared behind Lin Fei. The 30 million energy points were not spent in vain. No one knew better than Lin Fei the power of the casual slaps just now. The War Angel's defense was very strong. An 8-star Dominator would not be able to break through the War Angel's defense in a short time. Master, the War Angels are naturally good at speed. Apart from speed, they also have war blades forged for them by the war race. They are condensed from energy points and can easily break through low-grade Dominator battle suits. Hua! A black war blade appeared in the War Angel's hand. It turned into countless black blade flashes and attacked. Lin Fei tested the War Angel for a while and told it to stop. He was very satisfied with the results. He needed such an elite fighter. Looks like I have to prepare to get energy points. Summoning a War Angel with 30 million energy points, Lin Fei could not get more for the time being. He could only wait until he left the Divine General platform. After summoning the War Angel, Lin Fei sent it to the side. As long as it did not fight, the War Angel's energy points would not be consumed. This advantage was quite good. After coming out of the battle fortress, Lin Fei was in an extremely good mood. If the evil ruler knew that he gave me such a big gift, he probably would not be in such a good mood. Who asked me to have a way to get energy points? Lin Fei flipped his hand, and the blue seed landed in his hand. The blue seed had already been analyzed by the system. For the time being there was no result. He only knew that there were countless seals on it, and the system's analysis could not penetrate it for now. Lin Fei could only give up. The Chaos Beast race has helped me a lot in the past. Isn't it just a blue seed on the Divine General platform? If they don't help with this small matter, I'll be taking advantage of them for nothing. Chapter 1622. More and more people were trying to break through. One after another they reached the 900th level. Those who reached the 900th level were in the 4th stage, and they were getting closer and closer to ascending to the God Altar. Look, that guy also reached the 900th level. And that guy appeared so mysteriously. He actually hid his strength. Isn't he just trying to bully us? Haha, luckily I'm not the one who ran into them. You guys better pray for yourselves. The 900th level became more and more intense. All sovereigns who felt threatened became extremely cautious, afraid of encountering them. He's here. I wonder who it will be this time. Please don't let it be my turn. A streak of dazzling light landed on a senfu. Then a figure shot into the sky. Bathed in light, everyone could see his face clearly. It's him. Hegemon Yi Qing of the Demon Mystic Sect. I didn't know I would be so unlucky as to run into Hegemon Yi Qing. Many people frowned. Hegemon Yi Qing of the Demon Mystic Sect was famous for being difficult to deal with. Although he wasn't as terrifying as Hegemon Dark Sage of the 10 Young Masters, he wasn't easy to defeat. Hegemon Yi Qing's sharp gaze locked onto him. Whoosh! Yet another streak of light descended. Hegemon Yi Qing's eyes lit up. The heavens are really on my side. My opponent is actually that guy. As the figure appeared, a black-robed figure appeared in everyone's field of vision, causing quite a commotion. Aha, this is going to be a good show. Lin Fei really did run into Hegemon Yi Qing. No matter how I look at it, it's going to be a fierce battle. That guy is quite bold. He killed someone from the Demon Mystic Sect just like that. Luckily, I wasn't the one who ran into Lin Fei. Many rulers secretly let out sighs of relief. Everyone present was very wary of Lin Fei's saber attack. Even now they had no good way to counter it. An unbreakable attack was what they didn't want to face. Hegemon Yi Qing versus Lin Fei. They were very interested to see who would be able to make it. One was a potential ruler from one of the 8 great sects, while the other was a ferocious dark horse, Lin Fei. Just thinking about this battle was exciting. No matter who won or lost, they would at least be able to deal with one of them. This meant that they would have one less powerful enemy. Both of them landed on the stage at the same time. A victorious smile was on Hegemon Yi Qing's face. He said calmly, I really didn't expect that you and I would be fighting in the final battle. You probably didn't expect it either. As he stared at Lin Fei, Hegemon Yi Qing could only force a smile to suppress his envy and jealousy. This was a nameless fellow who hadn't given him any face the first time they had met. Hegemon Yi Qing had wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Fei, but due to the rules he had decided to use a different method. He had used a few moves to attract the attention of others, hoping to use them to kill Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, however, all of these people had ended up becoming stepping stones for Lin Fei. Yi Qing's nightmare also followed. First, the hegemons who had tried to curry favor with the mystic demon sect had perished at Lin Fei's hands. Then, the disciples of the mystic demon sect had perished at Lin Fei's hands as well. One after another, the 7 great sects paid him a visit. Lin Fei's name instantly became known to everyone. This caused hegemon Yi Qing, who had previously threatened Lin Fei, to feel extremely embarrassed. This was a provocation against the mystic demon sect, and a provocation against himself. Hegemon Yi Qing no longer feared Lin Fei's terrifying saber arts. Instead, he looked at Lin Fei with the eyes of a victor. It didn't matter how dominating his saber arts were. So long as hegemon Yi Qing consumed an Empyrean god body and temporarily consumed an Empyrean god's body, Lin Fei would be like a tiger that had lost its claws. Lin Fei would no longer be as terrifying as a fish on a chopping board, and hegemon Yi Qing would be able to slaughter him as he pleased. Lin Fei chortled. It seems you are quite confident in yourself. Hegemon Yi Qing laughed loudly. I am quite confident in my ability to deal with you. The mystic demon sect once gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Instead, you chose to oppose us. Today I'm going to let you know what happens to those who oppose us. I'm going to stomp you under my feet, break every single bone in your body, and then slowly kill you. Whoosh. Lin Fei's body flickered as he struck out with his saber. A long, narrow saber light slashed out. If you want to break my bones, that'll depend on whether or not you have the ability to do so. Lin Fei's saber attack came very quickly. Hegemon Yi Qing's body trembled as a 5-colored light descended from the heavens. He punched out with a single fist, completely shattering the saber light. So this is your saber art? It looks pretty weak to me. Hegemon Yi Qing had consumed an Empyrean god body fortification pill, not giving Lin Fei any chance to succeed. He knew how terrifying Lin Fei's saber art was. If he didn't give Lin Fei any chances before he completely understood it, then there would be no hope for Lin Fei. After shattering the saber light with a single fist, hegemon Yi Qing unleashed another attack. His fists rained down like meteors, transforming into a series of black tornadoes. Lin Fei continued to strike out with his saber light. Thanks to the endless supply of divine power, his saber light continued to crush everything in its path. This was his most common attack style, and it was also a way for him to confuse his foes. He didn't want anyone to be able to see through his divine power, and so far no one had been able to see through it. Lin Fei, do you really think you can kill me with this sort of attack? Haha, today you are destined to be killed by me. Yi Qing's hegemon fist art was ferocious with his Empyrean god body. All the attacks were shattered by hegemon Yi Qing, and nothing happened to his body. Instead, he sensed that something like a needle was about to stab into his body, but it was blocked by his Empyrean god body. Now hegemon Yi Qing was completely relieved. His opponent's terrifying saber art was no longer a threat. Lin Fei also sensed that something was wrong. The demon mystic sect really knows how to invest. I don't know what treasure they used, but they can actually block the invasion of my divine power. Little Devil, help me scan it. Lin Fei hurriedly communicated with Little Devil. Got it. Lin Fei continued to attack without batting an eyelid. Outside, the Senfu people all secretly sucked in a cold breath. The demon mystic sect was indeed the demon mystic sect. They were truly amazing. Hegemon Yi Qing blocked Lin Fei's saber art, and it seemed like he had the upper hand. This time Lin Fei is doomed. Yeah, it seems like his saber art is useless now. The demon mystic sect must have deciphered Lin Fei's saber art and found a way to counter it. Hegemon Yi Qing became extremely excited as well. He used his terrifying fist art to press forward, constantly closing the distance between him and Lin Fei. A smug smile appeared on his face. Don't you find it strange that you can't use your zone-class killer moves anymore? Hegemon Yi Qing's fist slammed into the back of Lin Fei's saber. The more he watched Lin Fei suffer, the more he liked it. I think you really want to know, so I might as well tell you. Right now, I have the body of a god. At least in your eyes, that is an invincible body. With just your attack, how could you possibly break through my defense? Hegemon Yi Qing laughed wildly as he suddenly retracted his attack, allowing the saber light to land on his body and shatter it. Chapter 1623. Hegemon Yi Qing had given up on attacking and chosen to use his body to block Lin Fei's saber attacks. This was truly shocking. The demon mystic sect's power had reached this level. Ordinary potential hegemons couldn't see what sort of treasure hegemon Yi Qing was using, which made them feel even more apprehensive. Everyone knew how terrifying Lin Fei's saber arts were. To be able to block such an attack was naturally extraordinary. Because the arena was isolated from the outside world, they couldn't hear what hegemon Yi Qing was saying. But to others they immediately recognized Hegemen Yi Qing's current state. What a dark sage. He actually gave Hegemen Yi Qing a god body tempering pill. He really is going all out. Within a majestic senfu, one of the 10 princes, Hegemen Luoxian, was watching with a smile on his face. Hegemen Luoxian was able to see the changes in Hegemen Yi Qing at a glance. In his heart he felt a hint of interest towards this Lin Fei, just a hint. Their righteous sect had gone to look for Lin Fei before. Senior apprentice brother, isn't that Lin Fei going to be in trouble? Aside from Hegemen Luoxian, there were a few other disciples of the righteous sect in the senfu as well. That's right. Once a rare pill like the god body tempering pill is consumed, it will be comparable to a true god's body. No matter how powerful Lin Fei's saber arts are, it won't be able to break through his defenses. That's a vicious move. These hegemons cursed at Hegemen Luoxian for his shamelessness. This wasn't the first time Hegemen Luoxian had heard of Lin Fei's name. He didn't care much about Lin Fei, but he was curious as to why the demon mystic sect was so interested in such a person. They had even taken out a heaven-defying pill like the god body tempering pill. The junior apprentice brothers all looked at Hegemen Luoxian, wanting to hear an answer. Hegemen Luoxian said calmly, Lin Fei's luck isn't bad. However, against people like us from a true sect, he won't have any advantage. The god body tempering pill can maintain an invincible defense for a short period of time. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Fei will soon be killed. The demon mystic sect isn't afraid of paying such a high price, but in the end, they won't be able to return. Within the senfu of Sovereign Dark Saint, he was currently watching the battle on the arena with a smile on his face, especially when he saw how Dominator Yi Qing was crushing his opponents. Junior brother Yi Qing is still somewhat useful. If I really meet Lin Fei, my divine body strengthening pellet will also come in handy. I don't believe that junior brother Yi Qing, who has the divine body, can still win against Lin Fei. Hegemen Black Saint had never taken these people seriously. No matter how influential the other party was now in the eyes of Hegemen Darksage, it was nothing. Powerful saber arts? There was always something that countered it. Even though a single celestial god body tempering pill was expensive and not everyone could buy it, Sovereign Dark Saint didn't mind wasting one. Hegemen Black Saint believed that Lin Fei would not be able to escape death. Whether it was the 10 great dukes or the other sovereigns, they all believed that Lin Fei was going to lose. The demon mystic sect's base camp on the peak of the Divine Mountain. The 5 hegemonic elders were in a great mood. Junior brother Yi Qing did well. That's right. Otherwise, if Lin Fei really did enter the next stage, it wouldn't be a good thing. It's best that we can conclude it now. Recently, they had been constantly frowning over how to deal with Lin Fei, unable to come up with a solution. Helpless, they could only contact Hegemen Black Saint and have him deal with Lin Fei with ease. They were very satisfied with the result of the battle. They all knew that Hegemen Black Saint had taken out a rare pill like the divine body strengthening pellet. When they heard it, they were shocked. To be willing to take out such a rare pill, it was truly extravagant. At the very least, they couldn't do it. Although their status was higher than Hegemen Black Saint's, they still had to treat him with respect. His bloodline was nobler than theirs. He had the bloodline of a heavenly god. In the future, he would definitely become a heavenly god. Rumor had it that Hegemen Black Saint had opened up a treasure trove that belonged to him in an alternate dimension. It was even rumored that there was a heavenly god artifact within it. This time they owed their junior brother Hegemen Black Saint a favor, and a very big one at that. As long as Lin Fei dies and we get the Ring of Holding, we'll be able to breathe a sigh of relief. It's worth it to pay such a huge price. Elder Fong Su was one of the elders who hated Lin Fei the most. The elders nodded in agreement. You can't make up for the difference between you and me. Hegemen Black Saint punched out, shattering the saber light like an invincible heavenly god. The power of a heavenly god body isn't something you can understand. In the blink of an eye, Hegemen Black Saint unleashed over 100 punches that crisscrossed like an inescapable net, locking down the entire arena. Lin Fei was constantly moving, dodging one image after another. Master, that guy took a pill and raised his body to the heavenly god level. His heavenly god body can resist your divine power, but it's passive. As long as you increase the output of your divine power, that guy's heavenly god body won't be a problem at all. The little fiend laughed coldly. To put it simply, his heavenly god body isn't a true heavenly god body. It's a fake. In truth, there was no need to explain. Lin Fei already knew what Hegemen Black Saint was relying on. So he took a pill. Haha, then I'll increase the output. Lin Fei had been suppressing his divine power this entire time, not wanting to make it too obvious. Now that his opponent was relying on his heavenly god body, Lin Fei didn't want to waste any more time. This guy had been targeting him from the start and now he was showing off. Lin Fei was constantly moving about like a ghost, infuriating Hegemon Black Saint to no end. This was the source of Hegemon Black Saint's headache. His divine sense couldn't find any trace of Lin Fei, and so Hegemon Black Saint's attacks repeatedly missed. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Lin Fei, you coward. All you know is to keep dodging. If you have the ability, come out and fight me in the open. Hegemon Black Saint sneered, secretly trying to force Lin Fei to come out. Haha, you really are thick-skinned. You took a pill and you still have the nerve to ask me to fight you in the open? Do you think you're some sort of god? Why should I listen to you? Lin Fei's voice echoed throughout the arena. Hegemon Black Saint felt a bit uncomfortable. You're afraid, but I have the patience to waste time with you. Let's see who can last longer. His fists grew even more ferocious. Lin Fei still didn't appear. It was as though he had completely vanished. Get the hell out here. Hegemon Black Saint was enraged. This guy was actually playing hide-and-seek with him, but his divine sense couldn't find any trace of his opponent. As you wish. A black blur flashed past, and a torrential wave of saber light swept forth, covering the entire arena. Boom, boom, boom. The saber light slammed into Hegemon Black Saint's body. I have the heavenly god body. You can't do anything to me. The saber light dissipated, revealing Hegemon Black Saint's tattered body. There was even a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he stared disdainfully at the nearby Lin Fei. Is that so? The heavenly god body isn't that impressive. Lin Fei suddenly snapped his fingers. Explode. Chapter 1624. This quasi-sky god body isn't all that impressive. A destructive aura swept out, instantly tearing Hegemon Yi Qing to pieces. Lin Fei curled his lips. With a wave of his hand, he collected the items and left the arena, returning to his senfu. This entire process was inconceivably fast, leaving no time for the spectators to react. Outside, an uproar erupted, lingering for a long time without dissipating. Hegemon Yi Qing had actually been killed in such a situation. They couldn't help but glance in the direction of Lin Fei's senfu. Lin Fei is going to be hard to deal with now. Anyone who wants to kill him will have to consider whether or not they have the ability to do so. Hegemon Yi Qing is dead and he was killed with a single blow. That blow was absolutely terrifying. The spectating hegemons could no longer remain calm. Hegemon Yi Qing, who had the upper hand, had still been killed by Lin Fei. Most likely, no one would be able to stop Lin Fei at this stage. Lin Fei was destined to enter the fourth stage. Hegemon Yi Qing had been killed on the arena without even being able to react. This was completely unexpected. After entering the 900th level, the fourth stage hegemons became extremely important. They didn't even have time to carefully observe the power of that single blow. Hegemon Yi Qing had been torn to pieces, disqualified at the final stage. Lin Fei is truly surprising. Hegemon Luoxian's eyes shone with a strange light. Even he was surprised. Even the sky god body couldn't block Lin Fei's blow. It seems that Lin Fei has comprehended an extremely powerful strength. Perhaps I should get to know this Lin Fei better. Hegemon Luoxian knew that he wouldn't underestimate this Lin Fei any longer. Hegemon Yi Qing had killed him with a single blow, and even the sky god body hadn't been able to block it. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that blow was. What a useless thing. You wasted one of my sky god body tempering pills. Hegemon Darkseich's expression didn't change much, as if Yi Qing's death was nothing more than a small matter. This Lin Fei should have grasped the divine power, otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to break through the heavenly god's body. However, how did he, a lowly bloodline, grasp the divine power? Sovereign Black Saint was born with the bloodline of a heavenly god. As the reincarnation of a heavenly god, he knew many things that others did not. In Hegemon Blackseich's view, the terrifying power of that saber strike was completely beyond the Hegemon level. Hegemon Blackseich also began to think in that direction. Hegemon Black Saint didn't dare to be certain. How could that guy use divine power? He was very sensitive to the ripples of divine power. He moved and went to a side hall of the senfu to check the battle. It really is divine power. He hit it so deeply. After observing for a while, Hegemon Black Saint finally came to a decision. Lin Fei, Shenli, interesting. The death of one of the demon mystic sect's capable sovereigns caused quite a stir. This time Lin Fei had thoroughly offended the demon mystic sect. Hegemon Yi Qing was someone that the demon mystic sect had spent a great deal of resources to nurture. The ones who could feel the fury of the demon mystic sect the most were the people of the Senfu. At this time, no one dared to offend the demon mystic sect. One of the disciples of the demon mystic sect secretly mocked the demon mystic sect. When the demon mystic sect found out, they were viciously taught a lesson. After Lin Fei killed Hegemon Yi Qing, the remaining opponents were much easier to deal with. There was no longer any difficulty. In less than 10 years, Lin Fei quickly broke through the 900th layer and entered the 4th stage. After entering the 4th stage, Lin Fei welcomed a long period of rest. The final stage would only allow a certain number of sovereigns to enter. As for what the 4th stage was, Lin Fei wasn't very clear, and he couldn't be bothered to ask. He spent his days in the Senfa doing his own things. Lin Fei was still very surprised by Hegemon Phoenix Su's visit. "I didn't think you would personally come to find me." Hegemon Phoenix Su's aura was even stronger than before. The aura of a peak 8-star Hegemon was more than 100 times stronger than when she had been an immortal exalt. This aura was the result of her bloodline being fully activated. The aura of a heavenly god bloodline. This was not the first time Lin Fei had seen a heavenly god bloodline. Hegemon Fiend had the most powerful bloodline of all. Ever since that day, Hegemon Fiend had never come to find Lin Fei again. It was as if he had never been there before. Hegemon Phoenix Su was dressed in red, and she sat down leisurely. "Do you not welcome me?" Hegemon Phoenix Su couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Lin Fei, whose strength had increased by leaps and bounds. She had a heavenly god bloodline, and her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, this person had also reached the same level of strength and was on par with her. For a moment, Hegemon Phoenix Su really wondered what kind of bloodline Lin Fei had. Lin Fei chuckled. "Fairy, your visit brings light to my humble Senfu. I'm just worried that those flower protectors might hold a grudge against me. You know how cowardly I am." Hegemon Phoenix Su emotionlessly exposed him. "Those who believe your words deserve a lifetime of bad luck." There was no way she would believe a single word Lin Fei said. "Actually, I was just joking." Lin Fei put on a serious expression. "You didn't come here just to chat with me. If there's anything you want to say, say it. For better or for worse, we're acquaintances." Lin Fei, shut your mouth. Hegemon Phoenix Su didn't want to think about how she had been captured. Her heavenly god bloodline immediately suppressed him. "I didn't just blurt it out. I definitely won't do it again." Lin Fei ignored Hegemon Phoenix Su's aura and grinned mischievously. Hegemon Phoenix Su felt as though Lin Fei was intentionally trying to anger her. But right now she couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. "I urge you not to go to the Divine General Dais," Hegemon Phoenix Su suddenly said in a serious tone. "Not to go? What?" Lin Fei chortled as he asked. Hegemon Phoenix Su stood up and said coldly, "This is my advice to you. The Divine General Dais isn't suitable for you, and the 10 dukes aren't as simple as you think they are. Each and every one of them has an incredible background. You had best reconsider." Lin Fei truly hadn't expected that Hegemon Phoenix Su would come here just to warn him of this. Not to go to the Divine General Dais? He felt rather grateful. Lin Fei knew that Hegemon Phoenix Su probably knew some secrets, but this wasn't something he should know. Perhaps Hegemon Devil Fiend knew some secrets as well. Perhaps it had something to do with the blue seed. In this moment, Lin Fei suddenly had a thought. He wanted to put everything together. "And if I really do go up?" Hegemon Phoenix Su turned around. "Then I don't mind personally killing you." Lin Fei just watched as Hegemon Phoenix Su left. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. Why would this woman be so kind as to warn me of this? She can't be plotting something against me, right? "Fairy Su Feng, why are you looking for that despicable bastard Lin Fei?" As soon as Hegemon Phoenix Su appeared, a handsome young Hegemon walked over to greet her. "Who I see has nothing to do with you." Chapter 1625. Hegemon Su Feng's warning caused Lin Fei to pay more attention to the Divine General Dais. He knew that Hegemon Su Feng wasn't as simple as she seemed. For some reason he had a strange feeling that this Divine General Dais probably wasn't as simple as he had imagined, and that it involved some sort of secret. Without question, Hegemon Su Feng knew this secret. This made Lin Fei very curious. What kind of secret was involved in this that even the Chaos Beasts would appear and participate in it? After entering the 900th level, the gray-robed emissary did not appear. Lin Fei remained in the 4th section for 50 years. During this period of time, more and more Hegemons entered this level. One after another, the previously empty Senfu buildings lit up with light, indicating that someone had taken up residence there. Eventually, all of the Senfu buildings were filled. Lin Fei knew that the people below had lost their right to participate in the final section, as well as the right to ascend to the divine general dais. The number of participants in the fourth section had been decided. The gray-robed emissary appeared once more. He stood towering in front of everyone, and anyone who looked up would be able to see him. Welcome to the fourth section, everyone. To be able to reach this stage means that you are the most talented hegemons in the endless territories. The final opportunity awaits you. Who will be able to ascend to the God-sealing dais will be up to you. The gray-robed emissary's voice was just as calm as before, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the gray-robed emissary finished speaking, 3 golden dais appeared behind him, suppressing the boundless void and radiating divine might. As soon as the 3 golden dais appeared, Lin Fei could sense that everyone's emotions had been stirred up. Is this the God-sealing dais that the gray-robed emissary spoke of? Lin Fei could tell that these 3 golden dais were extraordinary. He didn't know what sort of supreme-grade materials had been used to create them, but the golden dais were covered with ancient characters. They were divine glyphs. Lin Fei did his best to see through the golden dais, but he was blocked by a power that prevented him from seeing what was going on inside. Everyone should have guessed that this is the divine seal altar. The first 3 will have the qualifications to become divine generals. They will obtain the support of a divine force and soar into the heavens. Said the gray-robed envoy, "Now, I will announce the rules for the fourth stage. It will still be the arena life and death competition, but this time will be different from before. You will have a certain amount of time to comprehend the absolute arts, and then you will fight, the winner will advance and the loser will perish." This kind of rule made many people excited. Aha, I like this method the most. What's so difficult about comprehending an absolute art? It would be even better if I were to comprehend a god-tier cultivation technique. Not to mention the 10 great princes, just the low-profile sovereigns at this level weren't easy to deal with. Their comprehension abilities were top-notch. In their eyes, the rules of this stage were not difficult at all. The gray-robed emissary waved his hand again, and one arena after another flew over, hovering in the air. After announcing the start of the next month, the gray-robed emissary vanished from everyone's sight. Isn't comprehending absolute arts just like cheating? In terms of comprehension ability, Lin Fei could only be said to be average. However, with the leveling up system, Lin Fei didn't need to do anything to comprehend the absolute arts. It was the last month of the final life and death competition. It was rare for everyone to have time to relax. Those who knew each other sat together, or went into seclusion to increase their strength. Lin Fei didn't go out and he remained in Senfu. In this fourth stage there weren't any weaklings. Lin Fei had seen many mysterious and powerful races. Apart from them, there were also people with deity bloodlines. Those people were the most tyrannical. Lin Fei was also doing his best to increase his strength. From all sorts of things, he could tell that the divine general platform wasn't as safe as he had imagined. Even a hidden race like the primal chaos beast race had appeared. Lin Fei didn't know how many sovereigns with potential had appeared, and he wasn't the only one. I've already drawn a deity set. If something really happens, I can wear it and no one can do anything to me. At the very least, escaping won't be a problem. Thinking about the deity set, Lin Fei calmed down. The only thing that made his heart ache was that the deity set required divinity points, and it was deducted from attacks. It was extremely terrifying. He understood what it meant to spend money like water. In a dark corner of Senfu, Sovereign Devilish sat quietly, his face buried in the darkness and no one could see it clearly. Opposite him were 3 black-robed sovereigns, also hidden in the darkness. The exciting moment is about to begin. For this day we've prepared for over 1,000 chaotic years. Finally this day has arrived. I believe we'll definitely teach those people a lesson they won't forget. An extremely ugly sovereign on the left flashed a cold gaze, and his entire person was immersed in excitement. We've already given away the demonic seed. How can those greedy humans refuse our treasures? Almost all of them have agreed to bring the demonic seed up. Sovereign Devilish didn't say anything, but his face was clearly filled with excitement. You've all done well. Now we can proceed to the next step. If we succeed, our primordial chaos beasts will be able to see the light again. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The most exciting moment had arrived. No one could resist the temptation of the 3 golden platforms. Once they stepped onto the conferred God platform, they would receive divine power and become a divine general. That was far beyond their current status. It would be a supreme position, and they would truly be able to call the wind and summon the rain. They would also become a peak existence in the entire endless territories. Everyone was rubbing their palms in anticipation. This was their chance. The day has finally come. Lin Fei opened his eyes, and the 3 golden platforms entered his field of vision. A strange look flashed through his eyes. Whoosh 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 whoosh, beams of light descended, covering the Senfu. One figure after another entered the arenas. Lin Fei became one of them and he entered one of the arenas. Lin Fei also saw his opponent for this round. It was a burly fellow. He was 30 meters tall and his body shone with starlight. The sun, moon, and stars appeared. Hee, so it's you, Lin Fei of the lowly bloodline. The burly man opened his mouth and his voice was like a great bell. Looks like I'll win this round very easily. Who asked my luck to be so good? Long Ao. This person left a deep impression on Lin Fei. He was the son of a dragon king of the dragon race, and he had inherited the bloodline of the dragon god. His rank wasn't low either, and he was considered a powerful opponent amongst dominators. He was invincible in close combat. It's good that you know my name. Otherwise when I die, I won't know who killed me. That would make me feel no sense of accomplishment. Dominator Long Ao laughed loudly. The 2 of them didn't attack because they were a distance away. At this moment, a black armored puppet appeared between the 2 of them. It was expressionless and it carried a dangerous aura. Participants, greetings. In the next 10 years, you will comprehend this divine talisman together. This divine talisman contains a cultivation method. 10 years later, you will use the cultivation method you comprehended to face your enemies. After the black armored puppet disappeared, a golden divine talisman floated quietly in the air. 10 years is more than enough. Dominator Long Ao immediately sat down cross-legged and glanced at Lin Fei again. Lowly bloodline guy, I hope you can comprehend a cultivation method. Otherwise killing you will be too boring. Comprehend a cultivation method, hee. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. This guy from the dragon race was quite arrogant. He really thought that his comprehension ability was the best in the world. I have an awesome existence with the system. System, analyze it for me. Lin Fei also sat down cross-legged, closed his 6 senses, and looked like he was comprehending the divine talisman. The first few stages are respectively aimed at a certain existence. This stage is a test of comprehension. It's really not ordinary strict. Lin Fei said to himself, fortunately, I'm not interested in divine generals. It's better for me to earn more divinity points. The temptation of divine generals was far less than divinity points. Lin Fei didn't care about the blessing of divine force. The divinity points converted to divine force was no weaker than the blessing of divine force. Looking at Dominator Long Ao's divinity points again, Lin Fei's eyes turned red. These were all great gifts for him. System analyzing, the golden divine talisman was extremely mysterious. After the system began to analyze, it analyzed for a month before it came out with the first cultivation method. This was not the end. The divine talisman contained various cultivation methods, but it required a long time to deduce them. It was very exhausting. This cultivation method is very powerful, but it doesn't seem to be the strongest attack. When the first cultivation method came out, Lin Fei looked at it for a while and lost interest. This was a palm technique. According to the classification, it was a low-grade divine tier cultivation method. Lin Fei always felt that the real importance of such a divine talisman might not be the cultivation method. Continue analyzing. Half a year later, the system deduced another cultivation method. This time it wasn't a true cultivation method. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. As expected, the true meaning of the divine talisman should be divine talisman attack. Level 1 Flame Divine Talisman. This was the usage of the runes that he deduced in half a year. Lin Fei easily grasped the level 1 Flame Divine Talisman. That Long Ao should also comprehend the attack of the runes. This one is far from enough. I still need to continue using the system to analyze. There might even be a level 1 Divine Talisman. After grasping the Flame Divine Talisman, Lin Fei knew how terrifying it was. This was an attack that involved divine power, an attack that surpassed the power of Great Tao. Its might would increase infinitely and Lin Fei was overjoyed. In the outside world, he would be able to easily learn the attack methods of the divine talismans. This was equivalent to having another attack method that would be even more powerful than the single saber slash. Level 1 Earth Divine Talisman. Level 1 Ice Cold Divine Talisman. The system's analysis ability was still very awesome. The condensation method of the level 1 Divine Talisman was constantly deduced. Chapter 1626. Ruler Proud Dragon was in a good mood. Level 1 Divine Flame Talisman. I finally comprehended it. This Divine Flame Talisman is really magical. So powerful. It's worthy of being mastered by a celestial god. Ruler Proud Dragon was born with a powerful dragon god bloodline. No one dared to underestimate his comprehension ability. It took him a year to comprehend the level 1 Divine Flame Talisman. All he lacked was time to master it. Elder's words are indeed correct. The most powerful thing here is the Divine Talisman Mastery Method. It is far more tyrannical and terrifying than ordinary cultivation methods. That lowly Lin Fei is probably still very proud of a low-grade god-tier cultivation method. Ruler Proud Dragon didn't believe that the other party had the ability to master a low-grade god-tier technique. Moreover, it was a more powerful Divine Flame Talisman attack. He didn't know its true power before comprehending it. Their dragon clan would participate in the Divine General platform every time. They knew a lot of secrets. Ruler Proud Dragon believed that Lin Fei would be lost in it soon. I heard that the guy got the treasure of Demon Mystic Sect. As long as I kill him, I want to know what good stuff that guy stole from Demon Mystic Sect. If it's really good stuff, I'll make Demon Mystic Sect bleed. Ruler Proud Dragon focused on cultivating the level 1 Divine Flame Talisman attack technique. 10 years passed quickly. The Divine Flame Talisman in the air disappeared in front of them. The barrier between the two also dissipated. Ruler Proud Dragon laughed unscrupulously. A mysterious wave pressed down. Whether it was Ruler Proud Dragon or Lin Fei, they both felt that their strength was sealed. Both of their faces changed slightly. This power was so powerful that they sealed their strength completely. After trying to break through several times, they still couldn't break the seal. 2 waves of energy descended from the sky, blessing the two of them. Their bodies were like a dried-up river that was filled with surging water, turning into a huge river. A cold voice came, "The power that blessed your body is divine power. Use divine power to activate the technique. Your battle can begin. The winner can take away everything from the other party, including this blessed divine power. It will become the driving force for you to move forward." Is this divine power? It's really powerful. Ruler Proud Dragon swayed his body. He was in a state of excitement. He understood these words. The divine power flowing in his body made him feel invincible. The heavens are really helping me. You have to give me a good gift in the first round. As long as I have your divine power, I will have an advantage over others. Sovereign Proud Dragon stomped his feet, and the entire arena shook non-stop. Level 1 Divine Flame Symbol. Long Ao drew a talisman in the air, and a divine talisman appeared, bringing with it a golden sea of fire that instantly covered the entire arena. What a pity. The power of the divine runes activated by divine power was beyond Hegemon Proud Dragon's imagination. This fire was enough to sweep away everything. Ruler Proud Dragon instantly had the feeling of controlling the other's life and death. In the sea of fire that filled the sky, a water dragon soared through the sky. Everywhere it passed, the sea of fire was extinguished. As the saying went, water subdued fire, and they were existences of the same level. Hegemon Proud Dragon felt a huge threat. You actually mastered the divine talisman attack. Layers of sea of fire flew out, forming a long flame dragon. The huge claws broke through the air and grabbed the water dragon, blocking the opponent's attack. A large portion of divine power was instantly consumed, which made Hegemon Proud Dragon very unhappy. This was equivalent to losing his advantage. Level 1 Divine Earth Symbol. Although Hegemon Proud Dragon was a little shocked, he still thought that he was the final winner. He drew another talisman in the air, and the meteorites that filled the sky turned into a meteor rain. This was the second divine talisman attack that he had comprehended in 10 years, and it was also the second divine talisman attack that he had comprehended in 10 years. Their dragon clan knew many secrets. They all had some understanding of this stage of the test. Within 10 years, only divine talisman attacks could be completed quickly. Comprehending 2 types of divine talisman attacks was more than enough to deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei could comprehend the level 1 water dragon divine talisman. In Long Ao's opinion, he must have gotten lucky. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to comprehend a divine talisman attack. Long Ao did not think that this guy could comprehend a second type of divine talisman attack. Accept your fate, Lin Fei. It's useless for you to struggle like this. A large number of meteorites fell from the sky, and the arena was faintly shaking. This Long Ao's potential is still very terrifying. In 10 years, he comprehended 2 types of divine talisman attacks. Fortunately, I did not choose a cultivation technique. Divine talisman attacks were the right choice. Lin Fei also rejoiced at his choice. He couldn't help but smile. Your attack is not good. Lin Fei shook his head. The water dragon suddenly roared. With a whip of the dragon tail, the fire dragon was smashed into pieces, and it went straight for Hegemon Proud Dragon. Pa pa pa, the dragon tail continuously smashed on Hegemon Proud Dragon's body. With every whip, Hegemon Proud Dragon felt like his body was about to split open. His tyrannical body also cracked open with wounds and blood flowed out. Damn it, how can your water dragon be so powerful? Hegemon Proud Dragon roared. His body turned into a huge black dragon, but it was still unavoidable that his body was covered with dense wounds, and these wounds were still expanding. Hee, I forgot to tell you that this is a level 2 water dragon divine talisman. Its power is naturally much greater than yours. Wah. The water dragon coiled around Long Ao's body, and his huge body was instantly entangled. Cough cough cough, Hegemon Proud Dragon kept coughing blood, and his body was close to breaking. Impossible, I have the dragon god's bloodline, and I only comprehended 2 types of divine talisman attacks. How can you comprehend a level 2 water dragon divine talisman? I am not willing. Dragon god's bloodline burned for me, the danger of death shrouded Hegemon Proud Dragon. This time there was no reaction and his bloodline was completely sealed. Hegemon Proud Dragon's heart instantly fell to the bottom. Ka ka ka, the water dragon twisted hard, and Hegemon Proud Dragon's huge body exploded. Large pieces of flesh and blood flew. This is really a good place to kill people. Without the help of the power of the bloodline, these people are all dregs. Lin Fei said. His hands did not slow down as he collected the large chunks of dragon meat. This was the best tonic for Hairball. The dragon meat that contained the dragon god's bloodline was a great tonic. Lin Fei could not bear to waste it and he could also taste it. This is divine power? After Hegemon Proud Dragon died, a black object fell. Lin Fei held it in his hand and felt the surging power in the black object. It was divine power without a doubt. Lin Fei moved his mind, and the divine power entered his body. It temporarily merged with the previous divine power, and all the layers of divinity were kindly accepted. When he returned to Senfu, he could exchange them for divinity points. What is this thing? There was another thing and Lin Fei did not recognize it for a while. Master, this is the Dragon Ball. Little Devil reminded. Lin Fei, you shameless guy, if you don't want to die, quickly let me go. The black dragon suddenly had another face, and a mini dragon appeared in the Dragon Ball and roared. This person was Hegemon Proud Dragon. You are not dead yet. Lin Fei was also very surprised and he quickly realized the true function of the Dragon Ball. Fortunately, it was on the arena, and the surroundings were blocked by power. Otherwise this guy would really escape. Hegemon Proud Dragon almost vomited blood. No matter how he thought about it, he would never think that he would be killed by Lin Fei. If it wasn't for the last Dragon Ball, he would really die and at the same time he would curse this place. I am born with the bloodline of the Dragon God. How can I die so easily? If you are sensible, you better let me go immediately. Otherwise, the people of our Dragon Clan will not let you go. Lin Fei flicked the Dragon Ball. I dislike people like you the most. You threaten people at every turn. If you dare to say another word, I will immediately crush the Dragon Ball. I don't know if you can survive this time. You dare? Ka. Lin Fei really squeezed hard and the Dragon Ball made a ka sound. There were a few more cracks. His current power was so great that the Dragon Ball could not withstand this power. Don't? Hegemon Proud Dragon hurriedly stopped him. This was the only place that could save his life. Once it was broken, he would definitely die. He was very resentful towards Lin Fei who did not follow the routine. You'd better shut your mouth. Lin Fei put away the Dragon Ball, and at the same time he added several layers of seals. As long as Proud Dragon dared to come out, he would definitely regret it. Back in Senfu, Lin Fei found that he was not the first to come out. Many people came out early and 2 of them were in the top 10 young masters. Lin Fei could only be in the middle among them. Lin Fei was not interested in competing with them in speed. In these 10 years, Lin Fei had mastered 8 kinds of level 1 divine talisman attacks. He had also mastered a few level 2 divine talismans. It was difficult to calculate at the beginning, but after a long time, it was not difficult to calculate. Lin Fei relied on the system to master a lot of divine talisman attacks. This divine power can only be used temporarily in the arena. When I go outside, I will seal it. Lin Fei sensed a little and the divine power was completely sealed. He did not care too much. The divine talisman condensing method in the system was all there. As long as he thought about it, he could activate the divine talisman attack. Master, can you let me deal with that Dragon Ball? The little devil made a request for the first time. Lin Fei quickly agreed to the little devil's request. As long as you don't kill him, you can do whatever you want. Master, this guy is born with the bloodline of the dragon god. He must know a lot of secrets. Isn't this what Master lacks now? Maybe you can learn some secrets from this guy's mouth. It will be of great help to Master. Lin Fei was moved. Okay, I will leave this guy to you. Master, you also have to authorize me to use the divinity points. I promise to dig out everything he knows. Lin Fei readily agreed. Wasn't it just divinity points? The divinity levels and treasures that he had just plundered from Ruler Proud Dragon could be exchanged for a lot of divinity points. There was no loss in using wool on a sheep. The little devil happily left with the dragon ball. Lin Fei, get out here right now. Chapter 1627. F***ck, someone came to find me so quickly. As soon as the sound appeared, Lin Fei couldn't help but rub his nose. When did he have such a big hatred value? Could it be someone from the dragon clan? The speed is a bit too fast. Lin Fei muttered. Using his divine sense to investigate outside, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. He had guessed correctly. Outside the Senfu were indeed people from the dragon clan. Not only one, there were 3 people from the dragon clan. F***ck, this Long Ao sovereign even brought bodyguards. With a simple look, Lin Fei knew that the 3 dragon clan people outside should be here to protect the Long Ao sovereign. Lin Fei, get out here. Outside, the 3 middle-aged men's voices were like thunder. Their faces were filled with anger. This Lin Fei really deserves to die. While we were not paying attention, he killed Long Ao. If we don't get the dragon pearl back, we won't have a good end when we go back. Dragon 18 said with a gloomy face. Damn, everyone said that Lin Fei is evil. Who knew that this guy is so evil? Long Ao suffered. Now is not the time to complain. The most important thing is to get the dragon pearl back. As long as the dragon pearl is not damaged, Long Ao can still come back. Otherwise, the Dragon King will not let us end up like this. At the mention of the Dragon King, the 3 of their faces sank again. There was even a trace of fear on their faces. That was the terrifying Dragon King. Even the great Dragon King of the Dragon Clan had to be courteous and polite. Although they were also potential rulers under the other Dragon Kings, compared to Long Ao the gap was not small. They were far less important than Long Ao. After knowing that Long Ao was in trouble, they did not gloat. They immediately came to Lin Fei's Senfu to force Lin Fei to hand over the Dragon Pearl to prevent it from falling into the hands of outsiders. The 3 Dragon Clan people wanted to break into Lin Fei's Senfu. This was not a small movement. Now, Lin Fei's reputation was not small. A few days ago, the people of the 8 major sects were in contact with Lin Fei. Who would have thought that in such a short time, the people of the Dragon Clan would also find Lin Fei? His ability to stir up trouble was not small. Then Lin Fei is in trouble. Just as some busybodies came out to watch, the 18th dragon slapped them away with his dragon claw, then coldly said, "If this happens again, I'll kill without mercy." Under the chilling killing intent, everyone was so scared that they retreated and hid in the Senfu. Dragon Clan. Because of these 2 words, ordinary sects and clans had to be very careful. Compared to the previous onlookers, there were almost no onlookers this time. No one was willing to offend the Dragon Clan. Weren't they just onlookers? In the Senfu, weren't they just watching? It wasn't a good thing to incur the wrath of the Dragon Clan. Lin Fei still showed up. And it was swaggering. You people from the Dragon Clan are really too much. Isn't it just killing Long Ao of your Dragon Clan? If you don't want Long Ao to die, then I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear. Otherwise, I don't mind crushing the Dragon Pearl myself. Lin Fei stood in front of the door, and before Dragon 18 and the others could speak, he spat out his own words. The 3 of them were shocked, and then they were filled with endless anger. You dare to threaten our Dragon Clan? Dragon 18 almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. After killing their Dragon Clan's Long Ao, he still dared to threaten them. When had they ever met such a thick-skinned person? Of course, when these words fell into the ears of others, there were also some who clapped and cheered. This Lin Fei was indeed very bold. When the Dragon Clan came to find him, he threatened them first. He was much stronger than them. At least they couldn't be as straightforward as Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed. That's right, I am threatening you. The Dragon Pearl is in my hands, you'd better listen to me. If you really think that I, Lin Fei, am easy to bully, you will regret it sooner or later. Despicable bastard, you have successfully enraged the dragon race. You lowly bastard, accept my wrath. One of the dragon race beings roared out in rage as he punched out at Lin Fei. Boundless killing intent filled the air. Boom, this punch landed on the Senfu door and was instantly blocked by the door. Come again. Seeing that his companion was angry, Dragon 18 hurriedly stopped him. Don't attack, that guy is provoking us. If we don't do it, we will all be finished. That Dragon Clan person regained his senses and gnashed his teeth at Lin Fei. He almost fell for it. Lin Fei was indeed provoking them, forcing them to attack him. At that time he didn't need to do anything, that guy would be dealt with by others and it would save him a lot of trouble. Unfortunately they didn't fall for it. However, Lin Fei verified one point. The Dragon Clan's temper was very irritable. With just a few words they would attack angrily. What a pity. Lin Fei took another step forward. I thought that your Dragon Clan's courage was very big, but you don't dare to attack. I'm really disappointed. Dragon 18 also wished that he could kill Lin Fei at the door with a punch. This was the most shameless guy he had ever seen. If he didn't maintain his consciousness he might really kill Lin Fei. Originally, Dragon 18 thought that since he represented the Dragon Clan, Lin Fei would give him face. He had already prepared a draft, but in the end, it was completely messed up by Lin Fei. The control was also in the hands of the other party. Our Dragon Clan. Without waiting for Dragon 18 to finish, Lin Fei rudely interrupted. Don't mention how strong your Dragon Clan is, how influential. If you don't want me to crush the Dragon Pearl, then scram. When you leave you better apologize to me. Every time you open your mouth to ask me to scram, your Dragon Clan's mouth is too smelly. The three Dragon Clan people's faces turned black again. Since when could the Dragon Clan's influence not affect a human brat? Instead, they were constantly being scolded by the other party. Based on what? Based on this. Lin Fei flipped his hand and the Dragon Pearl fell into his hand. Dragon Lord roared, "Damn Lin Fei, let me out. You shameless guy, sooner or later I will kill your entire family." Ka 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 ka. Lin Fei squeezed hard and a few more cracks appeared on the Dragon Pearl. A scream came from the Dragon Pearl. Don't. Dragon 18 also tried to stop him. They didn't think that Lin Fei would dare to crush the Dragon Pearl. However, Lin Fei really had the courage to not take their Dragon Clan's threat seriously. Dragon 18's heart jumped. This Lin Fei really dared to do it. Lin Fei, don't crush it. Everything can be discussed. Dragon 18 said. He was afraid that Lin Fei would really crush the Dragon Pearl in anger. Once the news spread, the unlucky ones would be them. The Dragon King would tear them into pieces. Lin Fei stopped. Why are you scared? Didn't you threaten to kill my entire family just now? Dragon Lord's resentful gaze turned into fear as he cursed in his heart. Damn guy, I am a dignified Dragon Clan's Dragon God bloodline holder. Today I am a tiger that has fallen to the ground and is bullied by dogs. When I get out, I will definitely make Lin Fei regret. No, that's not possible. Dragon Lord squeezed out an ugly smile. Is that so? Lin Fei flicked the Dragon Ball, scaring Long Ao so much that his hair stood on end. Chapter 1628. Ruler Proud Dragon had nowhere to vent his anger. Originally he wanted to threaten Lin Fei, this lowly guy. In the end, Lin Fei used a little trick and he had to surrender. He even had to suppress his endless hatred, fearing that Lin Fei would crush the Dragon Ball and cause his death. Ruler Proud Dragon could only scold the three clansmen. Dragon 18 and the others were startled. Although their talent was not as good as Proud Dragon, being scolded in public was another matter. What are you doing? Get lost. Ruler Proud Dragon kept roaring. The loud voice of the Dragon Clan came in handy at this time. Dragon 18 and the other three dragons looked at each other. Even though they were angry, they had to leave first. Who made their status not as good as Ruler Proud Dragon? We will leave immediately. I hope that you won't hurt Taoist Proud Dragon. Dragon 18 said with difficulty. Since when did he speak in such a submissive manner? Dragon 18 had never said that. If he didn't follow Proud Dragon's words and angered Lin Fei, it would be a big problem. Wait, who asked you to leave just like that? You really disregarded my words. Lin Fei snorted coldly. You haven't apologized yet. You? Dragon 18 lowered his voice. We are from the Dragon Clan. Do you really want us to apologize? Those who were watching also admired Lin Fei's boldness. Not only did he threaten them, but he also wanted them to apologize. Awesome. If this spread out, he would become the object of worship. Lin Fei smiled and flicked the Dragon Ball again. You dragons are not obedient. When did our Dragon Clan listen to others? Ruler Proud Dragon wanted to say that, but he held back in the end. Dragon 18, apologize. I only want you to apologize. I don't want you to suffer mental damage. You should all be very happy. Ruler Proud Dragon in the Dragon Ball spat out a mouthful of blood. When did someone dare to ask for the Dragon Clan's mental damage? Lin Fei's tone was really big. But Ruler Proud Dragon didn't dare to say anything at this time. Who asked his life to be in the other party's hands? Losing his physical body was already a huge blow to his vitality. He couldn't have any more losses. Draconic 18 and the other two were furious. Lin Fei had shamelessly threatened Long Ao, and then used Long Ao to threaten them. They could see this little trick, but they couldn't do anything about it. Kill Lin Fei? Without waiting for them to make a move, the gray-robed emissary was the first to deal with them. We apologize. Dragon 18 said sullenly. We're sorry. His voice was very soft. Lin Fei pretended not to hear. Can you speak louder? You are dragons, not rats underground. You can't hear me if your voice is so soft. Sorry. It's still too soft. I can't hear it. Draconic Sheba's face twitched. This Lin Fei really didn't know what was good for him. Sorry. This time the sound rumbled. Everyone heard it. Lin Fei didn't mind their gazes at all. Anyway, he had already come this far, so there was nothing to worry about. Wasn't it just a dragon? He wasn't afraid of being bitten when there were too many lice. Offending one was offending a group was also offending. That's right. The 18th draconic dragon and the others left in shame. He didn't have the face to embarrass himself at the door anymore. The Gemin-proud dragon was too ashamed to show his face. An exalted member of the dragon race apologizing to a human was something that had never happened before. Are you satisfied now? Of course I'm satisfied. So the dragon race's voice is so loud, ha. After scaring away the dragon race, Lin Fei prepared to return to Senfu. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Taoist Lin Fei, this is really satisfying. Long Ao's expression in the dragon pearl turned ugly again. Now there was someone who wasn't afraid of death and dared to say such words. Lin Fei looked back and saw a ruler not far away. He was very young and had a proud look on his face. When Lin Fei was sizing him up, he was also sizing him up. Let me introduce myself. I am a subordinate of Ruler Black Fetus, Ruler Ironstone. Ruler Ironstone smiled. Someone from the 7 overlords. Yes, I am indeed from the 7 overlords. Ruler Ironstone still smiled calmly. Ruler Black Fetus was one of the 7 overlords. Lin Fei had heard of this name a long time ago. At this time, someone from the 7 overlords had come to find him. What? Could it be that the Ruler Black Fetus had a feud with the dragon race? I have long heard of Ruler Black Fetus. Lin Fei said with a smile. Ruler Ironstone didn't believe that Lin Fei had long heard of his Ruler Black Fetus and wouldn't expose him. Taoist Lin Fei is also quite famous. You even killed someone with the dragon god bloodline like Long Ao. I am inferior. The two of them complimented each other a little. Lin Fei invited Ruler Ironstone to Senfu as a guest, and Ruler Ironstone also accepted the invitation. After some small talk, Ruler Ironstone stated his intentions. Taoist Lin Fei, I don't know if you can give this Dragon Ball to us. Ruler Ironstone said, you should also know that many of our people lost their lives at the hands of the Dragon Clan. Now that Ruler Long Ao has fallen into your hands and his true body has been destroyed, it is a joyous thing. If you can give us the Dragon Ball, we are willing to pay a satisfactory price. So it was for the Dragon Ball. Lin Fei had some understanding of the matter between the Ruler Black Fetus and the Dragon Clan. There was indeed a conflict, but he didn't know the specific cause. Lin Fei really didn't care much about a Dragon Ball. Ruler Long Ao, who was in the Dragon Ball, heard Ruler Ironstone's words and immediately jumped up. Lin Fei, don't hand me over to the Ruler Black Fetus. As long as you promise not to hand me over, the Dragon Clan can also give you a lot of benefits. Ruler Ironstone said lightly, Taoist Long Ao, the words of the Dragon Clan really don't have any truth. I'm afraid that you won't get what you want, and you will have to pay the price with your life. Nonsense. Ruler Long Ao was furious and his face looked uncomfortable. Whether it's nonsense or not, everyone knows it. Ruler Ironstone laughed. Taoist Lin Fei, the people of the Dragon Clan naturally love to lie. Their words are like farts. If you agree to them, you won't get any benefits. But we came with sincerity. This is the sincerity we brought, you can take a look. A storage ring flew over. Lin Fei scanned it with his divine sense. It actually contained many holy stone veins and the quality was very high. There were more than 100 of them, which could be said to be a big deal. And you really brought sincerity? Hundreds of holy stone veins, Lin Fei still liked it very much. This could be exchanged for a lot of energy points. The last time he summoned the War Angel, he consumed a lot of energy points. He was worried that he couldn't find a place to get holy stone veins. Chapter 1629. At the beginning of the 4th stage, the Dragon Clan had lost a ruler with the bloodline of the Dragon God. This was undoubtedly a very sensational matter. Lin Fei had ignored the Dragon Clan, even threatened them and made them apologize. This undoubtedly made everyone realize that Lin Fei, who had come all the way up, was more daring than they had imagined. Thinking about what had happened before, they understood. If Lin Fei was not daring, why would the people from the 8 major sects come to him? Ruler Proud Dragon of the Dragon Clan had lost his body and fallen into Lin Fei's hands. This had provoked many people, such as the Dark Embryo ruler, who had sent people to discuss a deal with Lin Fei. This matter could not be hidden at all. The rulers of this level were shocked again. Lin Fei had really offended the Dragon Clan. As long as Ruler Proud Dragon was not completely killed, the Dragon Clan would not dare to do anything to Lin Fei for the time being. However, if he were to be handed over and fall into the hands of others, the situation would be quite bad. Some representatives of the Dragon Clan came. The matter continued to develop, especially when they knew that another Overlord faction wanted to buy the Dragon Ball. This made them completely uneasy, especially when this person was an enemy of the Dragon Clan. That would be a huge loss of face for the dragon race. Exchange, we must exchange. On the peak of the Divine Mountain, in one of the Senfu, Ruler Longhua's voice decided what to do next. Ruler Longhua was very angry, but no matter how angry he was, he could not change the fact that the Dragon Ball had fallen into someone else's hands. As the person in charge this time, Ruler Longhua's head was swollen. Why did this have to happen? But, that Lin Fei is ignoring our people. As soon as Dragon 18 and the others go, Lin Fei will threaten them. Hegemon Dragon Floret forced himself to calm down. If it weren't for the fact that they were separated by space, he would have immediately charged in, destroyed the entire immortal estate and killed Lin Fei. I will take care of this matter. Ruler Longhua stood up and disappeared into the Senfu. He was going to find someone who might be able to help the Dragon Clan. Master, I finally found out all of that fellow's secrets. Lin Fei had wanted to know the secret that Long Ao knew for a long time. He was not an ordinary person, and the soul-searching technique might not be successful. He had not used it and could only let the little devil handle it. So fast. It had only been a few days. The system was so useful. The little devil flew out with a proud look on his face. This guy really came with a secret. Fortunately, Master didn't use the soul-searching technique. There is a seal in that guy's mind. As long as your divine sense touches it, the secret of the seal will be shattered. In the end, we won't know anything. I knew these guys with the Dragon God's bloodline aren't simple. Lin Fei had already expected this. Let's get to the point. What secrets does he know? Lin Fei only cared about this. As for other things, he really didn't care too much. The little devil smiled slyly. I have good news and bad news here. I don't know which news Master would like to hear first. F***CK. Let's listen to the bad news first. The little devil laughed. I knew Master would listen to the bad news first. Bad news first, good news later. It's just nice to calm down. The bad news is that the higher-ups seem to have passed down a belief that a new era is coming. In their words, the theocracy era is about to begin. Do you think this is bad news? If Master is still not clear, then I can explain it more clearly. It's really bad news. Lin Fei said bitterly. Lin Fei had a certain understanding of the power of the Divine God. He himself had a Divine God set. Once he wore it, his strength would increase infinitely. The price was to consume a lot of divinity points. The arrival of the theocracy era, Lin Fei only needed to think about it to know that it was not a good thing. What 8 major sects, 7 great overlords, each of them would be affected. There's another bad news. These guys with the Divine God's bloodline are actually passed down from generation to generation. They are important pawns to start the theocracy era. Fortunately, we caught Ruler Proud Dragon so we could know these secrets. I dare say that except for the top existences, I estimate that most people probably don't know about this. Lin Fei curled his lips. I said that it seemed a little abnormal for so many Divine God's bloodline to appear all of a sudden. It seems that these people with Divine God's bloodline are arranged by the upper realm. 100%. Lin Fei now understood why Ruler Su Feng reminded him. This kind of big whirlpool was indeed not something he could participate in. Otherwise, it was normal to be smashed to pieces. It was not a wise choice to go against the Divine God. Ruler Su Feng probably thought so in her heart. If he really went, it would be no less than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Could it be that these people with Divine God's bloodline have all completely activated the Divine God's bloodline? Master, you really guessed it right. The Divine General Platform this time is actually a grand event. Except for the Divine God's bloodline, the other rulers are here to watch the show. They are also destined to become the glory of this era. However, no matter how awesome they are not Master's match. The little devil flattered. Lin Fei's expression did not change much. who asked him to adapt so quickly. I've heard the bad news. What about the good news? The good news is that we know this secret one step ahead of others. Moreover, from Proud Dragon's memory, I also discovered that all the rulers with the divine god's bloodline have bloodline protection. In other words, they can't be completely killed. For Master, this is a good thing. As long as Master slaughters the people with the divine god's bloodline one by one and controls their primordial spirits, when the theocracy opens, you can use these primordial spirits to obtain a steady stream of divine power. Just thinking about it makes me excited. F***CK, is this the true purpose of Ruler Ironstone and the others? I'm puzzled. Why is the Dragon Clan so anxious? It's actually for this. Ruler Ironstone had been very diligent recently. His purpose was to buy the Dragon Ball. Lin Fei had eaten the benefits. The Dragon Ball had always been in his hands, and he did not sell it to Ruler Ironstone. At first, he wanted to first crack the secret on Proud Dragon's body. Who would have thought that Ruler Proud Dragon had such a shocking secret? Crossing the sea by deception? Is it really possible? Lin Fei was also very excited. If divine power descended from above, it would definitely be like a vast ocean. Lin Fei could eat his fill in one go. That feeling would definitely be awesome. The possibility is 80%. The little devil added, if Master is still suspicious, you can get a few more people with the divine god's bloodline. When the time comes, you can search their memories. I guarantee that there will be gains. The most important thing now is that they can't communicate with the people above. This is also our greatest advantage. Chapter 1630. The arrival of the theocracy era could not be stopped. Lin Fei was very clear on this point. He had never thought of stopping it. Right now, he only had the ability to protect himself temporarily. It would be good if they didn't come looking for trouble. Being able to benefit from the theocracy era under their noses was what Lin Fei cared about. Divinity points were used up too quickly. The number of lottery draws every day was astronomical. Fortunately, his luck was not bad and he obtained a set of deity set. Now that he knew this secret, he could prepare in advance. No wonder Sovereign Su Feng was so confident. She is one of them. As long as the God Force is added and her bloodline is completely stimulated, she will ascend to the heavens in one step and become a godlike existence. She really does have the ability to kill me. Lin Fei understood. Whether it was Sovereign Su Feng or Brahmin, they were all possessors of the heavenly god bloodline. They were the protagonists of this event. To be able to reincarnate into the lower territories, they must have been very powerful when they were alive. Is the seed that Sovereign Devil Fiend gave me also aimed at the theocracy era? Lin Fei still couldn't figure out the true meaning of this matter. He just barely knew that this was definitely related to the theocracy era. Unless the day it opened, no one would be able to guess Sovereign Devil Fiend's true purpose. Master, there are a few people outside. That Dragon 18 is also here. He had dug out a shocking secret from Sovereign Proud Dragon's memories. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the Divine General platform. His only interest was to wait for the God Force to descend so that he could reap the benefits from it. This was the most practical thing. Everything else was pointless and meaningless. Lin Fei used his divine sense to scan and couldn't help but laugh. The dragon race really has a lot of face. They actually invited people from the 10 young masters. Are they trying to force me? Hee in Master's eyes, aren't they just gifts? Anyway, we just need to pretend we don't know anything. Little Fiend laughed evilly. Right now they are in the light and I am in the dark. I have to get some benefits for myself. Outside the Senfa gate, there were indeed the 10 young masters. Young Master Peerless of the 10 young masters came from the Fortune Gate. Young Master Peerless, who was dressed in white, exuded a scholarly aura. He opened his folding fan looking elegant and suave. Young Master Unparalleled, we really have to trouble you with this matter. As long as Lin Fei agrees to return Sovereign Long Proud to us, we will be satisfied. Dragon 18 said in a low voice. These days the Dragon 18 days had not been easy. Fortunately, the second wave had yet to begin, so there was still time to resolve this matter. I'll try my best. Young Master Peerless said lightly. The Fortune Gate had also paid a visit to Lin Fei that day, and young Noble Peerless was very clear about it. The only thing he didn't expect was that this Lin Fei was becoming more and more troublesome. Even Sovereign Long Ao was defeated by him, and in the end, young Noble Peerless still had to step in. Dragon 18 knew that the Dragon Clan had paid a high price to invite young Master Peerless. They just hoped that it would work this time. They didn't want any more trouble. This was the only hope. 18th Dragon did not wish for Sovereign Proud Dragon to fall into the hands of the Dark Fetus Sovereign. If that was the case, then there would be no hope at all. Unless he stopped him halfway, whether he could succeed or not was another matter. Taoist Lin Fei, I'm young noble peerless of the Fortune Gate. I'm here to pay a visit. Young noble peerless used his divine sense to transmit his voice. In his opinion, as one of the 10 great young masters, Lin Fei had to come out and welcome him when he came to pay a visit. In the endless territories, the reputation of the 10 great dukes was a force to be reckoned with. No response. 18th Dragon stole a glance at young noble peerless' expression, and his heart sank. It seemed that the scene he had imagined didn't happen. This Lin Fei was too arrogant. He didn't dare to speak. The previous few times, as long as he spoke, the other party would definitely not reply. In the end, he could only return helplessly. Taoist Lin Fei, I'm young noble peerless of the Fortune Gate. I'm here to pay a visit. Young noble peerless spoke again. It was already very difficult to make him speak twice in a row. Ordinary people didn't have this qualification. This Lin Fei at least had this qualification. When Sovereign Proud Dragon was killed, young Master Peerless also smelled a threatening aura and saw some clues. That was why he was willing to open his mouth. This Lin Fei is too arrogant. Young noble Peerless cursed in his heart 100 times. At this time the door opened. He saw a black-robed Lin Fei walk out quickly. I was wondering why I felt that something good was coming today. So it's young noble Peerless. What an honored guest. Young noble Peerless felt a little better. This Lin Fei still had some self-awareness and didn't let him speak again. If that was really the case, he would turn around and leave, not getting involved. Seeing Lin Fei, Draconic 18 was enraged. It was this bastard who had caused him to have to run in both directions. In his heart, he repeatedly told himself, endure, you must endure. Let him be happy for now. Lin Fei's gaze fell on 18th Dragon. Why are you here? My place doesn't welcome people from the Dragon clan. He turned his head and said, young noble Peerless came just in time. Just now I was cooking dragon meat in the senfu. You can taste it. What? You cooked dragon meat? 18th Dragon couldn't bear it anymore. You shameless bastard, how dare you eat our dragon clan? Young Master Wushuang was still thinking of how to suppress Lin Fei. When he heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched. He felt a little unnatural. He was here for the dragon clan. If he really ate dragon meat, wouldn't that leave a thorn in Lin Fei's heart? Lin Fei was not easy to deal with. Dragon meat is a great tonic. Why wouldn't I eat it? I heard that this is dragon meat with the dragon god's bloodline. It must be very nourishing. I was busy washing the dragon meat just now. I was worried that I couldn't find someone to taste it with. Young noble Peerless came just in time. Come, let's go in and have a taste. Lin Fei said excitedly as he pulled young noble Peerless. 18th Dragon stared at young noble Peerless. Even though young noble Peerless was one of the top 10 young masters and a member of the Fortune Gate, the Dragon clan would bear a grudge against him if he really ate dragon meat. Young noble Peerless admired Lin Fei's guts. Not only did he kill the Dragon clan, he even cooked dragon meat. Was he trying to trick him? Fellow Taoist is too enthusiastic. Let's forget about eating dragon meat. Young noble Peerless shook his head. I haven't eaten dragon meat ever since I entered the sovereign realm. Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear Huang Xiaolong's words and continued to invite him. No, how can I do that? Young noble Peerless is one of the top 10 young masters. It is a great honor for you to be my guest. No matter what, you have to eat dragon meat. Today we will eat dragon meat. In a few days we will eat phoenix meat. Chapter 1631. In the end, young Master Peerless still entered Lin Fei's senfu. Dragon 18 was not so lucky and could only wait outside the door. However, the way he looked at young Master Peerless was not very friendly, suspecting that he would eat dragon meat. What the hell is going on? Sitting in the main hall of senfu, young Master Peerless saw a big pot that was steaming and smelling good. It really is dragon meat, how dare this guy? Young Master Peerless did not expect Lin Fei to be so unreasonable. He knew that he was invited, but he still dared to cook dragon meat so openly. This was putting him in a difficult position. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come. He felt so aggrieved. The pot of steaming dragon meat still had the bloodline of the dragon god. After adding immortal herbs of various sizes, the taste was unbelievably good, and the rolling fragrance constantly stimulated young Master Peerless. If there was no one around, young Master Peerless would not mind tasting dragon meat of this level. Now, he did not dare to eat it even if he had 100 guts. This was not the right time. Dragon meat with the bloodline of the dragon god was not something one could eat at any time. Young Master Peerless, are you really not going to try it? This is good stuff. Lin Fei did not have such scruples. He had eaten dragon meat in the lower realm, but compared to this dragon meat, the taste was worlds apart. They were not on the same level. No need, I am really not interested in dragon meat. Lin Fei picked up a piece of dragon meat and ate it in a few bites. His body was emitting divine light. This was because the dragon meat had too much energy, and Lin Fei could eat it without any problems. Then I will do as you wish. Lin Fei ate a dozen more pieces of dragon meat. So delicious, dragon meat is really the most delicious in the world. With every sentence Lin Fei said, the divine light would spit out. Young Master Peerless secretly cursed Lin Fei to explode on the spot. At first, after seeing Lin Fei, she couldn't say a single word. She was dragged away by Lin Fei everywhere. It was very uncomfortable, but she couldn't say anything. Whoever said that Lin Fei was a reckless fellow, young Master Peerless would definitely get angry with him. Young Master Peerless felt that it was time to get down to business and could not continue. The gluttonous worm in his stomach was beginning to stir. If he continued, he might really have to eat a few mouthfuls of dragon meat before he was satisfied. Fellow Lin Fei, my trip here is actually for Long Ao in your hands. I was entrusted by the Dragon Clan to hope that you can hand over the Dragon Pearl, and they are willing to pay the price. As for the matter of you killing Long Ao's body, they are willing to no longer pursue it. What do you think? Young Master Wushuang said. Lin Fei picked up a piece of dragon meat and ate it in one bite. They want to buy it back? You can say that. Young Master Wushuang tried hard to shift his gaze away from the pot of dragon meat. As long as you agree they are willing to pay the price. Lin Fei already knew the other party's intention. If it was before, Lin Fei might really agree to young Master Wushuang's condition and let them pay the price to buy the Dragon Pearl back. But after knowing the secret, Lin Fei didn't think so anymore. No matter how good a good thing was, it was not as practical as divine power. Who asked the era of theocracy to come soon, other things were not as good as divine power. The people of the Dragon Clan are really generous. They don't care about killing people. Lin Fei said as he ate, but I have already promised Ruler Iron Stone. I'm afraid I can't promise you this. Young Master Wushuang knew it would be like this. Fellow, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Young Master Wushuang came on behalf of the Dragon Clan to make Lin Fei change his mind. The Dragon Clan came with sincerity. This is what they entrusted me to hand over to you. It was also a storage ring. Young Master Wushuang sighed in his heart. The Dragon Clan really bowed their heads. Was Ruler Long Ao very important? The Dragon Clan is really generous. It seems that they really came with sincerity. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and found that it was full of holy stone. He seemed to have learned his preferences from Ruler Iron Stone. Lin Fei was not interested in treasures and the like. His greatest interest was the holy stone vein. These could be converted into endless energy points, which could help him summon more war angels. They came with sincerity, but you ate dragon meat in front of them. If the people of the Dragon Clan found out, they would be angered to death by your actions. It was the first time that young Master Wushuang saw a person like Lin Fei. Not only did he offend the Demon Profound sect, but he also offended the Dragon Clan. He was not worried at all. He still ate and slept. The Dragon Clan is sincere. As long as you agree to return the Dragon Pearl, they will satisfy your needs. Young Master Wushuang saw that Lin Fei was a little tempted. He hurriedly said while the iron was hot, trying to persuade Lin Fei to change his mind. Lin Fei rubbed his eyebrows and looked at young Master Wushuang. Can you really guarantee that they won't pursue this matter? As long as young Master Wushuang guarantees that they won't pursue this matter, I will agree. Guarantee? Isn't this just cheating me? Who doesn't know that the Dragon Clan is the most untrustworthy? Unless you are stronger than the Dragon Clan. Young Master Wushuang was very clear about this in his heart. He would definitely not agree to a guarantee. Young Master Wushuang seems to have scruples. Then forget about this matter. Lin Fei ate the dragon meat again. Anyway, they can't do anything to me now. I can live as long as I can. At the very least, I have eaten dragon meat of the dragon god bloodline. That taste. In the end, young Master Wushuang returned empty-handed and even wasted a storage ring. That shameless Lin Fei did not even ask for it back. Young Master Wushuang, did he agree? Although 18th Dragon was very unhappy, he had to suppress his anger and ask. I can't do anything about Lin Fei. Young Master Wushuang shook his head. He is too cunning. That's it? This was different from what he had expected. He didn't give it to him? 18th Dragon asked. Is he really going to go against the Dragon Clan? Moreover, you are one of the 10 great childs. Is Lin Fei not going to give you face? Young Master Wushuang was in a bad mood today. He, one of the 10 great young masters, was actually unable to suppress Lin Fei, and he was already filled with anger. Now that he heard such words, he coldly snorted, and his sharp gaze swept across. He can disrespect the dragon clan, but why should he give me any face? If you have the ability, go and talk to him yourself. After saying that, he turned and left. Young Master Wushuang. 18th Dragon could only watch as young Master Wushuang left. This bastard. Looking at Senfu, 18th Dragon gritted his teeth. Everyone was paying attention to the dragon clan. When the news that Lin Fei cooked dragon meat alone and even invited young Master Wushuang, it caused quite a stir. He was too daring. Killing Long Ao was already very hurtful. Now that he ate dragon meat, he did not take the dragon clan seriously. Chapter 1632. The matter between the dragon race and Lin Fei was in a deadlock for the time being. No matter how angry the dragon race was on this divine mountain, they could not really kill Lin Fei and snatch back Sovereign Long Ao's dragon pearl. Ruler Ironstone, who was under the Dark Embryo Overlord, was even more eager. The dragon race invited young Master Wushuang of the Fortune Gate as a lobbyist, but in the end he returned without any success. Ruler Ironstone was shocked and was quite agitated. In order to avoid trouble, he kept looking for Lin Fei. Lin Fei had been intentionally keeping Hegemon Ironstone in suspense, refusing to agree. His actions had left Hegemon Ironstone quite confused, but he couldn't say anything bad about it. The Senfu turned gray one after another. The competition on the high platform continued. Anyone who lost the qualification would have their Senfu turn gray, indicating that they had been eliminated. Lin Fei was not as attentive as before. During this period he went through several rounds of battles and easily won the other party. Lin Fei did not hide anything. He increased the output of his divine power. No matter what treasures they had, they died in the face of the rolling divine power. Therefore Lin Fei's reputation became more and more resounding. Lin Fei did not care about fame. In these battles, the mastery of divine talismans was the happiest thing for Lin Fei. At the beginning he had mastered the first-level divine talisman, but now he had mastered the fifth-level divine talisman attack. The higher the grade of the divine talisman, the stronger its power. Lin Fei relied on the upgrade system to easily calculate the divine talismans, and his battle speed was also exceptionally fast. The comprehension ability of those with the heavenly god bloodline really cannot be underestimated. Lin Fei would also pay attention to the top 10 young masters and the rulers of some powerful races. Their comprehension ability was also very terrifying. Among them, young Master Luo Xian, who had also comprehended high-grade divine talismans and displayed powerful abilities. From the beginning to the end he was still ranked first. Second was Ruler Dark Sacred of the Demon Mystic Sect. Third was young Master Immortal God, a disciple of the Myriad Tao Overlord. Fourth was young Master Peerless, the ruler of the Fortune Gate. Dead? When Lin Fei reached the 952 floor, a voice rang out. The devilish Hegemon was dead. Seeing this, Lin Fei suspected that he was seeing things. That fellow, who had a heavenly god's bloodline, had died so easily at the other party's hands. Even though the other party was quite famous, he was not as strong as the evil sovereign. Something's fishy. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. He refused to believe that it was true. There is still a big secret hidden in this. Perhaps the secret is about to be revealed. The evil devil ruler definitely wouldn't die just like that. Lin Fei firmly believed this. However, he couldn't figure out why the evil devil ruler would be killed at a time like this. There will be a move soon. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to meet a guy with a deity's bloodline. Now I only have Dragon Proud as my master. Lin Fei shook his head. Ever since he killed Sovereign Proud Dragon's main body that day, he hadn't encountered anyone with the bloodline of a heavenly god. As for other lower-level bloodlines, he had encountered them a few times. Lin Fei didn't care about those bloodlines. What he wanted now were people with heavenly god bloodlines. Are you still going to warn me? After Lin Fei killed yet another race's powerhouse, Lin Fei's eyes widened. Hegemon Su Feng came once more, but this time, there was another handsome Hegemon by her side. However, his expression wasn't very friendly towards Lin Fei. Little Feng, I already said that there's nothing to say to this sort of person. The young man in embroidered robes said. Hegemon Su Feng glanced coldly at the young man in embroidered robes, then said to Lin Fei, "You still haven't thought it through? This is the last time I'll remind you." Lin Fei truly hadn't expected that Hegemon Su Feng would come looking for him again, and that she would even warn him again. He was quite excited. He had once captured Hegemon Su Feng. If I insist on doing things my own way, won't I disappoint you? Lin Fei looked at Hegemon Su Feng as he spoke. Hegemon Su Feng knew that this would happen when she came. Lin Fei's temper was simply too stubborn. Hegeman Su Feng knew that he had offended the dragons recently and had refused young Master Peerless' kind offer. She was quite impressed that he had the guts to do something like this. The implications of this matter were simply too great. If Lin Fei really got caught up in it, he would definitely be completely devoured in the end, even his skin and bones. Hegeman Su Feng came to warn Lin Fei. What she had imagined had happened. She had to admit that Lin Fei was quite talented. After all, he had made it this far. However, the final step was a bottomless abyss. Little Feng, you can give up now. This guy won't listen to your advice at all. Someone like him will die for nothing. He thinks he's so powerful because he has a few tricks up his sleeve. In the eyes of others, he's nothing more than a clown. Hegeman Allwoods laughed arrogantly. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a wicked glint. Were you again? Why did you come all the way here? Do you think I won't kill you when the time comes? Hegeman Allwoods laughed. Look at you. You're full of vulgarities and you even dare to attack the phoenixes. He couldn't stand the sight of Hegeman Su Feng flirting with a human with a lowly bloodline. Lin Fei suddenly sized up Hegeman Allwoods, then began to chuckle. So you're a member of the phoenixes. No wonder you're so arrogant. You're just like that dragon. Right, I heard that phoenixes taste pretty good and they taste just as good as dragon meat. I don't know if that's true or not, but I hope you don't mind if I slaughter you and cook a pot of dragon phoenix soup. You're courting death. Hegeman Allwoods' eyes turned cold. Lin Fei puffed out his chest, then patted it. Come and kill me then. If you don't dare to kill me, then you're a coward. Hegeman Allwoods truly didn't dare to attack. This guy was simply too shameless. He clearly knew that he couldn't kill anyone here, but he was still trying to provoke him. Hegeman Allwoods gnashed his teeth when he saw Lin Fei. Hegeman Su Feng didn't like Hegeman Allwoods at all. When she saw that Lin Fei had taken a beating, she revealed a hint of a smile. However, it disappeared in a flash and Lin Fei easily caught it. I respect your choice. I hope that I'll have the chance to see you again. Hegeman Su Feng knew better than anyone else that Lin Fei was quite talented. After they left this place, there would be a huge gap between the two of them. It wasn't something that could be bridged by anyone. Lin Fei chuckled and said, You and I can be considered friends. If you run into any trouble that day, just send someone to inform me, and I'll definitely come and help you without a second thought. My words carry enormous weight. Hegeman Allwoods finally found an opportunity to mock Lin Fei. Lin Fei, don't even think about it. Not only have you offended the demon mystic sect, but you've also offended the dragon race. You need to survive first. Don't brag so casually. Lin Fei watched as Hegeman Su Feng left. Master, that guy is too detestable. Do you want me to poke his eyes and let him have a good time? The little devil couldn't bear to watch any longer. Why bother with someone like him? Lin Fei shook his head. The next time I see him, I'll just kill him and turn him into a pot of dragon phoenix soup. That'll relieve my anger. Master is still the best. Chapter 1633. Something big was about to happen. Lin Fei had never doubted Little Devil's words. He represented the system, and if he said something big was about to happen, there wouldn't be much deviation. The God bloodline is awesome. I can upgrade my bloodline to the God bloodline at any time. I guarantee you guys will be shocked. Lin Fei didn't care about the God bloodline. He currently had the space bloodline and the time bloodline. Everything was well hidden, and even the 10 young masters couldn't see it for the time being. Master, you can indeed upgrade the God bloodline. I used the system to calculate that these guys with the God bloodline here are all pawns. It's hard for you to meet them for the time being, and they are just waiting for you to open the limit of the God bloodline and enter the God realm or even the pseudo-God realm. Master, upgrade your bloodline to the God bloodline. When the time comes with the system's functions, you can plunder unlimited benefits. Lin Fei could indeed upgrade his bloodline at any time. Although he was a peak 8-star ruler, Lin Fei had already entered the 9 stars ruler realm through opening the experience chest. Could be said that Lin Fei could enter the God realm at any time. Of course, there was a prerequisite. He needed a large amount of divine power to transform his physical body. His current divine power was far from enough, and this was an opportunity. Lin Fei wouldn't miss this great opportunity. Lin Fei felt that Little Fiend's words were very reasonable. His celestial god equipment could only be fully unleashed when matched with the celestial god realm. Ruler Su Feng reminded me again that I also need to upgrade my bloodline power. Lin Fei turned around and returned to Senfu. Exchange for a level 1 god bloodline. Lin Fei currently had an innumerable amount of divinity points. He easily exchanged for a level 1 god bloodline. In other words, it was a 1-star god bloodline. Do you want to refine and upgrade your bloodline? Yes. In a secret chamber in Senfu, Lin Fei was also speeding up the upgrade of his bloodline. He wanted to increase it as much as possible so that he could obtain the greatest benefits in the upcoming event. After all, it seemed hopeless to hope to control a few more people with Heavenly God bloodlines for the time being. Level 1 Heavenly God bloodline upgrade complete. After activating time acceleration, Lin Fei's bloodline underwent an earth-shattering transformation. His body now possessed a trace of the true might of a heavenly god. Even if he was asleep, Lin Fei could easily cultivate to the 1-star heavenly god realm. Exchange for a grade 2 heavenly god bloodline. After resting for a while, Lin Fei began to upgrade his bloodline again. The deity bloodline needed to be upgraded one level at a time, and there was nothing Lin Fei could do about it. Fortunately, with the help of the system, his physical body was able to adapt easily, and the time needed to upgrade was much faster. If outsiders were to find out about this kind of speed of improvement, they would probably be completely dumbfounded. The heavenly deity bloodline that they inherited was limited, unless they had a treasure that could increase the power of their bloodline. However, how could they compare it to Lin Fei's speed? It was truly infuriating to compare. On this day, a blood-red color appeared without warning in the tens of thousands of layers of space. The dazzling blood-red color was very eye-catching. Is the divine gate about to open? In a secret chamber of Senfu, young Master Luo Xian felt a faint throbbing in his heart. He raised his head and looked outside. His gaze fell on the chaotic space outside, and his handsome face also frowned. But why is it earlier than before? As the head of the 10 princes, young Master Luo Xian was born with a natural phenomenon. As his bloodline continued to be stimulated, many secrets kept on being activated. Even the experts of the sect had to be polite to him, especially after opening a treasure left behind in the past. After obtaining the treasure, his strength improved greatly, and his status rose even faster. Young Master Luo Xian stood up, took a step and arrived in the sky above Senfu. After so many years, I have been waiting for this day. I can also return to the heavenly god realm, and even have a chance to break through to a higher realm. Whoosh, a wave of energy spread. A figure quietly appeared not far away from young Master Luo Xian. Taoist Dark Saint, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others for appearing so sneakily? The black-robed young Master Dark Saint said calmly, "What's there to laugh at? I'm just here to see you. You and I both know that the divine gate is about to open, and the battle between us is about to begin. I wonder if after the divine gate opens, will you be able to maintain your position as the head of the 10 princes, or will I be able to suppress you? I'm looking forward to that day. Back then you weren't my match and it'll be the same this time. I've already cultivated my cultivation technique to the Great Circle, and I'm just waiting for this final step." Young Master Luo Xian said heroically. "Therefore you are destined to lose." Ah! Sovereign Dark Saint laughed loudly. "There are always surprises in everything. You and I both have the bloodline of heavenly gods. It's still uncertain who will suppress who. The two of you think too highly of yourselves? Are there only the two of you in the battle of heavenly gods?" Another figure appeared in the sky. It was the third-ranked young Master Immortal God. He carried a long sword on his back. "The two of you have the bloodline of heavenly gods, and so do I. Although I don't know why the divine gate opens early, our time has come. With opponents like you, I'll be very motivated." If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely understand what Sovereign Su Feng was saying. Every single one of the 10 princes had a powerful background. Young Master Luo Xian said unhurriedly. "Everyone came here with a goal in mind. Whoever can complete the mission will have to rely on their own abilities. Don't fall here and become a joke. Haha, let's wait and see." The two figures quietly dispersed after laughing loudly. Young Master Luo Xian raised his head again and looked at the smear of blood in the myriad layers space. What happened up there? Why did the divine gate open early? His voice became softer and softer. Another 20 years passed. The smear of blood was like the setting sun in the sky, dyeing the vast space red. From a sliver at the beginning to a blood-red scene, the change was getting bigger and bigger. It made it difficult for everyone to figure out what this blood-red was. Everyone could vaguely sense a terrifying aura within the blood-red. This aura was enough to kill them. Be it the experts on the Sacred Mountain Palace or the sovereigns who were competing for the position of Heavenly General, none of them could remain calm. Only the powerhouses who knew some secrets could calm down a little. However, they were not any better. Even the top-notch powerhouses felt threatened by the crimson light. No one knew what the blood-red was. Fortunately, although the blood-red looked close, they were still very far away. For the time being, they did not have to worry too much. Moreover, this was a place set up by a god. The terrifying blood red might not be able to invade this place. Boom. On this day in the 30th year, the myriad layers space welcomed a terrifying aura. This aura surged into the sky. In the face of this terrifying aura, everyone could not move. Even the top-notch peak 8-star sovereigns revealed an inexplicable fear on their faces. Boom. Boom. There was not just one terrifying aura, there were 9 of them. Chapter 1634. The terrifying aura woke everyone up. Whether it was those who were cultivating in seclusion or others, they all came out of the immortal abode and witnessed this terrifying scene. The boundless blood-red color was directly crushed into nothingness by the 9 auras. The space outside returned to how it was before. The elders of the 8 top sects and 7 overlord forces were scared white in the face of this powerful and terrifying aura. This is the aura of a god. Yes, it must be a powerful god. The strength of a god is too terrifying. Why would a god tear through space and come down? Is he going to be conferred as a god? But the arena battle is only halfway through. Many people did not understand. In front of this powerful aura they were as weak as ants. How could they understand why this was happening? They could only watch as the 9 tyrannical auras rushed down. Damn, they're here so soon. Lin Fei also woke up from the secret chamber. Master, this is the aura of a god. I can feel it. If you kill them, I guarantee that there will be many benefits. The little devil egged him on. You want me to kill a god? You might as well say that you want me to die. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. How could this guy say such a thing? Aren't I just saying? While speaking, Lin Fei's eyes were fixed on the 9 tyrannical auras. Is this a real heavenly god? Lin Fei did not think that the strength of a heavenly god would be so tyrannical. A total of 9 tyrannical auras descended. It was obvious that 9 powerful people had attacked, and it was faster than expected. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 auras rushed down and broke through everything. In front of the 9 auras, the strong defense was like a thin piece of paper. It's gone. The 9 auras appeared in the sky above Senfu. Lin Fei was instantly suppressed by this aura. He could not move his body as if he was a 10,000-ton mountain. At this time, Lin Fei realized that the blue seed that he was carrying had disappeared without any warning. He did not feel that the seed had disappeared. Lin Fei had underestimated the use of the seed. Right now, Lin Fei couldn't care less about where the seeds were going. The most important thing for him was that he was about to get his hands on the most important benefits. The most important thing was to get the most out of this. The 9 auras turned into 9 huge pillars of light. These 9 pillars of light were like the pillars of the sea, emitting a powerful and invincible aura. The gray-robed emissary who had been controlling the divine mountain had also disappeared without a trace. The terrifying aura stopped for a moment. 5-colored divine light descended from the sky and shrouded the sky above Senfu. The eyes of the top-notch experts on the God Mountain lit up as they revealed looks of envy. That was true divine power. Divine power was going to transform one's physical body, allowing one to advance by leaps and bounds. Wah wah wah. At this moment the figures automatically flew out under the pressure. Look everyone. That's Mr. Luo Xian of the Jingyi school. Is he going to be apotheosized? Young Master Dark Saint went as well. Young Master Wushuang, Young Master Immortal God, they have gone too. One hegemon after another soared into the sky. The divine light entered their bodies. Everyone had an intoxicated look on their faces. Those hegemons who did not get their turn could only stare helplessly at this moment. It was indescribable how sullen it was that they could not obtain the opportunity that belonged to them. Struggle? It was useless. The terrifying aura locked onto them, making them unable to move. They could only watch helplessly. This was the saddest thing in the world. At this moment, there were dozens of hegemons in the sky, allowing the divine light to shine on their bodies. It made countless people's eyes turn red. The people from the 8 major sects and the 7 super overlords also smiled at this moment. Even though there were some changes, the final change had not changed. Everything was going according to plan, which made them feel relieved. The God's Gate has opened. Our demon mystic sect is finally going to have another heavenly god. The 5 elders of the demon mystic sect had smiles on their faces. He was a heavenly god. In the endless territory it meant a lot. No matter how powerful the hegemons of the 9 stars were, they could kill a heavenly god with a single finger. The difference between gods and immortals was not something that could be made up for with strength. It was a difference in life forms. They had spent so much effort just to have another heavenly god in the demon mystic sect. Now everything was worth it. The dozens of lucky ones all had the bloodline of a heavenly god. Even if it wasn't the bloodline of a heavenly god, it was still an extremely tyrannical bloodline. The divine light kept transforming their bodies, and the heavenly god bloodline in their bodies was also activated to the limit. Traces of heavenly god pressure also appeared. This isn't right. Lin Fei struggled several times, but he was still suppressed by the pressure. Something even more unexpected happened. The Dragon Ball broke through the limit, regained its freedom, and soared into the sky. Hegeman Long Ao grinned. Haha, Lin Fei, you didn't expect it, right? We, who have the bloodline of a heavenly god, are the lucky ones. As long as you don't destroy the Dragon Ball, I can still reap the benefits. When the body is reconstructed, it will be your time of death. No one can save you. The Dragon Ball broke through the void and stopped next to a pillar of light. The seal was broken. Hegeman Long Ao's primordial spirit was bathed in the divine light, revealing an expression of enjoyment as it crazily absorbed the divine light. Damn, I calculated wrong. Seeing this situation, Lin Fei knew that his calculation was wrong. These guys with the bloodline of a heavenly god were really lucky to be able to obtain the divine light. This was completely different from the expected situation. Lin Fei also became anxious. The divine light contained divine power, which was what he cared about. Little devil, try and see if you can absorb the divine light. They eat the meat, we have to drink the soup. Lin Fei urged the little devil. The 9 auras were extremely tyrannical. Even if he wore the heavenly god set, Lin Fei didn't have much confidence. After all, this was not the pressure of a heavenly god. He didn't see the terrifying blood color, which was also completely destroyed by the 9 auras. At least he couldn't see it now. Whether it would appear in the future was another matter. Rumble. And at this moment something strange happened. Hundreds of blue lights soared into the sky, intertwining in the space. Once the blue light appeared, it quickly took root in the space. A tender sprout appeared, crazily absorbing the divine light, and quickly turned into a group of towering trees. Damn, these are those blue seeds, they are actually tree seeds. Lin Fei recognized them at a glance. They were the blue seeds that disappeared before. That devilish hegemon was lying, this thing might be aimed at the divine light. Lin Fei curled his lips, understanding the true use of the seeds. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of towering trees stood tall, stealing a large amount of the divine light. At this moment, a sword light appeared in the sky, slashing at the hundreds of towering trees. Obviously, someone above knew that the towering trees below were stealing the divine light, so he used his sword to stop it. It was a very ordinary sword. Everyone felt the terror of this sword. If it landed on them, they would definitely die. The hundreds of towering trees suddenly turned into a towering tree that was billions of zhang tall. The densely packed branches moved, blocking the sharp sword just like that. Why bother? Chapter 1635. The sword exploded as if it had been struck by a terrifying attack. Shards of sword light flew everywhere, and countless senfu were destroyed by the shards. The rulers inside were also unlucky. When the voice landed in everyone's ears, it sounded like an ancient voice, filled with endless vicissitudes. F***ck, what's going on? Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. That sword's power made even his heart palpitate, but it had been easily broken by this voice. Where did it come from? Lin Fei did his best to resist the pressure and looked at the towering tree in the distance. Whoosh, the sword that came down from the sky was shattered, and the second sword came again. Everyone could feel that the owner of this sword was angry. Whoosh. The towering tree brushed against the sword light, once again displaying its terrifying offensive power, and shattered the sword into nothingness. Its power was beyond everyone's imagination. Damn it, what is this thing? It's stealing our Shenshi. That's our Shenshi. Damn it, where did it come from? The lucky ones were all cursing, but they couldn't stop the towering tree from stealing. They didn't see that the sword was easily blocked by the tree. They vaguely had a bad feeling. It seemed that this time, it would be very difficult for them to become gods. The branches in the sky danced, and the Shunshi's light was constantly stolen. The blue fluorescence grew brighter and brighter, and a huge vortex formed around the towering tree. The Shunshi in the 9 pillars of light was mercilessly sucked into the vortex, and the amount of Shunshi that landed on the lucky ones was almost negligible. I thought they would benefit greatly. Why did this thing pop out? Now they're in trouble. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Bang bang bang. Before Lin Fei finished laughing, the towering tree swept towards the 9 pillars of light. The first pillar exploded. The second pillar also exploded. The third pillar of light exploded again. The 9 pillars of endless pressure exploded one after another, and the sky was filled with Shenshi's light. The dense Shinshi's light floated everywhere. The towering tree continued to plunder, its roots extending all the way. Countless roots broke through the divine mountain's defenses and took root. Dodge. Damn thing, how did you come out? As soon as the roots landed on the divine mountain, they immediately took root and extended towards the depths of the mountain. Some people tried to stop it, but their attacks were repelled when they landed on the roots. They could only watch helplessly. With so much divine light, even if I were to absorb just a little bit of it, it would be enough for my strength to rise by a large margin. Some envious people saw the hole that had been opened and immediately rushed out. They wanted to steal the light of the divine light to increase their own strength so that they wouldn't miss out on such a great opportunity. They are courting death. The elders of the 8 great sects all retreated to a safe zone. They looked at those people and laughed coldly. Things were good, but they needed to be alive to use them. Bam bam bam. As soon as they arrived at the opening, a sky full of tree branches swept towards them, ripping them to shreds. No matter how powerful a sovereign was, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from this towering tree. The people who were just about to charge up were now so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone dispersed. The divine light was a good thing, but for the sake of their lives they didn't want to fight over it. After all, there were some sovereigns who were exceptionally strong, but they had been torn to shreds in a single exchange. The people of the 8 great sects were now gathered in one area. Everyone's faces were solemn, and their eyes were filled with confusion. What was going on? At first there was blood. Now there was the towering tree and the ancient voice. They didn't know any of this. The divine light is going underground. Something's going to go wrong this time. Everyone, think about how we're going to survive if the thing under the divine mountain comes out. The people of the 8 great sects had unsightly expressions. There was a terrifying existence under the divine mountain that they didn't know about. It was using the opportunity of the ascension to steal the divine light to break through some kind of restriction. Right now they were standing in the most dangerous place. Rumble. Rumble. Before they could even finish speaking, the enormous divine mountain began to shake. Then the earth cracked and the divine mountain was on the verge of collapsing. The experts of the 8 great sects were at a loss for what to do. If they flew outside and got sucked into the boundless space, it would be troublesome to return. If they didn't leave, they would have no chance of survival once the monster under the divine mountain appeared. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They flew outside. Whoosh, suddenly, a black shadow flashed past, and a group of experts at the front flew out and fell from the sky, turning into blood water that filled the sky. You don't need to leave. Hundreds of black puppets blocked their way. A murderous aura swept over. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They're Sky City's puppet oracles. Someone immediately shouted. Kill. Hundreds of black puppets turned into black shadows and attacked. They didn't use any techniques, just the long black sabers in their hands. They instantly killed their way into the crowd, causing chaos. Everyone, fight them to the death. The hundreds of puppets were extremely powerful. Most importantly, they were impervious to weapons and their defense was terrifying. They killed 8-star sovereigns with a single slash, and in the blink of an eye, the people on the mountain suffered heavy casualties. Master, we've probably been sucked into the great maelstrom. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Was there even a need to say it? Lin Fei immediately noticed the changes on the divine mountain. Hundreds of puppets were killing sovereigns and almost no one was a match for them. Can you absorb the divine light? Yes. Although he didn't know why there was such a change, Lin Fei took the opportunity to use the system to plunder. A portion of the divine light that had been sucked into the great maelstrom was now pulled over by the system. Obtain divine light. Discovered 10,000 divinity points. Obtain divine light. Discovered 50,000 divinity points. Every time he converted a portion of the divine light, Lin Fei obtained a large number of divinity points. In a short time he had obtained millions of divinity points, and the number was still rising. Turn the functions to the maximum. Lin Fei hid in Senfu, not afraid of being discovered. Gradually, a great maelstrom appeared around him. Although it wasn't as big as the towering tree in the sky, it was still of a certain scale. As for those lucky ones, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered. What's under the divine mountain? Most of the divine light has been snatched away. Lin Fei turned the system functions to the maximum, but he still couldn't compare to the other party. The other party was like an ocean while he was like a small river. The difference was huge. Now Lin Fei only wanted to know what was on the divine mountain. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the divine mountain. Boom. Boom. The huge divine mountain collapsed in an instant, turning into nothingness under this aura. It could be said that the divine mountain no longer existed. Time stopped at this moment. That's Chapter 1636. Logically speaking, the sacred mountain should have been blasted into nothingness by the terrifying aura. There shouldn't have been anything left behind. Lin Fei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he looked over. Without the sacred mountain, a small space was sealed in its original position. In the center of the blood-colored space was a huge, malevolent head that was extremely eye-catching. Anyone who was still alive would have noticed the sealed space under the sacred mountain. What a grand plan, using a space to seal a head. Lin Fei was full of admiration. Did the voice from before come from this head? The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Fei wouldn't have believed that there was another sealed space under the sacred mountain, suppressing a huge head inside. He wondered who was so unlucky as to be suppressed here. Master, that head is not simple. Little Devil jumped out again. Didn't you notice that this head contains a dense amount of divine power? This divine power is exactly the same as the one we saw before. There's such a thing? Even though the head was sealed in space and its powerful aura constantly attacked the spatial barrier, Lin Fei could still feel a sense of familiarity from the other party's divine power. Damn, it really is a little familiar. Isn't this divine power? Lin Fei's jaw dropped. This divine power is actually the divine light we refined on the sacred mountain. Little Devil seemed to have become a theorist as she sat on Lin Fei's shoulder. If I'm not wrong, this head has a great background. It's the kind with a high status. The other party couldn't kill this person, so they could only suppress him under the sacred mountain. Everything on the sacred mountain changed because of him. That's why along the way all the plants and flowers have divinity. It should be because of this head. Those people tried to use this method to continuously weaken the other party's strength over the years, but it seems like this method won't work. Lin Fei had the same thought as Little Devil. This head had a noble status. The fact that it was still alive showed how powerful it was. If not for the destruction of the sacred mountain today, Lin Fei wouldn't have imagined that there was a sealed space and a huge head below. It looks like he's about to break the sealed space. The sealed space continued to tremble, but it was still not broken by the head. The huge head shook its body and a red-robed youth walked out. This person was very young, extremely young, and his body flowed with an ancient and noble aura. The red-robed youth casually stood there like a tall mountain that could support both the heavens and the earth. Everything around him seemed incomparably small. After so many years, it's all over. His calm voice reverberated throughout the vast space, then spread out to the rest of the endless territory. In that instant, everyone in every corner of the endless territories heard this voice, and the endless territories were instantly shaken. It didn't matter if they were in seclusion or not, all of their expressions changed drastically. This was especially true for the top-notch experts. They could all sense the terror brought about by that voice. They were completely moved. They searched everywhere for the source of the sound, but unfortunately they found nothing. Too powerful. At such a close distance, Lin Fei felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. Just who did this to suppress him here? And it seems like they dismembered him. Just a head is so terrifying. If the remaining parts were to be combined, wouldn't that be a heaven-defying might? This was the strongest person Lin Fei had ever seen. No, it should be the strongest head. Lin Fei didn't doubt at all that if this person breathed on him, he would die with a grudge even if he wore the celestial god set. This person was so powerful that he couldn't be defeated, at least for now. The red-robed youth walked towards the sealed space. With every step he took, a huge crack appeared in the sealed space. After 10 steps, the sealed space was on the verge of collapsing. Whoosh, the sealed space was on the verge of collapsing. There was a flash of light in the sky above the sealed space. Suddenly, a yellow-robed figure appeared, standing quietly in the air above the sealed space. Primal Chaos, you've finally come out. The yellow-robed person's voice was very calm, but it was filled with disdain. Heh, if I didn't come out, would I have been suppressed by you for another 100,000 chaos years? The red-robed youth also said calmly, it's enough that this has happened once. There's no need for a second time. We still underestimated your schemes. You were even able to trigger the blood moon and nearly messed up our plans. Although you shattered the divine mountain, it's a pity that 100,000 chaos years have passed. How much power do you have left? If we can suppress you once, we can suppress you a second time. The yellow-robed person laughed as he attacked the red-robed youth. The entire space began to tremble. A terrifying aura swept out, spreading out like ripples. Do you think I'm still the primal chaos from 100,000 chaos years ago? You're gravely mistaken. The red-robe youth used his ultimate move. The two exchanged blows very quickly. Heaven and earth shook and stars fell. No one could clearly see the traces of their exchange. *CK, this is too dangerous. Lin Fei's hair stood on end. The terrifying aura came wave after wave and his scalp went numb. If the shockwaves reach me, won't I be finished? I have to move to another place as soon as possible. Lin Fei was not in the mood to care about who won and who lost. It was better for him to hide in a safe place when two important figures were fighting. Lin Fei came out of Senfu. The originally densely packed Senfu was now in a mess. Many of them had been destroyed and the rulers inside were also unlucky. One could only say that they were unlucky. Lin Fei turned back to look at that space. The terrifying auras made his scalp go numb. If the two did not fight, this would definitely not end. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei had just left to find a safe place. Another resplendent pillar of light descended from above. It was incomparably dazzling, and it was even thicker than the previous 9 auras. Divine light again. Lin Fei was instantly attracted. The lucky ones who had been hiding in all directions were directly pulled by a force to the side of the pillar of light. They absorbed the divine light, and their auras began to rise. I almost missed a good opportunity. Lin Fei had plundered a bunch just now, but it was a pity that it was not enough. It was far from what he wanted. Immediately snatched the divine power for me. Lin Fei activated the system, and the next moment his expression changed. The system actually could not plunder the divine power. That place was sealed by a layer of power. This is messing with me. The divine power made Lin Fei stare blankly. Lin Fei was not willing to give up just like that. Chapter 1637. In the distance, the two big shots were fighting fiercely, and waves of terrifying aura soared into the sky. Looking at the pillar of light not far away, according to a certain level, there stood one lucky person after another. Among them, ruler Proud Dragon, who had escaped from Lin Fei's hands, was originally left with a primordial spirit. Now, under the nourishment of divine power, it transformed into a divine body, which was even stronger than the original dragon body. Since you are stopping me from plundering divine power, then I will go all out. No one can stop me from plundering divine power. Hearing the little devil's method, Lin Fei checked according to what she said. After checking, he really found that there was a problem with their position. They were absorbing divine power according to a certain position. This should be specially prepared for them. In less than a moment, the aura on their bodies became tyrannical, and traces of divine light drilled out of their bodies, unimpeded. This was a sign that the divine body was about to take shape. They wanted to break through to the heavenly god realm and become a heavenly god. The most basic thing was to transform the immortal body into a divine body. As long as they became a divine body, their body could contain terrifying divine power. Even the current Lin Fei couldn't store divine power in his body. He could only transform divinity points into divine power, and his body was a tool. Lin Fei's bloodline had also become a heavenly god's bloodline. Becoming a divine body was also something he had to do. Master, you have to be careful. This divine power should be prepared for them. If you go plundering divine power, you might be attacked. It's better to wear the heavenly god set. The little devil reminded him. You don't need to say that. Lin Fei took out the black heavenly god set, which he had opened at a great price. The black battle armor had perfect lines, and it emitted a terrifying pressure of a heavenly god. At this moment, it was suppressed by the pressure of that big shot, and it seemed to be nothing. After wearing the heavenly god set, Lin Fei's mind moved, and the battle armor was hidden in his body. If one wasn't exceptionally strong, they wouldn't be able to see the heavenly god battle armor in his body. Lin Fei grabbed the black heavenly god battle blade in his hand, and with a flash of divinity, he rushed towards the huge pillar of light. With the help of divine power, ruler Proud Dragon rebuilt a perfect body. His defense was even stronger than before. That damned Lin Fei, he never thought that I would have a chance to turn things around. When I become an Empyrean god, I will definitely grind Lin Fei's bones to dust. Hegemon Proud Dragon laughed sinisterly, desperately absorbing divine power. There's actually someone coming this way. You overestimate yourself and even dare to snatch divine power. Standing in a fixed position, Hegemon Proud Dragon laughed coldly. Suddenly, he discovered that this person was actually Lin Fei. This kid actually didn't die. What kind of luck is this? Hegemon Proud Dragon recognized him at a glance. He thought of the scene of him being captured again, as well as the scene of Lin Fei's arrogance. He almost couldn't turn things around. Lin Fei was very fast. Along the way, the surrounding space instantly became like mud, and Lin Fei's speed also slowed down. Lin Fei activated his spatial bloodline and tried to pass through. Right now the space was shrouded by power. No matter what Lin Fei did, he always passed through, as though this layer of power was specifically used to block him. Lin Fei, you lowly bastard, you want to obtain divine power support? Why don't you take a look at what you are? You don't deserve divine power support. Hegemon Proud Dragon laughed loudly. Even though he really wanted to kill Lin Fei right now, being able to mock him was also a good choice. The lucky ones standing near the light pillar all noticed the nearby Lin Fei. Their eyes were very cold and their bodies carried arrogance. They were the biggest lucky ones and naturally looked down on this Lin Fei who had killed his way up. Seeing him blocked outside, there was no need to mention how happy they were. Hegemon Su Feng also saw Lin Fei and hurriedly transmitted to Lin Fei, "Lin Fei, hurry up and leave. You can't enter here and the people above won't allow you to enter either." The barrier outside was specially set up for them. No matter who it was, they couldn't enter right now. It was impossible to break the barrier outside with just the power of a dominator. Lin Fei was blocked outside the barrier, and he knew that it was this barrier that prevented the system from absorbing divine power. "If you don't try, how do you know if you can enter or not?" Lin Fei replied, "If you can obtain benefits, why can't I?" Boom. Rushing thunder's blade landed on the barrier. The barrier didn't move at all. Lin Fei immediately knew that this barrier's defense level surpassed the dominator level. It was impossible to break it with a dominator's attack. He had to use the Empyrean War Blade to break the barrier in one go. "Aha, you want to break the barrier? You are delusional." Hegemon Proud Dragon sneered, "Just watch how I become an Empyrean god from the outside. I want you to be in complete despair." "Lin Fei, you can't come in. This isn't a place you can come in. We are born with noble bloodlines blessed by the heavens. How can you compare to us?" Many people agreed. Lin Fei laughed, "What a group of self-righteous people. Whether you can come in or not, it's not up to you to say it. Open for me." The black Empyrean War Blade landed in Lin Fei's hand. At this time the Empyrean War Blade didn't have any aura. It looked very ordinary. Hegemon Proud Dragon found another reason to mock. "Everyone look. Is that guy going to use a broken blade to break the barrier? It's so funny, haha." Boom. Lin Fei activated his divinity points. Surging divine power instantly poured into the Empyrean War Blade. "Open for me." The blade shone with divine light, a perfect 100% divine power attack, and the blade landed on the barrier. Hua hua hua. The barrier that was originally motionless was now covered with monstrous ripples. This scene made those lucky people dumbfounded. That was a barrier set up by a god. How could that guy actually move it? What a joke. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. Again. Even though that blade consumed a terrifying amount of divinity points, it wasn't the time to be distressed. The second blade was already launched. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei's blade was faster and faster. He didn't need to brew at all. The barrier was covered with monstrous ripples. Soon. Lin Fei wanted the barrier to not return to normal so that he could quickly break the barrier and obtain benefits for himself. The lucky people inside were not calm at this time. Could it be that Lin Fei could really break the barrier? His strength was actually tyrannical to such a degree. This was a blow to them. Even the 10 great young masters had to pay attention at this time. Boom. Another blade landed on the barrier. The indestructible barrier instantly shattered into pieces. Without the barrier's effect, Lin Fei instantly rushed in. Obtained divine power. Obtained 1 million divinity points. Obtained divine power. Obtained 1 million divinity points. Lin Fei rushed in. The system could obtain divine power, and it was an astonishing 1 million divinity points. Taoist Proud Dragon who said I couldn't come in. I'm in now. Chapter 1638. Impossible, how can he break the barrier? Am I seeing things? Isn't he of the lowly bloodline? How can he break the barrier? If he can break the barrier, doesn't that mean he can break our barrier? This is bad, he is more terrifying than we thought. It could be said that all the rulers were in shock. The barrier set by a god rank expert, even if it wasn't intentional, it wasn't something a ruler rank expert could break. Yet Lin Fei broke it so easily. It didn't look like he spent much effort, breaking their normal thoughts and leaving them with a deep memory. Aren't you of the lowly bloodline? How can you break the barrier? That's a barrier set by a god rank expert. Ruler Proud Dragon was in a daze. When he came back to his senses, he roared. He knew that he was in trouble. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't let him go. Sure enough, Lin Fei attacked him. Crash. The blade landed in front of Ruler Proud Dragon. A barrier appeared and blocked the saber. I almost forgot. In order for us to break through to the celestial god realm, the higher-ups deliberately left a barrier for us. I don't believe that you can break my barrier defense. Ruler Proud Dragon said unyieldingly, but he was terrified in his heart. The first time his original body was killed, and then he became a captive. It wasn't easy for him to escape and obtain divine power. He was about to usher in a beautiful era, but the other party attacked again. The God rank expert's barrier was broken. This made Ruler Proud Dragon very uneasy. Lin Fei attacked not far from Ruler Proud Dragon and said with a smile, "Hee hee, now you are blessed by divine power and your body is being transformed. You can't get out. Aren't you a turtle in a jar? Let's see where you can run this time." He raised the celestial god war blade and smashed it on the barrier. The entire barrier appeared again. At such a close distance, Ruler Proud Dragon was frightened. Why, how can he have such strength? Why? Ruler Proud Dragon couldn't imagine that a guy with a low bloodline could actually explode with such tyrannical combat power. The God rank expert's barrier couldn't stop the other party's footsteps, and he was targeted. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei slashed at the barrier again and again. Ripples appeared on the barrier and they didn't stop. No, how can you still use this kind of attack? I can't accept this. Voila. Another slash landed on the barrier, and the barrier shattered like glass. The nearby sovereigns all turned pale as though their barriers had been shattered. They were no longer able to remain calm. That inconspicuous fellow actually had the authority to decide their life and death. I'll kill you. Ruler Proud Dragon spat out the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl turned into a golden dragon breath. The terrifying dragon might sprayed onto Lin Fei's body. This was the only killer move he could take out. Who told his treasures to be taken away by Lin Fei? His body was clean. That's the dragon breath of a dragon god. That guy definitely can't block it. It's best to kill him. This guy shouldn't be here. These people seem to see hope. As long as Lin Fei died, they could absorb divine power in peace and become Empyrean gods. They couldn't be destroyed by Lin Fei. Ruler Proud Dragon also prayed that his move was useful. He didn't believe that Lin Fei could block the attack of a dragon god level dragon breath. Even when he was a captive, Ruler Proud Dragon wasn't willing to use the dragon breath in the dragon pearl. He could not use it now. This Lin Fei was too terrifying. The ant that he didn't care about burst out with terrifying attacks again and again. Ruler Proud Dragon didn't want to die under the opponent's blade. The dragon breath carried a jingguang and instantly drowned Lin Fei in it. Lin Fei, you're dead. Ruler Proud Dragon didn't believe that Lin Fei could block the attack. This was an attack that could kill a 9 stars peak ruler. Is this your strongest attack? I think it's only SOSO. You still say that you're a powerful dragon clan. Among the jingguang, a black shadow walked out and smiled at Ruler Proud Dragon. Unfortunately, you're going to be disappointed. Hua. The black Empyrean god war blade slammed onto Ruler Proud Dragon. Ruler Proud Dragon was blasted away. Ka 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 ka. Cracks covered Ruler Proud Dragon's entire body. Your divine body hasn't reached the true perfect divine body. It's such a pity that you can't take a hit. Ruler Proud Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because his immortal body had been transformed into a divine body and blocked the terrifying attack of this blade. Ruler Proud Dragon's entire body trembled. Don't kill me. The Empyrean god war blade in Lin Fei's hand slashed again. The sky was full of blade shadows, crushing Ruler Proud Dragon's body. Pieces of crystals flew out. Master, those are all good stuff. They are all divine body crystal pieces. Lin Fei waved his hand and those divine crystal fragments fell into his hands. They were quickly collected by the system and exchanged for a large amount of divinity points. Previously, Ruler Proud Dragon could still escape. At this moment, his immortal body had been transformed into a divine body. His primordial spirit had disappeared and turned into a whole body. Lin Fei's 2 blades broke open the divine body and killed Ruler Proud Dragon. The Empyrean set had the support of an endless stream of divine power. Lin Fei's attack was especially terrifying. Moreover, this was a low-grade Empyrean set. This person really can't be cocky. Lin Fei's eyes swept over. Those people didn't dare to look at him. They were angry but didn't dare to speak. Ruler Proud Dragon was killed in front of them and at such a fast speed. What else did they dare to say? Those who mocked and ridiculed Lin Fei previously were now weak. There was no other way. This guy was a great demon now. I seem to have heard you guys being cocky just now. You can't wait for me to die in the hands of Ruler Proud Dragon. Are you disappointed now? Don't worry, I will fulfill your wish immediately. Lin Fei charged towards the closest chief sovereign of luck. He raised his blade and slashed. Boom boom boom. The barrier was broken in a few hits. The blade light swept over. No matter who was inside, he just had to raise his blade and slash. No one could block the attack. With the Empyrean set, Lin Fei was more at ease than anyone else. Even the previous Dragon Breath attack was blocked. Of course, it also consumed a large portion of his divinity points. This also made Lin Fei secretly rejoice that he had worn the Empyrean set before. Otherwise, the Dragon Breath attack just now wouldn't have seriously injured him. That would really be an unexpected failure. No. The divine crystal fragments that filled the sky benefited Lin Fei again. At this moment, the surrounding people were in trouble. Lin Fei had killed more than 10 of them. All of them were mocked and ridiculed before. Lin Fei didn't mind spending some time to deal with them. This also caused the nearby rulers to turn pale. The safe barrier had now become a nightmare. Even the 10 young masters couldn't stay calm now. Lin Fei, who had endless power, instantly became a great enemy. The barrier left by the God rank expert was completely useless. These rulers were killed just like that. The 2 big shots in the distance were fighting. At this moment they couldn't care less. They were helpless and worried that Lin Fei would come over and kill them all. Now it's quiet. Primordial 18 clones. One by one the clones walked out and stood in a position. Lin Fei's main body also stood in the position of ruler proud dragon. He smiled at everyone and said, "Everyone, don't look at me. Continue." Only then did they understand why Lin Fei wanted to kill these people. He wanted to plunder divine power wantonly. Even if they knew, they could only stare at him and couldn't stop him. Absorb for me. Primordial 18 clones. Lin Fei hadn't used it for a long time, but now it came in handy. If one position wasn't enough, then he would occupy another position. Hua hua hua. In the huge light pillar, divine power was instantly shaken by the 18 clones. The auras of the 18 clones kept breaking through. The clones that were originally at the celestial prime realm, under the infusion of divine power, their strength kept increasing. They quickly broke through to ruler, then 1-star ruler, 2-star ruler. Lin Fei's main body was even more terrifying. His whole body was like a huge whirlpool, absorbing divine power. The 10 young masters, as well as the geniuses of the powerful races, all watched and inwardly cursed at how shameless Lin Fei was. He had actually used such a cultivation technique and had succeeded. They immediately retracted their thoughts and changed their bodies. At the very least, Lin Fei would not cause any trouble for them now. "Master, I said that this method is definitely useful." The little devil smiled mischievously. "These positions are all safe. Those fellows above won't care about who is in these positions. Right now we are absolutely safe. Of course, as long as that yellow-robed big shot doesn't bother you, then everything will be fine. I'll use divine power to transform my body into a divine body first." Lin Fei opened his body and allowed divine power to enter and transform his immortal body. Divine power is really a magical thing. Every part of my flesh and blood has turned into a divine crystal. My life force and immortal body have undergone different changes. Lin Fei was on guard while feeling the changes in his body. The whirlpool grew bigger and bigger. The divine power was like a long river that was sucked into Lin Fei's body. The rulers couldn't help but shake their heads. Why could this guy absorb such a huge amount of divine power while they could only absorb it bit by bit? Part of his arm had turned into a divine crystal. Part of his thigh had turned into a divine crystal. Every part of his body was turning into a divine crystal. Lin Fei didn't know how much divine power he had absorbed. In any case, it was a huge amount. Looking at the 18 clones, they had all advanced to peak 9-star rulers. However, they couldn't advance to become heavenly gods or transform their bodies into divine bodies. Divine power is really good stuff. It's a pity that the 18 clones don't have the heavenly god chapter. Otherwise, I could create 18 heavenly gods right now. Lin Fei was already very satisfied that each of his clones had become peak 9-star rulers. Who else could be as flashy as him? Lin Fei knew that he had made the right bet. Those people above obviously didn't expect him to suddenly kill his way out and take over the position of the lucky ones, thereby plundering divine power. Continue plundering divine power for me. Lin Fei once again had his 18 primordial chaos clones absorb the God Force. Chapter 1639. The rulers who thought that they were the lucky ones were about to be disappointed. A young man who didn't have the qualifications to enter had snatched their benefits. Looking at the giant whirlpool, they felt powerless to resist. Why did that fellow have such a huge capacity? This was completely out of proportion. They tried their best to absorb God power, but a small whirlpool appeared on their heads. They couldn't compare to that fellow at all. It was like an adult and a child. They were that child. At this moment, many people treated Lin Fei as their number one enemy. For example, the demon mystic sect's young master Dark Saint. This enemy of the demon mystic sect had become extremely strong, and he might even become a heavenly god. The 18 clones by his side were also not easy to deal with. When had they ever seen such a technique? How would they fight in the future? The 18 primordial world clones were enough to give them a headache. It's a pity that I didn't meet Lin Fei and kill him on the spot. Now, our demon mystic sect has another strong enemy. Young Master Dark Saint had looked down on Lin Fei before. Now he didn't have that thought anymore. He had become a thorn in his side. The other one was Brahman. He was also one of the people who hated Lin Fei. The opportunity of his life had arrived and he was in a good mood. But then he saw something that he should not have seen. Lin Fei had come again, and he had even broken through the barrier and killed the 18 sovereigns. He had taken over their positions and forcibly snatched away their benefits. There was nothing that made Brahman more unhappy than this. Lin Fei's crazy killing and occupying the position made Brahman feel like there was a sharp sword above his head. It was as if it could slash down at any moment and take his life. Brahman didn't have the confidence to fight against Lin Fei. This fellow was too strange. His only hope now was that the big shot would return. Either the upper world knew about this and killed Lin Fei, or else after this, Lin Fei would become powerful. Brahman really wanted to kill Lin Fei now. This fellow had broken all sorts of legends and participated in the God Power sharing event. He had spent a lot of effort to reach this step, but in the end he wasn't as fast as Lin Fei. Hong. When the last piece became a god's crystal, all parts of Lin Fei's body fused together. A cyclone appeared in his dantian, producing strands of divine power. The divine body is complete. Lin Fei could feel the power of his divine body. When the Dominator rank attack landed on his body, it was like a tickle. It didn't cause any actual damage. As soon as his divine body was formed, the 18 Grand Mist avatars reached their limits, unable to absorb any more god force. With a thought, the 18 avatars turned into streams of light and entered Lin Fei's body. Little Devil opened the system to the maximum. At this moment Lin Fei was full of heroic spirit. Once the 18 primordial clones were formed, it was equivalent to 18 9-star peak sovereigns. Coupled with the heavenly deity weapon, he could oversee any place. Right now he was madly absorbing divine power. Once the divine power in the Pillar of Light ended, Lin Fei could retreat, no matter how much the big shots fought. Alright. Previously, because he had to satisfy the 18 primordial clones, Lin Fei didn't open the system to the maximum. Now that the 18 primordial clones were at their limits, Lin Fei didn't need to restrain himself anymore. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vortex above Lin Fei expanded again. When the people nearby saw this, they sucked in a cold breath. Would they still be able to absorb divine power? At this time Lin Fei was continuously expanding the vortexes. The largest vortex in the Pillar of Light was the one formed by Lin Fei's absorption of divine power. The diameter of the vortex kept expanding, and the nearby small vortexes were all crushed by the large vortex. They wanted to cry but had no tears. What could they do? Mr. Lin Fei, please don't expand anymore. Give us a chance. I still want to become a heavenly deity. Mr. Lin Fei, as long as you don't crush us, our sect is willing to pay a huge price. The sovereigns closest to him all begged Lin Fei. Seeing the smaller vortexes being destroyed one after another, they couldn't sit still anymore. They all begged Lin Fei to give them a chance. They had just formed a divine body and were still a distance away from the heavenly deity realm. They needed to form a godhead within their bodies. Without an endless supply of divine power, they couldn't form a godhead at all. Even though they were extremely resentful now, they had no choice but to lower their heads and beg. Lin Fei didn't know the steps to becoming a heavenly deity. He just knew that the more divine power he had, the better. After completing the first step of the divine body, he directly plundered and stored the divine power. To him, as long as he had divine power, it was his greatest trump card. He needed to constantly plunder. Even though these people all had powerful backers, Lin Fei still did as he pleased. Sorry, I never give anyone a chance. I can only say that you guys are unlucky. The huge vortex was like a bottomless pit. Large amounts of divine power were being sucked away. The scene was extremely shocking. Even the 10 young masters couldn't contend against Lin Fei. They could only watch helplessly as their divine power was being sucked away. Within the huge Pillar of Light, the divine power was also constantly decreasing. Lin Fei's actions caused countless people to grit their teeth. They even cursed Lin Fei to explode and die. Perhaps this would make them feel better. Regretfully, Lin Fei was still fine. It was as if his body was a bottomless pit. Damn, isn't that guy afraid of exploding and dying? Young Master Dark Saint's face was gloomy. His vortex had been squeezed to the side, and he could only barely absorb divine power. This situation was actually similar to the others. Young Master Dark Saint had the thought of killing his way out and killing Lin Fei on the spot. However, he didn't dare to now. That guy was a freak. If he couldn't withstand the divine power and exploded, it wouldn't be a good thing to implicate him. Thus he continued to endure. Dark Saint, we all misjudged. Lin Fei is the most freakish. Young Master Peerless kept shaking his head. This Lin Fei, whom he had met once before, had once again given him a shocking performance. He had single-handedly prevented everyone else from becoming Empyrean gods. Looking at his divine power being sucked away, young Master Peerless wanted to cry, but he couldn't do anything about it. This was the most painful thing in the world. We've all suffered a great loss this time. Without sufficient divine power, none of us can become Empyrean gods. Although we have divine bodies now and have formed a cyclone, we can still produce strands of divine power. If we want to condense godhood, it will take a long time. Young Master Immortal God also shook his head, looking at the nearby Lin Fei. This gave Lin Fei, who had some fame, a memorable lesson. Don't underestimate anyone. Who knows, one day that person might rise rapidly like Lin Fei right now. Hegemin Su Feng was equally shocked. Ever since she found out about this place, Hegemin Su Feng had been urging Lin Fei to leave and not get involved in this storm. Reality told Hegemin Su Feng that Lin Fei was more mysterious than anyone else. He had reached this point and gotten himself involved in this great vortex. Lin Fei, you're trying to stop us from becoming Empyrean gods. Hegemin Su Feng shook her head slightly. This was even more terrifying than robbing someone of their wealth. She stared at the 10 young masters, who were radiating killing intent, and felt uneasy and impatient. She felt as though Lin Fei was far more powerful than they were. He had single-handedly shocked them into becoming Empyrean gods. Who could do something like this? He didn't take my spot. Hegemin Su Feng had thought that she would face the same fate as them, but unexpectedly, the great vortex had shifted its direction, leaving a spot for her to absorb divine power. He actually did this? Hegemin Su Feng stared blankly at the distant Lin Fei. The nearby hegemons all stared with wide eyes. Fairy Su Feng was unaffected? What kind of joke was this? This wasn't normal. They couldn't help but hate themselves for not being Fairy Su Feng. Now they were one step behind her. If things went awry, Hegemin Su Feng might even be able to condense a divine spark and become an Empyrean god. Lin Fei had done this on purpose. 90% of the divine power here had been absorbed by Lin Fei and transformed into divinity points. Lin Fei didn't even have the time to look at the enormous amount of divine power. In truth, he had purposely opened up a spot so that Hegemin Su Feng could become an Empyrean god. When that happened, things would be quite interesting. A group of young masters couldn't even compare to a single Fairy Su Feng. Lin Fei chose to ignore their hatred and killing intent. They wouldn't be able to become Empyrean gods for now anyways, so there was nothing for him to worry about. At this moment, in the distant void, a figure was drawing closer and closer, quickly appearing in this region. Damn, he's back. Lin Fei had been staring off into the distance this entire time, just in case the yellow-robed figure returned. Given how much time had passed, the figure shouldn't have returned. The reason why he had dared to attack earlier was because the figure was focused on dealing with that primal chaos fellow. He didn't have the time to pay attention to a minor figure like him, which was why he had been able to do as he pleased. Now that he had returned, if he were to pay attention to what was going on here, he might be in big trouble. He looked at the godly power within the light pillar again. Almost all of it had been swept away, and the remaining people weren't enough for them to become Empyrean gods. Senior, this person has barged in from the outside, slaughtered rulers and seized the godly power. Senior, please kill him. Immediately, a ruler asked for help. They could all tell that this was a will left behind by the figure, specifically used to deal with primal chaos. Perhaps he would help them. The yellow-robed figure was expressionless, but a hint of graveness could be seen on his face. The distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers was covered in an instant. The person who came let out a soft cry, noticing the changes inside. What a primal chaos to actually have such a trick up his sleeves, creating such a person to spoil our plans. He even seized 90% of the godly power, causing these people to be unable to become Empyrean gods. Damn primal chaos. The yellow-robed figure didn't notice that something like this would happen at all. He raised his eyelids and his sharp gaze instantly landed on Lin Fei. Invincible defense, activate. With this gaze, Lin Fei's back was drenched in cold sweat, and the aura of death filled his entire body. In an instant, he activated his invincible defense, and his entire person escaped into the space. This was the strength of a figure. Old thing bullying the weak, sooner or later I'll kill everyone in your sect. Before escaping into the space, Lin Fei didn't forget to leave behind a ruthless sentence. Because of the other party's gaze, he instantly consumed 100 million divinity points to block these two gazes. It would be strange if Lin Fei didn't curse. Chapter 1640. P.S. Today's update. The yellow-robed man's gaze shot out, forcing Lin Fei to sneak into the space. The sovereign, who had been sullen this entire time, was secretly delighted. They had finally managed to drive Lin Fei away. The only thing that made them feel even more nervous was that the yellow-robed man's casual attacks were unable to kill Lin Fei. This was something no one could imagine. Looking at the divine power inside the light pillar, they felt powerless again and even a deep fear. How strong was Lin Fei? Even the big shot couldn't kill him in one hit, and he had even escaped into the space, leaving behind words to threaten the big shot. This guy is dead for sure. He even dares to threaten the big shot. It won't be long before Lin Fei is completely killed in the space. Everyone present was secretly cursing. They believed that the big shot would definitely chase after him because Lin Fei had ruined their great plan and prevented them from becoming heavenly deities. It could be said that he had committed a heinous crime, and it wouldn't be too much to cut him into pieces. The yellow-robed man casually glanced at it and stepped into the space. He didn't believe in idle clouds. This little guy has some ability. I wonder where primal chaos found him. As soon as he entered the space, the yellow-robed man casually looked around. The endless space appeared in front of him layer by layer. Even a mosquito couldn't escape his field of vision. But the little guy was nowhere to be seen. Looking through the layers of space, the yellow-robed man didn't see the black-robed boy. It was as if he had completely disappeared without a trace. This made the yellow-robed man a little interested. Not only did he ruin the plan and prevent them from becoming heavenly deities, but he also wanted to leave right under their eyes. The yellow-robed man felt that this guy was too interesting. Lin Fei didn't run far. What a joke. That guy's background must be shocking. Moreover, he spent 100 million divinity points in one hit, which made Lin Fei's heart ache. That bastard, doesn't he know how hard it is for me to earn divinity points? Mother asterisk cur, that's 100 million divinity points. Lin Fei cursed, but he still knew that he was in danger. That yellow-robed man was too powerful. No one knew who had won the battle with chaos. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it was the yellow-robed man who had won. Otherwise, why would he suddenly return? Fortunately, 80 to 90% of his divine power had been plundered, so those fellows would not be able to do much. After the yellow-robed man entered the space, Lin Fei strolled back. In terms of speed, he admitted that he was inferior to the other party. Even in this world, where strength was suppressed infinitely, he was still the strongest existence. Perhaps only chaos could fight against him. I should just forget about it. Lin Fei simply chose to come back. He wanted to teach those guys who couldn't control their mouths a profound lesson. Lin Fei wasn't so easy to bully. Lin Fei is really a bastard. Right now, the remaining divine power is almost negligible. If we want to become Empyrean gods, we will have to extend it indefinitely. Ruler Su Feng's luck is the best. She will become an Empyrean god faster than us. That Lin Fei is really despicable. It's best if the big shot can kill Lin Fei. That goes without saying. Lin Fei is dead this time. There was almost no divine power in the light beam. The barrier protecting them outside had also disappeared. They could only use the most vicious words to ease the anger in their hearts. Apart from this, there was really nothing else to do. Of course, there was also the envy of ruler Su Feng. She was luckier than any of them. The 10 great young masters looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. This time they really failed miserably. No matter how much they thought about it, it was still not as good as Lin Fei, who had brought disaster to all of them in one go. Everyone go back and cultivate in seclusion. At most, it will take 100 or 200 years to become Empyrean gods. Young Master Luo Xian's psychological quality was very strong. 100 or 200 years. It's all that damn Lin Fei's fault. Black Sage, what benefits did Lin Fei get from your demon mystic sect? Someone from the 10 young masters took the initiative to ask. This was something that all the rulers present wanted to know. Why did the demon mystic sect find trouble with Lin Fei? Why did they end up in this situation, causing them to suffer heavy losses? Ruler Black Sage's face was also filled with anger. When the 10 young masters asked, Ruler Black Sage noticed the change in their expressions. They clearly wanted him to give an answer. Otherwise they would really pester him to the end. Ruler Black Sage had a divine body. As long as he cultivated in seclusion and accumulated divine power, he would be able to break through to the Empyrean God realm in one go. However, he couldn't endure this. As the battle race's strongest war weapon, the battle fortress could control the outcome of a battle. It was very important to any sect. If it wasn't for this, Ruler Black Sage definitely wouldn't have said it. Once he became an Empyrean God, the battle fortress would become dispensable. Most importantly, Lin Fei was definitely going to die now. He was being chased by the yellow-robed people. When the time came, they wouldn't even know where he died, let alone find the battle fortress. This secret was no longer a secret. Taoist Black Sage, hurry up and tell me. Is there something you can't say? The 10 young masters asked. Now that they had both obtained divine bodies, their strength had also increased. Their combat strength was almost the same. None of them could defeat the other, so they naturally had the confidence to ask. Humph, our demon mystic sect is one of the 8 great sections. We naturally don't care about a mere Lin Fei. However, this person has a battle fortress, the strongest war weapon of the battle race. Everyone was in an uproar. They would never have imagined that Lin Fei would have a battle fortress, the top war weapon of the battle race. No wonder the demon mystic sect was so angry. How is this possible? Don't we only have 7 battle fortresses? The other 3 were lost somewhere long ago. The 10th young master of the Divine Heaven Palace was like an iceberg as she said coldly. That's right. The battle fortress was lost long ago. Now, only the 7 overlords each have one. Where did he find it? Ruler Kong Xing said coldly. He was under the command of the Saint Demon Overlord, so he knew the battle fortress the best. This news was hard for them to believe. Ruler Dark Saint said coldly, you can investigate whether it's true or not. Our demon mystic sect isn't going to lie for this. Haha, Dark Saint, your demon mystic sect is really good at hiding their strength. You tried to get the battle fortress in secret, but look at it now. You didn't get the battle fortress, but we've experienced what it's like when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will be caught in the crossfire. Our Dark Overlord will have a good talk with your demon mystic sect. They wouldn't doubt Ruler Dark Saint's words. Perhaps it was true. Unfortunately, they had suffered a calamity and were delayed from becoming heavenly gods. Damn, it's all that Lin Fei's fault. One of the rulers said angrily. Whoosh. A saber light slashed the ruler's body. His powerful divine body was instantly shattered. A huge head flew into the air, and the sky was filled with divine crystal fragments. Speaking ill of others behind their backs, you really deserve to die. A black figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. After recognizing the other party, the nearby rulers couldn't help but shiver. It was as if they had seen the great demon king. Why aren't you dead yet? Chapter 1641. It was none other than Lin Fei who had suddenly returned. The one he had killed was also the one who had notified the yellow-robed man. Lin Fei's return gave them a huge fright, especially those who had been talking behind their backs. They only had one thought in their minds: why is he back? In their eyes, the yellow-robed man's strength was unfathomable. Not even the major characters suppressed beneath the God Mountains were necessarily a match for him. Lin Fei had been targeted by this major character, so there was no way he could escape. There was no way he could return alive. And yet, the unchangeable had changed in their eyes. Lin Fei had truly returned. He looked completely unharmed. Could it be that the yellow-robed man had been killed by Lin Fei? Some of the sovereigns could no longer remain calm. If a major character like the yellow-robed man had really been killed, what good would come of it? What a joke. Why can't I return? Otherwise, how would I know that you were talking behind my back? After dealing with the talkative sovereign, Lin Fei didn't hesitate at all. He immediately attacked the sovereigns closest to him. Time was of the essence. The yellow-robed man could return at any moment, so Lin Fei had to end this quickly. Whoosh. The Empyrean God's saber slashed out, creating a dazzling river of saber light. At this moment, Lin Fei's blade was on full display. Careful. After forming his divine body, Lin Fei was able to unleash the greatest amount of divine power possible. This saber slash was immensely powerful. They didn't even have time to react. Instead of fleeing, Lin Fei dared to unleash a massacre. How could there be someone so unafraid of death? Bang, bang, bang. The river of saber light was imbued with terrifying divine power. With each sweep it killed more than 10 sovereigns. These sovereigns all had relatively weak divine bodies, so the saber light easily broke through their defenses. Lin Fei, you'll die a horrible death. Our sect's elders won't let you get away with this. I have the Empyrean God's body. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. The sovereigns howled in terror, but they were still unable to block the river. One sovereign after another fell into the river. Fan, you tried to kill me last time. Today I'll kill you first. Let's see who can save you. After killing more than a dozen hegemons with a single strike, Lin Fei pointed his saber at Brahma. This was an old enemy from the beginning. Indeed, Brahman couldn't wait for Lin Fei to be killed by the yellow-robed man. This lowly guy had actually walked ahead of him, which made him very uncomfortable. He had the bloodline of the Empyrean God, and was destined to become an Empyrean God. He didn't expect that his chance to become an Empyrean God would be ruined by Lin Fei. Even if it was delayed by 100 or 200 years, it was still quite a blow. I have truly underestimated you. I never thought that you would actually grasp the use of divine power. However, if you want to kill me, that will depend on whether you have the ability or not. Brahman laughed heartily. Your body is now filled with divine power. As long as I refine you, I'll instantly become an Empyrean God or even the strongest Empyrean God. Activate the heavenly god's bloodline. Boom. A terrifying heavenly god aura soared into the sky. Behind Brahma, an Empyrean god clad in golden armor stepped out. His face was almost identical to Brahma's, and he stood tall in midair. His sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, and a black spear pierced straight towards Lin Fei's face. This spear pierced through space. It was truly terrifying. Lin Fei had once again attacked. The 10 childs were the most shocked of all. No one knew better than them just how powerful this yellow-robed man was. And yet, Lin Fei had the courage to come back. They couldn't help but sigh at their inferiority, because they didn't have the courage to do so. This Brahma isn't simple either. He's still hiding something like this. Luo Xian glanced at the battlefield. This should be a projection of an Empyrean God, but it also contains an Empyrean God's battle prowess. Although it can't last long, it's still a terrifying killing move that can kill. Wu Shuang, who had a good relationship with Luo Xian, added, I've met Lin Fei once. At that time he gave me an average impression, even a little arrogant. I didn't expect him to have so many secrets. I really don't know which powerful existence he is the reincarnation of. Fellow Taoist Luo Xian, who do you think he is? At this moment, the 10 childs didn't dare to underestimate Lin Fei. They were privately guessing his origins. It was impossible for him to be a native born and raised aborigine. Before becoming an Empyrean God, there were very few people who could use divine power. Even they couldn't fully activate their divine power right now. They knew very well what kind of power was used to activate that blade attack. All of them were shocked. No matter what, he's still a God King level expert. At the very least, he should be a 9 stars Empyrean God, similar to our realm in the past. Luo Xian said solemnly. With the transformation of divine power, their bloodlines were also stimulated. Many of their memories were unsealed, and the memories of their previous lives were integrated into the memories of this generation. I just don't know which side Lin Fei belongs to. Wu Shuang sucked in a breath of cold air. Back then, he himself hadn't stepped into the God King level. If his opponent was really the reincarnation of a God King, his identity would be very noble. At least among the Empyrean gods, those who could break through to the God King level were not simple. Brahman's Empyrean God Phantom stabbed his spear, but Lin Fei directly crushed it with his blade. It was the God-level single-blade slash that he had learned before, and it happened to cut the spear. The spear was condensed from the Phantom's energy. How could it block Lin Fei's blade? It was cut in half. At this moment, Lin Fei's fighting strength was very frightening. Lin Fei slashed again, and the blade intent split the Empyrean God Phantom, causing Brahman to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was difficult for him to accept this fact. Brahman had not expected that the Empyrean God Phantom could not deal with Lin Fei. In his opinion, Lin Fei must have returned injured, and his battle strength would be greatly limited because he had to suppress the divine power in his body. That was why he used his strongest Empyrean God Phantom. Now let's see what other tricks you have. Lin Fei moved and appeared in front of Brahman. He did not hide his space bloodline and slashed at Brahman, cutting off one of his arms. A trace of golden blood dripped down. Everyone, do you want to watch Lin Fei kill? As long as we delay him, Lin Fei will die for sure when that big shot returns. With one slash cut off one of his arms, Brahman was so frightened that he kept retreating. The Empyrean God Phantom was severely injured and he was also injured. His previous confidence was completely destroyed. This guy, who he had once disdained, had now reached a point where he could threaten his life. After losing an arm, Brahman hurriedly asked for help, hoping that they would come out and stop Lin Fei. As long as they could buy him some time, he would be able to survive. Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. If you don't want to die, stand still. Don't make me kill you. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 18 primordial chaos clones flew out. Streaks of peak 9 stars auras surged into the sky, carrying a trace of divine might. Their fighting strength surpassed that of ordinary peak 9 stars. As soon as the 18 primordial chaos avatars appeared, the thoughts of the people present were extinguished. One Lin Fei was frightening enough. Now 18 clones had appeared, and their auras were not far off from theirs. If they were ganged up on, it would not end well. Whoosh! Lin Fei swung his saber again, cutting off Brahman's other arm. You're quite good at dodging. I wonder how you're going to dodge this slash. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber again. This saber attack was augmented by the Great Tao of Space and the Great Tao of Time. Lin Fei, you really don't take us seriously. Prince He Xing coldly snorted. He also summoned a heavenly deity phantom and attacked Lin Fei's back. As for himself, he condensed a giant palm that enveloped the entire area. I'm waiting for you. The 18 clones rushed towards Prince He Xing. Young Master He Xing moved very quickly. The heavenly deity's pressure pressed down on the 18 primordial chaos avatars, trying to suppress them. These 18 avatars also made him very envious. As long as he could catch one avatar, it would be a large amount of divine power. The heavenly deity aura had no effect. One of the clones charged in and punched Prince He Xing's face, knocking out a tooth. A sky full of fists instantly landed on his body. Prince He Xing was drowned in the attacks. Lin Fei, you're shameless. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. I am my tooth. Many of the rulers present wanted to attack. Lin Fei was a natural treasure trove. As long as they could refine him, they could become heavenly deities in the blink of an eye. Seeing Prince He Xing's miserable state, they secretly rejoiced that they did not attack. Otherwise they would have ended up like this. Prince He Xing, who had a divine body, had a strong defense. The 18 clones had terrifying battle strength. They could only injure Prince He Xing but could not kill him completely. Lin Fei died. At this time another prince flew out. It was Prince Jinyu, the heavenly deity bloodline of the Thousand Goblins sect. He had been looking for an opportunity and now he finally found it. Prince Jinyu was also a schemer. He knew that Prince He Xing would definitely attack. Without the 18 clones, it should be easy to deal with Lin Fei. This was his best chance. A golden peacock soared into the sky and inhaled at Lin Fei. A huge black hole appeared. This was Prince Jinyu's heavenly deity bloodline, a huge peacock. Get lost. Lin Fei didn't even look at him as he pointed his finger at the peacock. A finger appeared in midair and pierced into young Master Jinyu's body. Young Master Jinyu let out a blood-curdling scream as his huge body was pierced through by the finger. Blood gushed out and feathers fell down from the sky. Before Lin Fei could use a second finger, young Master Jinyu ran away in a sorry state. Fan's scalp went numb. Lin Fei was so strong that he could defeat one of the 10 princes, Prince Jinyu, with a single finger. What was he going to do? Lin Fei, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will ruin the plan of the higher-ups. They will definitely send people to kill you. With your strength, you won't be able to stop them. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to live peacefully with you. I won't find trouble with you. Fan blocked another attack, but his body was on the verge of collapse. Your words are bullshit. It's better to kill you. Chapter 1642. From the moment Lin Fei killed Brahman, the clones ganging up on young Master Dark Sage, and the one finger that sent young Master Gold Feather flying, all of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. What a terrifying Lin Fei. Fellow Taoist Gold Feather is also one of the 10 princes. In his true form, his strength is even greater. I didn't think that he would still be unable to block a single finger from Lin Fei. Fortunately, we didn't make a move, otherwise we would have suffered as well. The rulers who witnessed this scene did not know what to say. The high and mighty 10 princes were easily repelled by Lin Fei. How many people here could block Lin Fei's attack? Master, hurry up. That powerful yellow-robed man is about to arrive. The little fiend jumped out and reminded. Lin Fei was already very satisfied that he had the time to kill Brahman. Brahman had always been hiding. Now that he finally had a chance to kill him, it was one thing. As for his background, Lin Fei was too lazy to care about it. Right now he was still very safe in this world. Lin Fei's gaze swept around. Now, I officially announced the start of the robbery. If you don't want to die, hand over all your storage rings. This was the second thing Lin Fei planned to do. The crazy attack just now consumed a large amount of divinity points. It was also to suppress them, lest they attack together and let Brahman escape. Everyone was startled. Lin Fei still dared to rob them. Lin Fei said again, I will give everyone 3 breaths of time to think. If you don't give me time, I believe that Brahman would like to have you accompany him. 1. 2. The weaker rulers looked at each other. Finally their gazes fell on the 10 princes. It seemed that only they could stop Lin Fei's rampage. Lin Fei, I have met you once. You have already killed many people. These people all have backers. Do you really want to offend all of them? Young Master Peerless stood out and said, Aren't you afraid of becoming the public enemy one day? Lin Fei really did not think that much. So what if he was the public enemy? As long as one had the strength and was stronger than them, they could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei had understood this a long time ago. Lin Fei said with a smile, I'm different from you guys. All of you have great backgrounds and I'm just a guy with a lowly bloodline. You might not even look me in the eye, but I don't care. I just know that you have a lot of resources on you, enough for me to cultivate. You can choose not to give them to me, but my saber will not be merciful. 3. Time's up. Lin Fei looked at the nearest juggernaut. The hegemon was still hesitating. Bang. Lin Fei didn't give him any time to hesitate, killing him with a single slash. He then turned to look at the other sovereign. I'll pay. Don't kill me, I'll give it to you. These are all the storage rings I have on me. I really have nothing left to hide. Many sovereigns were slapped to death. Seeing that Lin Fei had decisively killed a sovereign just because he was hesitating, they didn't dare to think anymore. They hurriedly handed over their storage rings. No matter how much their hearts ached, they had to hand them over. As long as they returned alive and successfully cultivated to Empyrean God, they could find Lin Fei and take revenge. One by one the storage rings were collected by Lin Fei. You don't say, they were all very wealthy. They had more than one storage ring on them. It was normal to have 2 or 3. Lin Fei quickly collected a large pile of storage rings. The large amount of resources made him very happy, especially the holy stone mines. Some of them were ruler grade and he could exchange them for large amounts of energy points. Normally the holy stone veins that Lin Fei obtained wouldn't be of high quality. At most they would be immortal reverend veins. Lin Fei wouldn't be interested in them. Dominator veins were necessary. None of the sovereigns who had their storage rings taken dared to look at Lin Fei hatefully. They were afraid that Lin Fei would be in a bad mood and kill them with one saber strike. There was no need to mention how unsightly they would look. I know you. You're from the Phoenix clan. You're quite pretty. No matter how pretty you are, you still have to hand over your storage rings. Lin Fei stood in front of a female sovereign. If you have the ability, I, Phoenix Immortal, will remember you. Phoenix Immortal Sovereign's face was cold. She had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Fei. She took out 2 female storage rings. Lin Fei accepted them without hesitation and shook his head. This isn't enough. I want the necklace on your neck too. Phoenix Immortal Sovereign let out a sigh of relief. She thought that Lin Fei wouldn't recognize her necklace. She gave up 2 storage rings and kept the necklace. At most she would feel the pain. You, how did you know? Since you're a woman, take it off yourself. I won't kill you. Lin Fei pointed at the necklace. You better not die so quickly. Our Phoenix clan will find you sooner or later. Phoenix Immortal Sovereign was born with a jade body. How could her most important thing be taken away? If it wasn't for the opponent's strength, Phoenix Immortal Sovereign would have immediately attacked and fought with this shameless guy. Master, my eyesight is very good. This necklace contains a small spatial pocket. I think this girl really hates you to death. The one who discovered the secret of the necklace was Little Fiend. They are all nouveau riches. As a poor person, I have to think of something. Lin Fei went to the next sovereign to take the storage rings. Soon it was the 10 great young masters' turn. With young Master Jin Yu as an example, although they were unwilling, they didn't attack. I like obedient children. Lin Fei took 3 storage rings from young Master Li Shan. He ignored his gaze and went to the next 10 great young master. The 10 great young masters were about to vomit blood. If it wasn't for the fact that we are weaker than you, you are wrong. Right now their strength is indeed weaker than Lin Fei's. Because they haven't become heavenly gods, they can't use their godly power as they wish. Young Master Li Shan, young Master Kong Xing, young Master Dongfeng, the 10 great young masters took the initiative to hand over their storage rings. Soon it was young Master Peerless' turn. In any case, we are acquaintances. Can you give me some face and not take my storage rings? Young Master Peerless said shamelessly, the landlord doesn't have much food left. Lin Fei almost laughed. The 10 great young masters also knew how to act cute. Just because of what you said, I will take one of your storage rings, Lin Fei said with a smile. I will also let others know that the people I know give me face. Young Master Peerless cursed in his heart, you are giving me face? Your skin is really thick. When the others heard this, their faces turned green. Knowing Lin Fei had this kind of benefit. If they had known earlier, they would have asked as well. Young Master Peerless was quite satisfied. Young Master Peerless didn't care what they thought of him. Young Master He Sheng, what is your choice? At this moment, young Master He Sheng's face was swollen. He was surrounded by 18 clones. His body was full of wounds. His newly formed divine body was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse. Looking at this smiling face, young Master He Sheng really wanted to punch him in the face. As one of the 10 great young masters, he was surrounded and beaten by a group of clones. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that such a situation would happen to him. Can I not give? Young Master He Sheng said with grievance. I thought you would resist to the end. Lin Fei wasn't afraid that young Master He Sheng wouldn't give them unless he wanted to continue being beaten by 18 clones. After taking 5 storage rings from young Master He Sheng, Lin Fei casually glanced at them. His eyes lit up. This guy is so rich it makes one's eyes turn red. Only young Master Luo Xian was left. The others were also waiting to see if young Master Luo Xian would give them to him. After all, he was the leader of the 10 great young masters. You are very amazing. Young Master Luo Xian smiled. You clearly know that you are going to die, yet you still dare to do this. You should be trying to provoke that big shot so that he will lose control, right? If I were you, I definitely wouldn't do this. This was Lin Fei's first time coming into direct contact with the first young master. This kind of way of speaking made Lin Fei very unhappy. You guessed correctly. Then you know what I will do next. You can guess. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You will definitely attack me. Not waiting for young Master Luo Xian to finish speaking, Lin Fei punched young Master Luo Xian's face. You guessed correctly. It's a pity that there is no reward. You are shameless. Young Master Luo Xian had predicted that Lin Fei would attack, but he didn't expect that Lin Fei would attack without any warning. With a single punch, young Master Luo Xian's face was bruised. I'm not a gentleman. Why do I need to be shameless? With the blessing of Lin Fei's divine power, young Master Luo Xian could only barely resist. Soon, his fists and legs were greeted by young Master Luo Xian. As soon as they exchanged blows, young Master Luo Xian realized how terrifying Lin Fei was. The blessing of the great Tao of time affected his whole body, and his movements were naturally slower. In a short period of time, he didn't know how many punches and kicks he had suffered. Who asked you to be so pretentious? I am beating people like you. Lin Fei hated this kind of people the most. They seemed to know everything, so he didn't bother to reason with them and just greeted them. Seeing the first young master being beaten by Lin Fei, everyone looked at each other. Lin Fei was too ruthless. No matter what, he was still the first young master. Was there a need to greet him like this? Young Master Luo Xian kept cursing Lin Fei for being shameless. Under the shroud of the great Tao of time, his movements were infinitely slow, and he was beaten like a sandbag. You win. Helpless, young Master Luo Xian could only admit defeat. Even his divine body was in pain. If this went on, he would really be finished. People like you won't be obedient unless they are beaten up. Now hand over your storage ring. Lin Fei stopped. Young Master Luo Xian reluctantly took out his storage ring and 2 small spaces. Lin Fei took them without hesitation. You're indeed the #1 young master. You even have 2 small spaces. You're indeed rich. I can't compare with you. Seeing that the first young master Luo Xian was also forced to hand over his storage ring and 2 small spaces, they were completely balanced. Master, hurry up, he is coming. Little Devil's anxious voice was heard. Chapter 1643. Oh. For some reason, once Lin Fei left, they heaved a sigh of relief. That shameless fellow didn't just kill rulers right in front of them. More importantly, he didn't give them any face at all. He knew that they had a backer behind them and still dared to rob them in public. That was all they had. Now that Lin Fei left, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Lin Fei would do something again. That damn Lin Fei also knows how to run. This is his final act of madness. Unfortunately, he's about to die in the hands of this big shot. I really want to kill Lin Fei with my own hands. Everyone was filled with resentment. They had never hated a person so much before. The yellow-robed man appeared very quickly. As soon as Lin Fei left, he appeared right after. There was only a few breaths of time between them. Seeing the resentful faces of everyone, The yellow-robed man understood what had happened. How interesting. I didn't expect the little guy to turn around and cause trouble for them. The yellow-robed man didn't care at first. Now, he was a little curious about this little guy. He can't be killed just like that. If those old things find out, I don't know what they will say to me. The little guy really bought time for himself. When the yellow-robed man arrived, no one dared to make a sound. This was a big shot that they had to be careful of in their previous lives. They had only heard of his name but had never seen him before. I already know what happened here. You don't have to worry about it. The yellow-robed man waved his hand and an auspicious light landed on their bodies. No matter who it was, whether they were injured or not, they were instantly healed. Soul come. The ancient voice reverberated. Rays of broken light gradually appeared and gradually formed a human figure. They were all dumbfounded by the scene. Was he going to resurrect the people who had died before? Could such a heaven-defying method be used? How strong did one have to be to do that? Familiar figures gradually appeared in front of everyone. However, their faces looked a little blurry. As the fragments continued to merge, they became clearer. Wake up. The ancient voice sounded again. The light dissipated and revealed the rulers. They were all those who had died in the hands of Lin Fei. They still had expressions of despair on their faces. Didn't I die? Haha, I'm not dead. What's going on? They woke up from their despair, looked at the people around them, and then looked at the yellow-robed man, and immediately realized what was going on. This big shot made his move. If it weren't for this big shot, they probably wouldn't have had the chance to be resurrected. Alright, you've all been resurrected. Now I'll send you out of here. The yellow-robed man seemed to have done something insignificant. He tore open a space and a wave of energy wrapped around them, sending them into the space. At this point there was no one else here. Reviving people is really troublesome. Fortunately, they are not strong, but their potential in the future will be greatly reduced. The figure of the yellow-robed man gradually dissipated. At this time, Lin Fei still did not know the methods of the yellow-robed man. Right now, he was constantly passing through space after space. He didn't care what was in front of him, he just kept passing through space. Lin Fei knew very well that it was impossible to shake off the yellow-robed man. What he did just now, in the eyes of the dominators, was nothing more than a final act of madness, confusing them. In reality, Lin Fei was robbing them for energy points. Since he had already offended them, Lin Fei might as well offend them thoroughly. Little devil, immediately take all the holy stone mines and convert them into energy points. After plundering a large number of storage rings, almost every one of them had a holy stone vein, and it was not just 3 or 5. There were dozens or even hundreds of holy stone veins. With these veins, it was enough for them to fight for a long time without having to worry about not being able to replenish it. Alright. The little devil transferred all the storage rings into the battle fortress. Battle number 1 also became a laborer. The yellow-robed man shouldn't be able to catch up so quickly. Lin Fei looked back. With this look, Lin Fei saw a figure. It was the yellow-robed man who appeared behind him at a steady pace. Damn, so fast. Lin Fei didn't plan to shake him off, but he didn't expect him to be so fast. Little guy, you're very interesting. You're fine after absorbing 80 to 90% of divine power, but you don't have much divine power in your body. I'm very curious, where did your divine power go? Lin Fei instantly felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and his hair stood on end. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The surrounding space became like mud. Lin Fei only felt that he couldn't move forward, as if he was being suppressed by a force. This force was very strong, enough to affect the space in this area, cutting off all of Lin Fei's paths. They're capturing me for research. Lin Fei didn't want to fall into the hands of the other. If the secret of the system was discovered, he knew very well what would happen to him. Even though he wasn't sure if the other had the ability to do so, he could easily affect the space. If he wasn't careful, he might really find out something was wrong with him. Open for me. The celestial saber appeared in Lin Fei's hand, and he slashed forward. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power crushed over. Lin Fei found that the space around him loosened, so he once again flew forward. He raised his saber and slashed down, continuously breaking the space to buy himself some time. Little devil, how's the exchange going? Lin Fei quickly contacted the little devil. Lin Fei didn't think that it was possible to get out of this space with his own methods. If he wanted to completely get rid of this man in yellow, he would have to rely on the battle fort. As long as he had enough energy points, Lin Fei could activate the shuttle function of the battle fort and ignore the obstacles set by the man in yellow. Soon, hold on a little longer, I'm already at my limit. Lin Fei suddenly stopped and turned around to face the man in yellow. "You're a big shot, as for me I'm just a nobody," Lin Fei said with a bitter face. "Hee, why aren't you running? Weren't you very good at running before?" The man in yellow said calmly, "You even dared to kill those lucky ones and wasted some of my methods. You really know how to torture people. You're so powerful, where can I run to?" Lin Fei said helplessly, "But if you want to kill me you have to consider the consequences. I was arranged by chaos." What Lin Fei needed to do now was to buy time. As for how to buy time, Lin Fei could only rely on chaos. He believed that this big shot would be very interested. As long as he could attract his interest, he would have time to escape. "I already knew you were from chaos. Only that bastard chaos would do such a thing." The man in yellow was not surprised. "Unfortunately, chaos has been suppressed for too long and forgot everything. I can resurrect all the people you killed. You're destined to work for nothing." Lin Fei blinked. "You resurrected them?" This was the news that Lin Fei didn't want to hear the most. "Resurrection is a small matter in my eyes. What I'm curious about now is, what kind of existence are you? You're not a special life form and your bloodline is only the bloodline of a deity. How can you contain so much divine power that even I can't see through it? Will you tell me voluntarily or will I check it myself? You should know that you have no choice now." The man in yellow's only interest in this little guy was this. He didn't care about anything else. He had seen many geniuses, special life forms, and even some ancient existences. But he had never seen this kind of physique. Just now, when the little guy made his move, he saw it and even observed it, but he couldn't see anything. He could only barely sense that the divine power had descended without warning, as if the other party was a medium. This made the man in yellow want to find out more. Lin Fei finally understood why this person kept chasing him. It was for this matter. "Master, just hold on a little longer. It'll be done soon." Lin Fei still didn't move, afraid that he would notice something. "I don't know this either. You can only ask that fellow Hun Dun. Seems like you're not willing to say it. Then I'll search your soul myself. I believe I'll know everything." The man in yellow didn't take it seriously and said calmly. Lin Fei hurriedly stopped him with his hand. If his soul was really searched, Lin Fei knew that he was finished. Even if the other party didn't kill him, he might be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Maybe he would even become a research subject. "There's no need to search my soul. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything," Lin Fei said hurriedly. "Senior's body is priceless. It's not good for this kind of thing to spread. It's better for me to say it myself." The man in yellow wasn't afraid that the other party would play tricks because no one could play tricks in front of him, not even Hun Dun. The other party was just an ant. He could squash it however he wanted. "I heard from Hun Dun that I seem to have some eternal body. I'm innately unrestricted. I can absorb a huge amount of energy," Lin Fei said nervously. In his heart he started to make up nonsense to fool the other party. Eternal body? The man in yellow frowned slightly. This was the first time he heard of this kind of physique. "That's what Hun Dun said. I was born with eternal body. Senior, do you know about eternal body?" Lin Fei asked curiously. This was also the first time the man in yellow heard of this kind of physique. However, he was more suspicious. No matter how he looked at it, this guy was really ordinary. He wasn't in the heavenly god realm, but he could actually use divine power and be so tyrannical. "I've never heard of eternal body. However, I'm more interested in your memory." The man in yellow reached out and grabbed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei suddenly couldn't move. He was suppressed by a force. "I'd better search your soul myself. That's more interesting. If you dare to search my soul, I'll dare to self-destruct. You won't get anything. It's okay. If you die, I can resurrect you. You'll never be able to escape from my palm," the man in yellow said carelessly. "Little devil, are you done yet? If not, your master will be finished," Lin Fei asked. The man's strength was too strong. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Done. Hua. A strong force tore apart the man in yellow's power. A huge battle fort appeared. Lin Fei took the chance to enter the battle fort. "Where do you think you're going?" The man in yellow punched the battle fort. The battle fort shook and entered the space. The man in yellow chased after him. A war angel appeared and blocked in front of the man in yellow. The man in yellow reached out and smashed the war angel. The man in yellow could no longer see the battle fort. Chapter 1644. The yellow-robed man didn't chase after him. He seemed to know how powerful the battle fort was. Using a war angel to stop me? How could this little guy think of something like that? If I knew he had a battle fort, I would have just searched his soul. The battle fort was a famous top-notch war weapon of the war race. Not only was it powerful in battle, but it also had a powerful teleportation function. If his main body was here, he could easily stop it. Right now, he was just a strand of divine sense, so his power was limited. You're the leader of a region. You didn't expect to lose to a little guy, did you? A figure suddenly appeared in the space. It was the suppressed young Hun Dun. The yellow-robed man didn't make a move. He just watched quietly. Hun Dun, you've become smarter. Where did you find this little guy? It's a pity that his bloodline isn't high. He'll at most become a god king in the future. Otherwise, his future will be limitless. The young Hun Dun laughed. Aren't you the best at divination? Why don't you do it yourself? So this little guy isn't yours? That's interesting. The yellow-robed man laughed. The young Hun Dun had actually arrived when the yellow-robed man attacked. He heard that there was such a person who didn't die under the leader's hands. He wanted to save him. Perhaps he would become a good helper. He's not mine now, but he might be mine in the future. The young Hun Dun said. You've planned for so long and arranged for your chess pieces to be reincarnated. I'm afraid you didn't expect that it would be ruined by a little guy. Even you, the leader, suffered a small loss. If the people above knew about this, they wouldn't be able to sit still and delay their ascension to Empyrean God by 100 or 200 years. Hee. The yellow-robed man said calmly. There's always an accident. Back then you were the most famous god king. You even had the chance to inherit that person's orthodoxy and become the sole ruler of the world. In the end, you were suppressed in the lower realm for 1,000,000 chaos years. The young Hun Dun's expression changed. Yes. Who would have thought that you were a bunch of shameless fellows and would make a move on that day? Unfortunately, you didn't gain anything. All of you were injured by me. I don't know if your strength has improved after 1,000,000 chaos years, or if you've broken through that barrier and ascended to that position. The yellow-robed man's expression finally showed a trace of unnaturalness. Although we didn't gain any advantage, you aren't any better off. The wheel of history has already begun, and we look forward to our next meeting. Let's see if you can withstand my attack. Don't worry, that day won't be too far away. I'll come back sooner or later and take back everything that belongs to me. I'll also suppress all of you in the lower realm and let you experience the loneliness of 1,000,000 chaotic years. Young Hun Dun swept away the vicissitudes of life, and his gaze became fierce. Haha, let's wait and see. The yellow-robed man laughed heartily and turned into specks of light that filled the sky, disappearing into space. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as the yellow-robed man left, the young Hun Dun coughed out blood. His face quickly turned pale, but he was still smiling. You are still so cautious. You are afraid that you will fall into my ambush, cough, cough. If you weren't so cautious, how would I have been able to scare you away? That little fellow is quite interesting. He actually tricked the cult leader. Sooner or later, I will meet you again. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei felt like his body was about to collapse, and he kept coughing up blood. Unlimited divine power, hold on for me. The divine power from the system continuously surged into Lin Fei's body, stabilizing the god crystals one by one so that they would not collapse on the spot. Even though Lin Fei had entered the battle fortress and avoided the misfortune of being searched, the yellow-robed man's attack was still very terrifying. 2/3 of the magic formations and restrictions in the battle fortress had been destroyed. Lin Fei himself was also heavily injured and almost died. He activated his invincible defense and diverted part of the force, but there was still a part of the force that landed on his body. He only managed to stabilize this ferocious force by relying on the massive amount of divine power. Master, you won't die, right? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Do you want me to die so that you can dominate the system? Master, I am just worried about you. I don't want to go into hibernation again. That kind of life is really boring. I still prefer my current life. Then why don't you take a look and see if that guy has caught up? Master, we are safe now. Just now, I continuously activated the shuttle function and teleported 10 times in a row. Each time, I went in a different direction. He can't catch up. The system has already recorded his aura. As long as he comes within a certain distance, we will know. I can guarantee that Master won't fall into his hands. Lin Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat down and used his divine power to eliminate the power in his body. By the time Lin Fei recovered, half a month had already passed. In this half a month, Lin Fei was constantly fighting with the yellow-robed man's power. Finally, he managed to get rid of the last bit of power. The yellow-robed man's power is too terrifying. He almost killed me with the battle fortress between us. Lin Fei stood up. He looked a lot more tired. The only thing he was glad about was that he escaped from the yellow-robed man. Lin Fei took out the dragon meat from before and roasted a large pile for himself. He also took out some immortal wine and ate it happily. Lin Fei really didn't want to run into this kind of thing again. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Fei felt much better. He looked around and realized that the battle fort was moving under the endless starry sky. Little devil, where are we now? Master, you're awake. That's great. The little devil flew out and landed on his shoulder. We are now under an uninhabited starry sky. This starry sky is very strange and I don't dare to move too far. Now that Master is awake, I don't have to worry anymore. A very strange starry sky? How did we get to this place? Ever since Lin Fei fought against the yellow-robed man's power, he had blocked off everything. Naturally, he didn't know what had happened in the past half a month. How could he know that he was in a strange space? The little devil shrugged. I don't know either. I just know that the guy that day was too scary. I activated the battle fortress and kept teleporting, and then we came to this space. The situation was too dangerous at that time, so Lin Fei could only order the little devil to do so. Now that they were in this strange space, Lin Fei couldn't say anything. At least he survived and didn't need to see that terrifying yellow-robed man. Lin Fei appeared at the top of the battle fortress. What a desolate place. Lin Fei immediately felt the desolation under the stars. This was a very desolate place. There was almost nothing in this vast space. Occasionally he would see some stars, but they were filled with a deathly aura. There was no life on them. Chapter 1645. P.S. Today's 5th update, 14,000 updates. I'm so tired. I haven't asked for monthly votes in a long time. I'm asking for a few monthly votes. Also, I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. Lin Fei continued to observe for a long time but did not see anything unusual. I don't know where I am. There's no one around. It's not easy to know where I am. Lin Fei sighed and returned to the battle fortress. Battle number 1, activate hidden mode. Since he did not know where he was, Lin Fei decided to stay put. Roger that. The battle fortress stopped. A layer of light flashed, and the huge battle fortress turned into the size of a speck of dust. It was not as big as before. Once the battle fortress was hidden, Lin Fei released the 7-colored ruler. The 7-colored ruler's strength increased very quickly. Back then he was still a 6-star ruler. After obtaining Lin Fei's resources, his strength also increased by leaps and bounds, and he quickly became an 8-star ruler. Master, did something happen? As soon as the 7-colored sovereign came out and saw the destroyed restrictions, he was given a big fright, and he asked worriedly, Young Master, what are you doing? 2/3 of the restrictions in the battle fortress were destroyed. The entire battle fortress was obviously damaged. This was why Lin Fei had to stop. He had to repair the battle fortress first. Under the unknown starry sky, the surroundings looked very mysterious. If he wanted to leave this place, Lin Fei still had to rely on the battle fortress. He could not fly slowly by himself. Lin Fei did not doubt that if he flew slowly by himself, it would take a long time. If that really happened, it would be too late. Nothing much. We just met a terrifying guy. We're very safe now. Lin Fei said casually. He did not want to say too much. He was worried that he would scare the other party. The 7-colored ruler didn't continue asking. To be able to damage the battle fortress to this extent. Just how strong was the enemy? Right, take a look at the situation outside. Do you know where we are? Lin Fei asked. Outside. The 7-colored ruler looked with his divine sense. His beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. We're out? We're not in the divine general space anymore? Of course not. That place no longer exists. Ah, what's going on? Lin Fei gave a simple explanation of the situation, such as the fact that there was an important figure suppressed at the foot of the mountain. The Rainbow Ruler found it hard to believe that such a thing could happen in a sacred place. I was wondering why I came out. The 7-colored ruler came to a sudden realization. Lin Fei really admired Rainbow's way of thinking. This place seems familiar. I think I've heard of it before. Suddenly, a hint of unease flashed across the 7-colored ruler's face. Master, why are we here? Lin Fei couldn't tell her that the little devil was controlling the battle fortress. You came here without knowing anything. Do you know where you are? I've never been here before. I've only heard of it. I remember them saying that in the Endless Territory, there's a place that's one of the 3 most dangerous places. It's very similar to this place. It's called the Dark Night Star River. No one knows exactly how big it is, but they do know that it's very dangerous. Dark Night Galaxy? Lin Fei had never heard of this place. Yes. When Master passed by this place, Did you often see uninhabited stars with no life and a deathly aura? Lin Fei hurriedly asked Little Devil. It was just as Rainbow said. Ever since he entered this starry sky, all the stars he saw were the same. There was no life. There are some stars, Lin Fei replied. What does this have to do with the Dark Night Star River? The seven-colored ruler explained. It's very important because these stars were all devoured by the Dark Night Galaxy. Legend has it that the Dark Night Galaxy is a special life form. It doesn't have any intelligence and only knows how to devour. No matter what it is, it will devour it. All kinds of empires, worlds, star continents, they will all be devoured. That's awesome. Isn't it similar to Hairball? Lin Fei released Hairball. There's someone more awesome than me. Hearing that there was something more awesome than him, Hairball became dissatisfied. Call him out and compete with me. Let's see who's better. Lin Fei said, I'm in his stomach now. Who do you think is awesome? Hairball's eyes widened and he shrunk his neck. Then, he's indeed more awesome than me. The seven-colored ruler laughed. No one knows if the Dark Night Star River is a special life form. I heard it from others. I only know that the Dark Night Star River is very long and no one knows its end. Many people drift in the Dark Night Star River and go to other places. It's said that they drift for tens of thousands of chaos years or even hundreds of thousands of chaos years. Therefore, there are many powerful races living in this Dark Night Star River. This is also the most dangerous place. After listening to Seven Colored's explanation, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the Dark Night Star River. Although he still needed to confirm whether this was the Dark Night Star River, Lin Fei was sure that this was the Dark Night Star River. This feeling was unique. He knew that he had come to an unknown and dangerous place. Lin Fei decided to repair the war fortress first. This was what he could rely on to leave this place. Battle number 1, are you sure? Repairing this place requires 1 billion energy points. Calculate carefully. Lin Fei pointed at a depression on the battle fortress. That was where the yellow-robed man had struck. Now there was barely a layer of energy blocking it. From this position, the yellow-robed man's attack had crushed all the way and destroyed 2/3 of the array. Battle number 1 nodded. The enemy's attack was very powerful. It almost broke through the battle fortress. If Master wants to repair it, you'll need at least 1 billion energy points. The array here also needs 500 million energy points to repair. In addition to other aspects, you'll need about 800 million energy points. Lin Fei felt a headache coming on. The yellow-robed man's punch was really going to make him bankrupt. Little Devil, how many energy points do I have now? Master, while you were recuperating, I've already converted all the holy stone veins and exchanged them for a total of 3 billion energy points. There's still 3 billion energy points. That's good. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Master, you're wrong. We've been moving all the way. In addition to the long-distance travel that day, we've used up 3 billion energy points, the little devil said without any conscience. Now we're left with less than 6 billion energy points. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. After robbing so many storage rings, it's only 3 billion energy points? The little devil curled her lips. 3 billion energy points is already a lot, okay. So, if I want to repair the battle fortress, I still have to owe more than 200 million energy points? In addition to the moving and shuttling, there's still a gap of 8 or 900 million energy points. The little devil nodded. Logically speaking, 8 or 900 million energy points is not enough. If this is the Dark Night Galaxy, it'll definitely be dangerous. Master, it's best to summon a few war angels to scout the way. No matter what, you have to prepare 5 billion energy points. Even if you sell me, I can't get 5 billion energy points now. Must this gap be repaired? Lin Fei pointed at the gap. He could vaguely see the imprint of a fist. In his heart, he cursed the yellow-robed man 100 times. It must be repaired as soon as possible. If it's not repaired, if we want to travel long distances again, this gap will be broken open. It'll be very disadvantageous for us. Battle number 1 said expressionlessly. Lin Fei also knew that it was impossible to delay the repair. This gap was only a thin layer. No matter how he looked at it, it did not look safe. If they really met a strong guy in the Dark Night Galaxy, they could easily break the battle fortress. Then let's fix this gap first. Lin Fei said helplessly. Battle number 1 moved quickly. 1 billion energy points were transferred over. At the gap that was broken, the original materials began to squirm again and began to repair the gap. In the blink of an eye, there were only 600 million energy points left on Lin Fei. This was too fast. Lin Fei was secretly glad that he had robbed one of the 10 young masters that day. Otherwise he really did not know what to do now. The battle fortress needed to be repaired and there was no end to it. It would take a month. During this month, it could not be moved and could only remain in its current state. Repair it then. Since he was here, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave. There was no point in being anxious. That day, how many divinity points did I use to block the yellow-robed man's attack? Master, it's best to be mentally prepared. I'm already prepared. Lin Fei was very clear that even the battle fortress was like this, let alone himself. The little devil began to report. That day you activated the invincible defense. As your invincible points were exhausted, you could only use divinity points to transform them. 1 divinity point for 1 invincible point. With that punch, the invincible defense evaporated 2 billion divinity points. Cough, cough, cough. This was even more terrifying than the 2 gazes from before. 2 billion divinity points. Even a rich man could not afford to spend it like this. There's more. In resisting the opponent's power, Master consumed another 4 billion divinity points. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? The invincible defense only used 2 billion divinity points. Why did I use 4 billion divinity points next? I earned these divinity points bit by bit. Master, please be quiet for a while. The little devil reminded. The invincible defense is a concentrated defense, but the opponent's power is too tyrannical. Although you blocked the attack, it still invaded your body and almost caused your body to collapse. This requires divinity points to support it, so the consumption is naturally more. I don't need to say the rest, Master. Lin Fei waved his hand. No need to say more. Actually, Lin Fei was already mentally prepared for such a large consumption of divinity points. The yellow-robed man was not a dominator, nor was he a celestial god, but an expert stronger than a celestial god. He could revive people with one hand, so the power of his attack was naturally not as simple as imagined. Using about 6 billion energy points to leave from his hands, Lin Fei was already very satisfied. Chapter 1646. In a vast territory. Demon Mystic Sect's Mountain Gate. At this moment, be it the sect leader or the elders, all of them had solemn expressions. As you said, all of this was done by that Lin Fei. Not only our Demon Mystic Sect but the other sects are also unlucky. Lin Fei was killed. The Demon Mystic Sect's sect leader's expression wasn't very good. The sect leader didn't know what to say about such a huge matter. Blame Lin Fei? That was for sure. The sect leader even had the intention to kill. This matter had a huge impact on the Demon Mystic Sect, especially the 8 great sects and 7 overlords. It was inevitable that the Demon Mystic Sect would be implicated. The elders under the sect leader all had ugly expressions. Young Master Dark Saint was the pride of their Demon Mystic Sect, but he brought back such bad news. Not only did he not become a heavenly god, all the benefits were snatched away by that damned Lin Fei, which meant that the Demon Mystic Sect didn't gain anything this time. At the very least, young Master Dark Saint would become a heavenly god in 1 to 200 years, which was barely good news. After young Master Dark Saint was sent out of that space, he immediately rushed back to the Demon Mystic Sect. He was ambushed a few times on the way but he returned safely. Senior brother sect leader, I'm going into seclusion. Young Master Dark Saint was in a bad mood. It was a pity that Lin Fei died in the hands of that big shot. Otherwise, young Master Dark Saint really hoped that he could personally take Lin Fei's head after breaking through to vent his anger. The first time, Lin Fei could run back from that big shot, but he definitely wouldn't have the chance to do so a second time. In everyone's eyes, Lin Fei was definitely going to die. You don't have to feel burdened. As long as you become a heavenly god, our Demon Mystic Sect will still obtain the greatest benefits. The sect leader said indifferently, in the following days, you should go into seclusion. Young Master Dark Saint left the hall. Not long after he left, he officially announced that he would go into seclusion. Everyone knew that when he came out, he would definitely be a heavenly god, and the Demon Mystic Sect would also welcome glory. Next, a mission fell into the hands of the Extermination Lord, who had just become an inner sect disciple. Encircle and annihilate those who are in contact with Lin Fei? After receiving this mission, the Extermination Dominus more or less knew something about it. That day he was lucky enough to leave the Divine Mountain under the protection of powerhouses. Although some people died on the way, the Extermination Dominus still made it to the Demon Mystic Sect alive and became an inner sect disciple. Is there a problem? An inner court elder asked in a deep voice. The chief sovereign of extermination shook his head repeatedly. No problem. I'll go make the preparations right away. The Demon Mystic Sect was about to vent their anger. If you, Lin Fei, die, the people who are related to you will not benefit from it. The demon mystic sect's thoughts were so simple. This time they had lost too much face, and they couldn't help but find someone to vent their anger on. Dark Night Galaxy. After a few days of observation, Seven Colored was sure that this was the dangerous Dark Night Galaxy. On the 5th day after Lin Fei woke up, a group of galactic ghost corpses appeared in the Dark Night Star River. They were formed by drifting experts and were invulnerable. After learning that it was the Dark Night Galaxy, Lin Fei could only sigh. What kind of luck was this? He had just come out of the wolf's den and in the blink of an eye he was in the tiger's den. He still didn't know how to leave. Lin Fei decided to become a heavenly god first. No matter how terrifying the Dark Night Galaxy was, as long as he advanced to the heavenly god realm and the battle fortress was repaired, Lin Fei was confident that he could leave the Dark Night Galaxy. It was just a matter of time. In Lin Fei's opinion, becoming a heavenly god was not difficult. It was useless to rely on the system. He could only use divine power to condense a divine spark. Lin Fei sat in the depths of the secret room where the battle fortress was. Layers of array restrictions were set up outside. Lin Fei released 18 primordial clones. Now the 18 primordial clones were all 9 stars peak ruler. They could stop anyone who broke in and buy time for him. I wonder if these divinity points are enough to condense a divine spark and let me become a heavenly god in one go. Lin Fei thought silently. He took a deep breath and began to condense a divine spark for the first time according to the steps analyzed by the system. The divine power flowed into Lin Fei's body like a long river. Lin Fei went into seclusion to become a heavenly god. Battle number 1 was in charge of repairing the battle fortress. After the seven-colored ruler learned about the cause and effect, she also went to cultivate. In particular, Lin Fei gave her a lot of resources. In the battle fortress, Hairball was the most leisurely. This fellow's body was also emitting traces of divine power. This is too boring. I'm going to take a stroll nearby. Furball easily exited the battle fortress and began to stroll around. Tui, these things are too disgusting. Hairball strolled around. After receiving the benefits from Lin Fei, her strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, her physical body had become even stronger. Hairball could easily deal with the galactic ghost corpses wandering in the Dark Night Galaxy. They were only 2 or 3 stars ruler realm. After tasting them once, Hairball did not want to eat them anymore. Because they were too disgusting. Hairball's range of movement was also expanding. With her powerful shuttling ability, she could enter any star without any obstacles. Until one day Hairball came to an uninhabited star. This uninhabited star was even bigger than the stars she had seen before. It's another uninhabited continent. How disappointing. I'm so hungry. Is there nothing good to eat? When Hairball did not sleep, she would constantly look for food. On the Dark Night Galaxy, Hairball really did not find anything delicious. Apart from those corpses, there was almost nothing good. That was why she was wandering aimlessly. It's all because Master is in seclusion. He still hasn't come out. Hairball looked at her stomach and heard a rumbling sound again. I seem to smell the aura of immortal beasts. Just as Hairball was about to leave, she suddenly smelled the aura of immortal beasts. With a shuttling ability, she chased after them. In another corner of the star continent, she found a sealed place. It was a sealed grassland. On the grassland, immortal beasts were leisurely strolling. Hairball's appetite immediately increased. It had been a long time since she saw immortal beasts. She broke the seal and entered the grassland. She released the aura of the primordial evil dragon, scaring these immortal beasts into prostrating on the ground. Crack. Hairball ate one immortal beast in one bite. Feeling that it was not enough, she went to eat a second, then a third. After eating 10 immortal beasts, she patted her stomach in satisfaction. There are so many immortal beasts. I'll catch them all and raise them. In the future, when Master is in seclusion, I will also have immortal beasts to eat. The foodie Hairball did not even think about why there would be immortal beasts on an uninhabited star. They couldn't just appear for no reason. She was now constantly catching immortal beasts. Every time she caught one, she would smile and send it into her space. There was an immortal venerable there to manage the immortal beasts. I'll catch a few immortal beasts and let Rainbow Fairy roast them. They will definitely taste great. Chapter 1647. Lin Fei's seclusion was longer than expected. The estimated time was longer than he had imagined. Even he did not expect that it would take so long to condense godhood. By the time Lin Fei came out of seclusion, 10 years had passed. 10 years wasn't a long time for someone like Lin Fei. On the contrary, it was just a blink of an eye. Master, you've become a heavenly god. As soon as Lin Fei came out of the secret room, Seven Colored hurried over. In the past 10 years, Seven Colored often came to take a look. When the secret room's stone door opened, Seven Colored came immediately with a smile on her face. Not yet. Lin Fei shook his head. It's not easy to condense divine spark. I've only condensed 1/3 of it. There's still 2/3 left. Might take a long time. Seven Colored was surprised. Lin Fei himself wasn't surprised. Condensing divine spark looked simple, but it was much more difficult than he imagined. During the process of condensing, if there was no one to guide him, he wouldn't be able to condense later on. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had failed. Until now, he had condensed 1/3 of the divine spark. At this moment, there was a phantom of divine spark at Lin Fei's dantian. 1/3 of it was real, while the remaining 2/3 was illusory. He needed a large amount of divine power to replenish it. I can be said to be a heavenly god now, but a fake one. Although Lin Fei had condensed the phantom of divine spark, the rest seemed simple. He just needed to pour divine power into it and completely condense the divine spark. It sounded simple, but it was actually very difficult. A large amount of divine power was needed. Lin Fei didn't dare to use up all of his divine power, even if he absorbed 80 to 90% of his divine power in one day. When condensing 1/3 of the divine spark, Lin Fei chose to stop. After some hesitation, he decided to postpone the condensation of divine spark. According to the system's estimation, if he really wanted to condense the remaining 2/3 of the divine spark, he would need a large amount of divine power. Once he became a heavenly god and had divine spark, Lin Fei's divinity points would be very little. Lin Fei needed to keep his trump cards hidden in the Dark Night Galaxy, so that he would not be able to do anything in the event of an emergency. To Lin Fei, the celestial god realm was nothing more than a meaning. Now that he had divinity points, which were on the same level as divine power, there was no limit to how much he could use them. After becoming a heavenly deity, even if one's physical body was shattered, they wouldn't die. As long as they had a divine spark, everything was fine. This was even more powerful than flesh regeneration. After all, the Godhead was extremely hard, and within the same realm, no one could break it. As long as the Godhead could return to its original state, one could cultivate a new physical body. Master, you're amazing. Seven Colored was mesmerized. From the time she met Lin Fei to the time she became his maid, not much time had passed. Lin Fei had become an Empyrean deity far above the sovereign level. Being worshipped by a great beauty, Lin Fei was quite proud. Although he was a fake god now and was a bit weaker than a real god, this did not affect Lin Fei at all. He did not rely on gods to make a living. Lin Fei came out of seclusion. Battle number 1 came to report the situation. 10 years had passed in the battle fortress, and the damaged areas had long been repaired. The arrays and restrictions inside were also gradually recovering, but the time was very slow. Lin Fei still had some divinity points left. In order to leave the Dark Night Galaxy, the remaining 600 or 700 million energy points had to be used on critical matters, and definitely not in a place like this. Battle number 1 was sent away. Lin Fei then asked about the situation outside, such as what had happened in the Dark Night Galaxy in the past 10 years. Fortunately, everything was fine and nothing bad had happened. Seven Colored remembered something important and immediately said, Master, if you want to talk about something, something really happened. Hairball went out 8 years ago and never came back. We also looked around, but there was no trace of Hairball. It was as if she had mysteriously disappeared. Hairball disappeared. Lin Fei was really surprised. That should be the case. Ever since they came out of that space, Lin Fei had given Hairball freedom. In addition, with his divine power to improve her body, as long as she did not encounter a powerful opponent, she could come back safely. Now she had actually disappeared. Let me contact her. There was a connection between Lin Fei and Hairball. After a little sensing, the connection between them was still there, but it was very weak, as if it was isolated by something. Something really happened. Although Lin Fei had guessed it, he was still very surprised to come to this conclusion. Something had happened to Hairball. Although it seemed like nothing had happened, Lin Fei also knew that Hairball was definitely trapped somewhere and could not come out. Even the place that isolated Hairball's call for help was definitely not ordinary. Seven Colored was also anxious. She had a good relationship with Hairball. When she heard that something had happened, she wanted to save Hairball, but was stopped by Lin Fei. Hairball is fine for the time being. We don't need to be too nervous. However, this is Dark Night Galaxy. Maybe Hairball met the drifters you mentioned and those who like to hide in Dark Night Galaxy. Lin Fei was very confident in Hairball's defense. We need to be prepared. We can't go there recklessly. Seven Colored calmed down and knew that she was too anxious. Lin Fei returned to the secret room again. This time it was not for seclusion, but for his 18 primordial clones. After his strength had improved greatly, the 18 primordial clones had been kept by Lin Fei and had never been used again. After absorbing a large amount of divine power, the 18 primordial clones' strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They had become the most important helpers in one fell swoop. Lin Fei had to make some more primordial clones. The things from the lottery last time really came in handy this time. Fortunately, I didn't take them back. Lin Fei laughed. A huge metal box was taken out. The moment the metal box was opened, divine light rushed out. Fortunately, there was a formation in the secret room in the battle fortress, so outsiders could not detect it. If someone was there and saw the contents of the metal box, they would definitely scold Lin Fei for wasting God's gifts. Such a precious item was actually stored in a crappy metal box. These precious things were naturally heavenly God equipment. In layman's terms, they were divine armaments or divine clothes. On the way, Lin Fei had been drawing lottery every day. Most of them were experience points, but he had also obtained a large number of treasures. Let me see what treasures are suitable for my primordial clones. Lin Fei was not satisfied and took out 6 more metal boxes, all of which contained treasures. Divine armors are a must, one for each person. Although the primordial clone's defense was very strong, only slightly weaker than divine body, Lin Fei still had to prepare divine armors for them. Different colored divine armors were quickly put on the primordial clones. He took out 18 divine armors at once. Although they were low-grade divine armors, it was enough for Lin Fei. Even a heavenly god would not be able to break the primordial clone's defense. Chapter 1648. Lin Fei attached great importance to the 18 primordial clones. If it weren't for this opportunity, Lin Fei could forget about leveling up his 18 clones in one go. Even a pig could become a flying divine pig. From the day he easily beat up young Master Dark Sage, as long as one wasn't a fool, they could see how powerful the 18 primordial clones were. Unfortunately, they were also stuck at this step because of the cultivation technique. Lin Fei was already very satisfied in his heart. Once the 18 primordial clones were formed, Lin Fei needed to prepare equipment for them. Especially after knowing that Hairball was an unknown danger, he couldn't wait to prepare them. The treasures from the previous lottery were finally put to use. Since he was going to arm them, Lin Fei planned to arm them to the teeth. Every clone was precious. Losing any one of them would make his heart ache. With the 18 pieces of divine armor on their bodies, the 18 clones became awe-inspiring. It wouldn't be easy to find 18 clones in the entire territory. I have clothes, how can I be short of weapons? There were also many weapons in the metal box. There were swords, sabers, spears, fans, and a series of other weapons. Lin Fei equipped them with swords, sabers, and other weapons. Moreover, he made sure that every clone was different. With low-grade divine armor and low-grade divine weapons, their attack power will definitely be good. No matter what, everyone will be afraid of them. After distributing the low-grade divine weapons, Lin Fei was still not satisfied. It seems like there are treasures with attributes in the metal box. No matter what, I have to wear a few. Lin Fei started to toss and turn again. He found many necklaces. These were all low-grade divine weapons with some special attributes. He didn't care about the consequences and put them on. Not fast. Wear a pair of combat boots with acceleration. As long as he could think of it, Lin Fei would equip them. Done. After tossing and turning for a long time, Lin Fei looked at the 18 clones and laughed foolishly. Master, you are really shameless. If those heavenly gods meet your 18 clones, they will probably turn and run. Little Devil ran out and flattered. Lin Fei said seriously, "You're wrong. I'm not being shameless. I'm just feeling sorry for my doppelganger. If I lose one, who knows when I'll be able to get it back. Full body armor is a must." Little Devil really admired his master's shamelessness. These words sounded dignified, but it made sense. All of you attack me. The attacks of the 18 clones landed on Lin Fei at the same time. Even though Lin Fei had a divine body, he was still grimacing in pain. This attack was truly painful. Even he was in such a state, let alone others. Lin Fei did not forget one important thing, which was to create a god power cyclone in their bodies, which could condense strands of god power. The 18 clones took Lin Fei 3 days to leave a divine power cyclone in their bodies. From now on, he would not have to worry about running out of divine power, which would affect his strength. Lin Fei didn't let them learn any techniques either. They could just use low-quality divine weapons to attack. Who could withstand the attacks of 18 clones, especially with low-quality divine weapons? Lin Fei didn't believe that those people could compete with him with low-quality divine weapons. If they dared to do so, they would regret it. Lin Fei came out of the secret room again. After enjoying Rainbow's barbecue, he controlled the battle fort to chase after Hairball. Lin Fei could sense where Hairball was. Hairball was still fine. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He quickly got close to where Hairball was. There seems to be a star in front. Lin Fei and Rainbow were both standing on top of the battle fort. They could see the situation in the dark night galaxy. Lin Fei carefully observed for a moment before pointing at the star. If I'm not mistaken, Furball is on this star, so there shouldn't be any mistake. Before they got on the star, Lin Fei put away the battle fort. It was overkill to use a battle fort in a place like this. Lin Fei and Rainbow got on the star. The star was silent. There were no signs of life. Lin Fei didn't think so. Since Hairball was here, it must be related to this place. The connection in his mind was getting closer. Go there. Lin Fei didn't move fast. He was wearing the deity battle armor. Seven Colored also had an inferior grade god robe. When she first saw it, she was shocked. She had never seen an inferior grade god robe before. Although it could not be used to defend, it could be used to defend passively. Lin Fei had added god power inside. With such a low-quality divine armor, 9 Stars ruler wouldn't be able to kill Rainbow. This was also Lin Fei's consideration for Rainbow's safety. Master, look, there's a sealed space over there. Rainbow suddenly pointed into the distance. There was a green grassland. Furball, that fellow, he must be gluttonous again. Lin Fei followed her gaze and saw the sealed space and the moving immortal beasts. He immediately understood why Hairball was in this situation. Strange, there's no sign of life here. Why are there immortal beasts? Is someone raising them here? Lin Fei stared at the immortal beasts. They weren't illusions, they were real. Rainbow also saw that it was strange. Don't tell me those drifters took root here. Lin Fei couldn't guess. Maybe let's go take a look. With 18 doppelgangers armed to the teeth and the system around, Lin Fei was not afraid of any powerhouses inside. If they were easy to talk to, he would be polite. If they really thought that he was awesome, he did not mind using force. However, they would have to make the first move. After all, they were in the wrong. Soon the two arrived outside the sealed space. The immortal beasts inside were still eating leisurely, as if they didn't notice them outside. Come, let's go in. Lin Fei placed a finger on the seal and walked in with Seven Colored behind him. Ah. As soon as he entered, the desolate and deathly stillness on the outside was replaced by a vibrant aura. What a beautiful place. Rainbow couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Fei nodded. It's indeed a good place. It seems that someone lives here. The moving immortal beasts didn't panic when they appeared. They were still lazy, showing that they were very docile. Master, these immortal beasts should be domesticated and have lost their vigilance. Rainbow said softly. Let's go take a look. The two flew at a low altitude. Everywhere they passed was a vast grassland. There were immortal beasts everywhere. They were all docile. When they saw them, they just looked up and continued to move. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. On the vast grassland, a blue ocean appeared. There were many islands standing on the ocean, giving off a very peaceful aura. Master, look at that thing. Rainbow opened her mouth and pointed at the huge shadow above the island. Chapter 1649. Needless to say, I saw it all. Before Seven Colored could speak, Lin Fei saw a huge figure appear above the island. F***CK giant dragon. No, it's the dragon race. Lin Fei kept blinking, wondering if he was seeing things. There was actually a dragon race in the Dark Night Star River? What kind of joke was this? Lin Fei had heard that the dragon race lived in a territory called the Dragon Race's territory. It was a forbidden area for the dragon race. Not many people were willing to enter that territory. It really is someone from the dragon race. Seven Colored rarely saw someone from the dragon race because they were very domineering and arrogant. Plus, the dragon race was a powerful race to begin with. No one dared to oppose them. Everyone knew one thing. The dragon race was very vengeful. Why is there a dragon race here? Master, what do we do now? Seven Colored looked at Lin Fei, not knowing what to do. The dragon race approaching them had an extremely powerful aura. It was an 8-star ruler. It would be very difficult for Seven Colored to deal with it. Don't attack later. Let's watch first. Lin Fei was also very curious. Why would someone from the dragon race be on this planet? Could it be that this was a secret place of the dragon race? A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows? Anyone who saw this scene would inevitably have such a thought. The dragon race was a very united race. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a unique existence in the territory. Only a few races could compare to them. It was obvious how extraordinary they were. The huge figure arrived very quickly. Human race. Hegeman Longyang had been sleeping. As soon as the aura of a living person appeared, Hegeman Longyang immediately sensed it and flew out. Because of what had happened a few days ago, he had become very cautious. Seeing a man and a woman appear, Hegeman Longyang was in a bad mood. He disliked humans the most because they were all sly and cunning. They were very difficult to deal with. Damned humans, go to hell. Hegeman Longyang spat out a terrifying dragon breath without saying anything. It turned into a black wave that swept towards them. Not only did the dragon race have strong physical defenses, but they also had powerful long-range attacks. Dragon breath attacks were one of them. F***ck, is this necessary? Lin Fei did not expect the dragon clan to not give him face and directly attack. He pulled 7-colored behind him to avoid being attacked by the dragon breath and blew at the black dragon breath. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hegeman Longyang didn't take the man and woman in front of him seriously at all. He was an 8-star Hegeman after all. He was completely confident in his ability to deal with anyone. The black dragon breath that flew out was blown away. We're just here to look for someone. If you still want to attack, then I'm going to attack too. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to attack. Our Black Dragon Islands do not welcome humans. I don't care where you came from. If you intrude, you will die here. Hegeman Longyang was a bit surprised, but he still didn't hold them in any regard. What? Hegeman Longyang's enormous body moved, and a black shadow swept out. It was his dragon tail. This casual sweep was enough to severely injure an 8-star sovereign. Lin Fei could already tell that these people wanted to kill him. They didn't want to hear his explanation at all. They wanted to force him to use force. If they could stop and listen to him, perhaps Lin Fei wouldn't attack first. After all, anyone who could name this place Black Dragon Islands was definitely not weak. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Fei really didn't want to attack. Now that they were attacking, Lin Fei wouldn't show any mercy. The draconic tail slammed into Lin Fei's body. The attack didn't hurt him at all, and it really didn't count for anything. Hegeman Longyang let out a sound, and Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the tail. Down. Lin Fei grabbed the tail and sent his enormous body smashing into the sea. Boom. Seawater shot into the sky. Hegeman Longyang's head was spinning. Before he could recover, he was grabbed again and smashed into a nearby island. Rumble. The entire island sank, creating ripples on the surface of the ocean. Were you? Could it be that you were sent by them? That's right, you must have been sent by them. Hegeman Longyang tried multiple times to shake off his opponent's hand, but to no avail. He suddenly felt a bit more shocked. For this person to be able to easily subdue him meant that he had to have the power of a 9-star sovereign. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to reply. He grabbed the dragon and smashed it into the island. Every time he smashed it, an island would sink. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 islands had fallen silent. Hegeman Longyang was seeing stars. Roar. Powerful auras emanated from the depths of the island. Clearly, the people in the depths of the island had noticed the commotion here. Reinforcements had arrived. Damned human brat, as long as the main force of our dragon clan arrives, you're dead. Hegeman Longyang was feeling quite frustrated. Upon hearing the commotion, a look of delight appeared on his face as he threatened the enemy. Lin Fei waved his hand, and Hegeman Longyang was sent flying, smashing into the body of an enormous dragon that had just flown out. Master, you were so cool just now. Rainbow was mesmerized. Even a powerful dragon was like a punching bag in his master's hands. I think so as well. In the past, if Lin Fei had wanted to do this, he probably wouldn't have been able to. But now it was very easy. Hegeman Dragon Eye flew out of the sea and paced back and forth on the human brat's body. A look of wariness appeared in his eyes as he hid to the side. This guy looked strange. It was best to wait for the main force to arrive. The enormous dragon that had been smashed just now saw that Hegeman Dragon Eye didn't do anything, so he didn't either. Longyang, you useless thing. Last time someone barged in, you didn't stop them. This time you didn't stop them. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? A rumbling sound came from afar like thunder. It was astonishingly loud, and at the same time, it sent waves into the sky. Then, a group of black figures appeared in the depths of the island. There were at least 40 or 50 enormous dragons, and the one at the very front was a golden dragon. It was especially eye-catching, and it was this golden dragon that had spoken. Master, we seem to be in big trouble. I didn't expect there to be a golden dragon here. A golden dragon? What's the difference? Lin Fei didn't know much about dragons. Rainbow looked at Lin Fei strangely. All golden dragons are descendants of royalty. Other dragons don't have the right to be royalty. They have such a high status. The enormous dragon was very long, and its enormous body quickly arrived at the surface of the sea. Your Highness, this human is very strong. I'm not his match. Please punish me. Hegeman Longyang gritted his teeth. The golden dragon's body flickered, and it transformed into a yellow-robed young man. He also emanated a noble aura. Longyang knew very well how strong Hegeman Longyang was. Ordinary early-stage 9-star sovereigns would definitely be able to block his attacks. But this clansman of his couldn't stop this man and woman in front of him. Stand aside. Longyang glared. He turned to look at the man and woman not far away, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. Do the two of you know that trespassing on Dragon Island is a capital offense? Longyang observed for a moment, then turned his gaze to the black-robed man. The woman was only an 8-star sovereign and didn't pose much of a threat. The black-robed hegemon, on the other hand, gave off a very mysterious feeling. Most importantly, he couldn't tell what level he was at. Lin Fei pursed his lips. This is Dragon Island? I really don't know. You didn't put up a sign outside to tell everyone that this is Dragon Island. It's normal for me to come in. So, in the future, if you don't want people to come in, just put up a sign outside that says Dragon Island, and add the words kill without mercy. I can guarantee that as long as they aren't tired of living, they won't come in. Hegemon Longyang felt that this made sense. Your Highness, he seems to make a lot of sense. The other enormous dragons all felt that it made sense as well. If they weren't here, outsiders wouldn't know that this was Dragon Island. Shut up. Longyang glared at Hegemon Longyang. Look at what you're saying. Lin Fei said seriously. Behind him, Seven Colored giggled. Look, my suggestion is so good. I wouldn't tell ordinary people. Lin Fei said again. Longyang really suspected that he didn't know the meaning of Dragon Island. He actually dared to say this so brazenly. Men, capture them for me. Seeing that His Highness was angry, the enormous dragons behind him glared at the black-robed man. With a command, 40 figures charged forward. Instantly they blotted out the sky. It was a terrifying sight. The weakest of these enormous dragons was a 7-star sovereign, while the rest were 8-star sovereigns. A group charging forward was already very terrifying. Your Highness, I suspect that this person was sent by those people. We have to interrogate him. Hegemon Longyang said in a low voice. Longyang shot out a cold beam of light. Sigh, I actually hate this kind of fighting and killing the most. Lin Fei turned into a series of afterimages as he charged into a group of dragons. He punched a black dragon's body, sending it flying. Following this, he kicked a red dragon's body, sending it to the bottom of the sea. He then turned around and punched a black dragon's body, sending it flying one after another. Lin Fei walked leisurely, sending dragons flying one after another. This, Longyang didn't bring the true experts of Dragon Island, but they were still elites. They could easily take down any expert. When the time came, he would definitely be able to obtain useful information through torture. Before he could finish this thought, Longyang saw an unbelievable scene. The clansmen he brought were all sent flying by the black-robed man. They either smashed onto the island or the sea. His punches and kicks looked very easy. For a moment, Longyang even wondered if his clansmen were dragons. When did they get beaten up like sandbags by a human? In less than a dozen breaths, the enormous dragons that charged forward were all sent flying by Lin Fei. I have no enmity with your dragon race. Don't force me to kill you. Lin Fei said indifferently. You're too despicable. As a member of the royal family, Longyang was also a hot-tempered person. How could he listen to the other party? He spat out a golden dragon breath at the other party. You go down and calm down. Chapter 1650. There was a huge island in the depths of the Dragon Island. Figures of giant dragons kept appearing on the island. Their huge bodies looked extremely small compared to the island. There was a huge palace in the middle of the island. At this moment, there were 3 human-shaped rulers discussing something in the depths of the palace. Is that guy still inside? An old man in brocade robes asked solemnly. The other 2 were relatively young and looked like middle-aged men. Dragon King, that guy is hiding inside and not coming out. We can't do anything about it. Why don't we continue to fight with him? Sooner or later, that guy will admit defeat. Our dragon tribe has plenty of time. As long as we have enough time, he will come out sooner or later. The old man in brocade robes was the Dragon King of the Dragon Island. Any Dragon King was the most powerful person on the Dragon Island because they had the bloodline of the royal family. They were born as golden dragons and were extremely powerful. Sigh, we would have time if it was during normal times. It's a pity that we are in the Dark Night Galaxy now. Our Dragon Island is not very safe. Those people will come for us sooner or later. The Dragon King's face was full of worries. The other two were the Great Elder and Second Elder of the Dragon Island. Until now, they had no idea what kind of existence that guy was and why the Dragon King valued him so much. The two of them trembled slightly when they heard the words "those people." Their faces were filled with anger. "Dragon King, both of us have been curious. What is that guy? Why didn't you let us go in and kill him? He has hurt many of our people." Great Elder Long Shenming asked. "That guy looks a little like our dragon tribe, but at the same time he doesn't look like us." Second Elder Long Shen asked curiously. They had been wanting to know the answer to this question for a long time. "I didn't want to tell you about this. However, our dragon tribe is no longer what it used to be. Let me tell you about it." The Dragon King sighed softly. "That fellow is the natural enemy of our dragon clan. I originally thought that it would not exist in this world. I didn't expect that there would be such a beast, and its strength has also reached this realm. This is God's blessing." Both of them were shocked. "Natural enemy? Does our dragon race have natural enemies?" The two of them didn't understand. Dragon King's tone became serious. "Yes, but it's normal that you don't know about it. After all, it happened a long time ago. Even I only knew about it from my ancestor. That guy is called the Primordial Evil Dragon, an ancient race. He's our natural enemy. When he reaches adulthood, his strength is even more terrifying than our dragon tribe." After the two elders heard this, their eyes widened. The Dragon Clan actually had such a thing. If the Dragon King had not mentioned it, they would never have known that the natural enemy of the dragon race was so strong. It was just too terrifying that the dragon race specialized in eating the dragon race. The dragon race was a powerful race to begin with, but there was actually a race that was even more powerful than them that wanted to hunt them. Why did such a powerful race disappear in the end? The Dragon King said faintly, "Their race was too powerful and hunted everywhere. Over time they offended a large number of enemies. In the end they were annihilated by others. This race no longer exists in the world. Who would have thought that there would be one left in the Dark Night Galaxy?" The two elders took in a deep breath. "Then why didn't we kill him? This powerful primordial evil dragon doesn't seem to be of any use to our dragon tribe." Long Shenming was confused again. "Why did you say that it's an opportunity for our dragon tribe?" The Dragon King was dissatisfied. "The primordial evil dragon is one of the most powerful races in the world. Although he's the natural enemy of our dragon tribe, if our royal family could marry him and give birth to a child, it would definitely be the most powerful bloodline in the dragon tribe. In the future he might be able to bring our bloodline back to the dragon tribe. We don't have to act sneakily like we do now." The two elders were ashamed. Ever since this guy barged into the dragon tribe, they had proposed to join forces to kill him. They had no idea that there was such a thing. "Lord Dragon King, you've put in a lot of effort. It's good that you know that. Although our bloodline is also of the royal family, our bloodline is still not as good as those people. If we want to restore our strength, we can only rely on this method." The Dragon King had no other choice. Although the primordial evil dragon was a race that was more powerful than the dragon tribe, they were related by blood. The dragon tribe would benefit from the union between the royal family and the primordial evil dragon. The Dragon King wouldn't be worried if it were any other time. However, bang, bang, bang. The door of the secret chamber was pushed open, and a beautiful figure barged in. "Grandfather, something happened outside. Please go and have a look," the beautiful figure said anxiously as soon as she came in. It turned out to be a young girl in white. "Xuanxin, why are you so flustered? Don't you know that we're discussing something with grandfather?" Long Shenming looked at his daughter and frowned. "This is the Dragon Island. What could happen? Could it be that those people are here?" No. There's a man and a woman outside. They're very powerful. Big Brother and the others are no match for them," Long Xuanxin said anxiously. Long Shenming knew his daughter's character very well. He released his divine sense and his expression changed. He stood up and said, "Dragon King, something really happened outside. I'll go and have a look." The Dragon King said calmly, "Go ahead." "Father, I want to go too." Long Xuanxin hurried to catch up. Bang, bang, bang. On the surface of the sea, a man in a black robe was holding a giant dragon and smashing it into the sea. The surrounding giant dragons looked at each other and didn't dare to do anything. Since when was a human stronger than them? One man had scared them all. "Father, isn't that Huang Xing? He's not born with divine strength. He's no match for that guy." Long Xuanxin was originally cultivating. When she heard about the situation outside, she immediately came to look for her father. She didn't see what was going on outside. Now that she saw it, her beautiful eyes fell on the man in the black robe. It's really a human. Long Xinming saw it clearly and was also quite surprised. Seeing that there were at least 70 to 80 tribesmen outside but no one went up, Long Xuanming's face darkened. He secretly scolded them for being so useless. There are so many of them. Don't they know how to attack together? Of course, Long Xinming was also secretly shocked. Who on earth is that man in the black robe? How could he be so strong to grab his tribesmen and smash them? This made Long Xinming feel embarrassed. Father, didn't you say that humans are weak? Why is that man so strong? Long Xuanming's eyes twitched. Stop. Seeing his tribesmen being smashed, Long Xinming shouted. At the same time, he slapped at the man in the black robe to save his tribesmen. The Great Elder is here. This is bad. That guy is going to be in trouble. The Great Elder is a 9 stars pinnacle dominator. It should be easy for him to take down that human brat. The giant dragons watching were all at a disadvantage. They were either smashed into the sea or crashed into the island. Every time they rushed up, they would be beaten up. Their defense and strength were nothing in the hands of that human brat. They were unwilling to accept it once or twice. After more than 10 times, they knew better than to make a move. As long as they did not make a move, the human brat would not cause them trouble. They could only stare angrily at him as if that was the only way to vent their anger. The big shot is here. Lin Fei chuckled and threw the giant dragon toward the big palm. Long Xinming had never seen such a shameless person. How dare he throw his tribesmen to him? He quickly changed his direction to avoid the attack. Long Qinxing, who was not far away, was also badly battered. Humans are so shameless. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice rang in his ear. Big brother, what happened to your face? Did he hit you too? Long Xuanxin appeared with a smile. Little sister, don't talk nonsense. I accidentally hit him. Long Qinxing's eyes twitched. He had always been arrogant, but he had suffered a lot today. However, he could do nothing but watch helplessly. Otherwise, all of them would have died here. Really? I don't think so. Long Xuanxin was a laughing witch on Dragon Island. She had always wanted to see the world in chaos. Her clansmen on Dragon Island had been tortured a lot. She knew her brother's temper very well. Even if he was beaten, he would pretend that he was not beaten. By the way, brother, do you know that man? No. Long Qinxing said coldly. He was relieved and was afraid that Long Xuanxin would continue asking. Long Xuanming's first move failed, so he changed to another one. Who are you? The Dragon Clan's killing seal slammed down. Long Xinming did not dare to underestimate someone who could scare his tribesmen to the point of not daring to attack. Moreover, this person looked very mysterious and he could not tell his strength. Believe it or not, I'm just a passerby. Lin Fei countered with a palm and said with a smile. Long Xuanming's face turned gloomy when he saw the other party's disdainful and lazy tone. Father's killing seal of the Dragon Clan has become much more powerful. I wonder how that human brat is going to block it. Boom. It was a simple attack. A palm went against the killing seal of the Dragon Clan. The seal was shattered. Long Xinming felt a powerful force coming at him. He was secretly shocked. How could this guy be so strong? He was not any weaker than him. Since when did such an expert appear in the Dark Night Galaxy? What was his motive for coming to the Dragon Island? Thoughts flashed through Long Xuanming's mind. Although he was shocked by the other party's strength, he did not think that he would lose. The Dragon Clan would never lose. Not bad, not bad. You can block 50% of my strength. Long Xinming was about to speak, but he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. I attacked with all my strength and you only used 50%? Who are you trying to fool? Arrogant. Lin Fei chuckled. I will use 80% of my strength for this palm. Get ready. Long Xinming would not believe it. He took out the killing seal of the Dragon Clan again, and the power was even more terrifying than before. Lin Fei did not even bother to look at Long Xinming as he sent out a palm strike, suppressing the dragon race's absolute kill imprint. A terrifying aura enveloped Long Xuanming's body as the gigantic palm strike landed on him. Long Xinming was sent flying backward and smashed into the sea. Chapter 1651. Long Xuanxin shouted. She raised her eyebrows and glared at Lin Fei, who was not far away. She was as hot as a pepper. Take this. Long Xuanxin saw that her father was sent flying and rushed over, turning into a female dragon. Beautiful dragon. This was the first time Lin Fei saw a female dragon. Compared to the male dragon, which was rough and barbaric, the female dragon was much more graceful. She had smooth lines and was very beautiful, not like the female Tyrannosaurus that Lin Fei had imagined. Master, this beautiful dragon is really hot. You didn't even hit hard and she came over. She really doesn't know what's good for her. The little devil jeered. You'd better catch her and make her your maid to serve you tea. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Swoosh. Long Xuanxing clawed at him. This was also the way she fought. As a dragon, she liked to transform into her original form whenever she fought. Both her strength and defense would be greatly improved. Beautiful, are you tickling me? If so, then do it a few more times. Feels good. Lin Fei smiled and let her claw fall on his body. He was wearing the Heavenly God battle suit, so his defense was good. Long Xuanxing glared. You're shameless. Swoosh, swoosh. One claw shadow after another landed on his body. The dragons who were watching from afar looked at each other. Someone actually dared to tease their goddess on Dragon Island. This human kid was really shameless. Princess, kill that kid. That kid is too arrogant. Princess, you can do it. Long Xuanxing glared at them, and they all shut their mouths obediently, not daring to speak again. Long Xuanxing was very confident in her strength. She was also one of the experts on Dragon Island. But today she had no advantage in front of this shameless guy. Seeing his shameless smile, Long Xuanxing's attack became more fierce. No matter how Long Xuanxing attacked, his not-so-strong body remained intact. Xuanxing, come back. A scolding voice came from behind. Long Xuanxing found that her father was behind her. After a few punches, she glared at him and retreated. In fact, the more she fought, the more surprised she was. Did he have to be so powerful? Father, this guy is too shameless. Long Xuanxing was very unwilling. Long Xianming looked at the other party with a complicated gaze and cupped his hands together. Thank you for showing mercy to my daughter. It's just a spar. Long Xuanxing was even more unconvinced. She refused to admit defeat. Father, our dragon clan has the upper hand. I will definitely win if I fight him. At this moment, Long Xianming was extremely shocked. After all, he was a 9-stars pinnacle ruler. Although he did not use his full strength, the fact that the other party had sent him flying and injured him slightly was enough to prove his strength. Furthermore, he had heard from his son that his clansmen had all been beaten up by this black-robed kid. Long Xianming also felt that it was strange. Why didn't this person kill him? If he really wanted to kill him, perhaps there would be a river of blood flowing right now. Even he himself wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Long Xianming tried to stop his daughter from continuing. At his realm, the depth of his strength could be easily seen through. There was no need to go too deep. Fortunately, the Dragon King was here, so there was no need to worry about not being able to defeat the other party. Long Xianming glanced at his daughter. What nonsense are you talking about? Apologize to His Excellency now. He has already shown you mercy. Father. Long Xuanxing was unconvinced. She gritted her teeth, turned around and flew out. I'm not going to apologize to him. Long Xianming was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, my daughter is used to being willful. Lin Fei was really afraid that the Dragon Clan would fight to the end. If that was the case, Lin Fei didn't mind coming to his brother to turn into a river of blood, so that he could get a batch of dragon meat back. It's normal for a child to be willful. Lin Fei laughed. Long Xianming could not figure out the other party's background, but he had never been heavily injured, so he should not have any ill intentions. He glanced at the clansmen not far away. Disperse and do what you have to do. As soon as the great elder said that, the surrounding clansmen dispersed. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my humble abode? Long Xianming invited with a smile. Sure. Lin Fei and Seven Colored came to the largest island. Long Xianming entertained Lin Fei and Seven Colored. As long as they were not enemies, Long Xianming could still let go of the previous matter. With such strength at such a young age, his future was limitless. It was not a good thing to offend him. He would rather have one less enemy like him. The current Dragon Clan was not the Dragon Clan of the past, and they could not afford any more trouble. Master, it seems that there are not many Dragon Clan on this Dragon Island. It seems that they are a branch. But I'm curious why there is a branch in Dark Knight Galaxy. Seven Colored said. Anyway, we have nothing to do with this box. As long as we find Hairball, we will leave this place. Lin Fei was not interested to know why the Dragon Clan was here. Long Xianming and Long Shantian were both there. They were also discussing. First Elder, I think the two of them are very mysterious, especially that Lin Fei. There's almost no fluctuation of aura around him, and he has perfectly concealed it. Even I can't see through his cultivation realm. Perhaps only Lord Dragon King would be able to do so. Long Xianming still could not see through it. He only felt that Lin Fei was very mysterious. When did such an expert appear in Dark Knight Galaxy? More importantly, why did he barge into Dragon Island? Enemy? Doesn't seem like it. Otherwise, the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan would have to be mobilized. Friend? Doesn't seem like it. After the few of them exchanged greetings, Long Shintian got a hint and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, may I know why you came to Dragon Island? If the Dragon Clan can help, we will definitely do our best to help you." This kind of person was not easy to offend. If he had a powerful background, it might cause big trouble for the Dragon Clan. Let's deal with it for now. Since when did the Dragon Clan become so direct? It was different from what I imagined. Although Lin Fei did not have much contact with the Dragon Clan, he had some contact with them before. He knew that the Dragon Clan had always been arrogant and would not lower their heads easily. But now, it seemed that there was something wrong with this Dragon Clan. "Actually, I'm looking for my brother." Lin Fei confirmed that Hairball was on the island. "My brother is called Hairball. Maybe you don't know him, but you will know when you see this." The Great Elder and the Second Elder exchanged glances with each other, revealing a look of surprise. "This is Hairball." Lin Fei casually waved his hand in the air and Hairball's figure appeared. It was vivid and lifelike. "It's him." Although the two of them knew, they were still shocked when they saw Hairball. "This person is actually looking for the primordial evil dragon. He might even be our master. This is bad." Long Shintian was a little uneasy. Although he did not attack, he could tell that he was not a match for Lin Fei in a one-on-one fight. Long Shenming was just discussing with the Dragon King on how to take down the primordial evil dragon as soon as possible. Just as they finished their discussion, the Dragon King's master came. Moreover, his strength was unfathomable. This was not good news. He was also having a headache. Is he not here? Long Shenming did not think that the other party would believe him. He might even attack immediately. But if he was here, did he really have to hand over the primordial evil dragon? The Dragon King would be the first to not believe him. Lin Fei was very calm. He was not in a hurry to rush him. He had sensed that Hairball was somewhere on the Dragon Island. If he was not wrong, he should be temporarily trapped in a space and was not in any danger. The Dragon tribe was also a powerful tribe. Lin Fei did not intend to solve it by force. If things did not work out, he would use force. He had already given them enough face. "Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, your good brother is on our Dragon Island." However, rumble. Before Long Shenming could finish his sentence, a loud rumble came from the palace and it shook. "Nine Dragon King, we are here again. Let's see where you can run to this time." Ah! Long Shenming and Long Xuantian's expressions changed drastically. They were enraged and disappeared from the palace. "Something seems to have happened," Rainbow said. Lin Fei had a good impression of Long Shenming after he admitted it. Ordinary people would not dare to admit it. "Let's go and take a look. It seems that the person who came is the enemy of the Dragon tribe." Lin Fei smiled and left the palace. The two of them then came to the sky above the island. When they came to the sky above the island, they saw a group of at least a few hundred black figures in the distance. "Master, the one who seems to be the leader seems to be from the Dragon tribe." Lin Fei looked in the direction and saw a group of 3 people in the distance. The one in the middle was a middle-aged man who was emitting a faint aura. The man laughed. "Shenming Shintian, long time no see. I remember the last time we met was a chaotic year ago. I did not expect that you have already advanced to the 9-star sovereign realm. It's a pity that you are not my match. Call the 9 Dragon King out." "You want to meet the 9 Dragon King? Let's see if you have the ability." Long Shenming and Long Shintian looked at each other and a supreme-grade sovereign weapon appeared in their hands. They cooperated and attacked the middle-aged man from the left and right. "Not bad. Let's attack together." The middle-aged man still had a smile on his face as he strolled leisurely. The two of them attacked faster and faster like 2 spinning tops. Those who were weaker could only see the moving shadows and could not see the traces of the attacks. "They are going to lose." Lin Fei could see it clearly. The middle-aged man was a half-step into the heavenly god realm. "You are still not worthy to be my opponent." The middle-aged man shook his head and his eyes were filled with disdain. He raised his hand and sent a palm strike at the two of them. The two of them turned pale and were sent flying. 9 Dragon King, if you don't come out, I will take action personally. I will not be so kind then." The middle-aged man stopped after sending 2 palm strikes. 10 Dragon King, I did not expect that you have also entered this realm." A figure suddenly appeared and caught the two of them with each hand. Then he appeared in front of everyone. "It's the Dragon King." Lin Fei was shocked. There was a Dragon King on the Dragon Island, and this Dragon King was not an ordinary Dragon King. Only the royal family was qualified to be the Dragon King. Moreover, it was the 9 Dragon King. Chapter 1652. The Dragon Clan against the Dragon Clan. Lin Fei looked like he was watching a show. Since when did the dragon race become enemies with the dragon race? This was too inconceivable. 9 Dragon King and 10 Dragon King. Anyone could tell what was going on as long as they were not fools. Anger flashed across 9 Dragon King's aged face, but he quickly regained his composure. That's all in the past. I've almost forgotten about it. Long Xianming and Long Shantian came behind Dragon King and glared at 10 Dragon King. This was their archenemy who had been chasing after them all this time. 10 Dragon King did not care about the anger in 9 Dragon King's eyes. After all, this was all in the past. The 9 Dragon King was not the 9 Dragon King of the past. After today, the 9 Dragon King bloodline would no longer exist. Time has passed too quickly. Who would have thought that Brother Jiao, the Dragon God's most beloved son, would end up like this? I spent 30 chaos years looking for all of you. This time I can finally go back and report on my mission. The 10th Dragon King guffawed. Don't expect any of you to leave this place. I have sealed the Star Land outside with a low-grade divine weapon. No one can leave this place today. Of course, if your strength has improved, it will be a different story. I believe that your injuries have not healed yet. You shameless fellow. If not for your despicable methods, you would have died many times over. A young figure rushed forward. It was His Highness Long Tianqing. 10 Dragon King said calmly. So it's your highness. Young people are so hot-tempered. You don't even have proper etiquette. Let me, your uncle, discipline you. Long Tianqing could not move at all. 10 Dragon King, I dare you to move. 9 Dragon King roared and charged at 10 Dragon King. 2 terrifying auras shot into the sky. Bam, bam, bam. The 2 figures exchanged blows quickly. A terrifying power rippled out. One by one, the giant dragons were sent flying and fell into the sea, creating waves everywhere. Retreat. Retreat. The people on both sides kept retreating, trying their best to avoid being affected by the shockwaves. Master, who will win? 7 Colored was only an 8-star ruler and could not see clearly. Should be the 10th Dragon King. Lin Fei brought Rainbow to a place far away, just outside of the battle's range. 9 Dragon King is injured, probably from years ago. He hasn't recovered yet. As time passes, he won't be a match for him. Lin Fei's eyesight was now very sharp. The 2 of them could clearly see what was going on. Brother 9, you still haven't recovered from your injuries. What a pity. A figure was sent flying backward. The 10th Dragon King smiled as he walked out. If you only have this much strength, then your bloodline is destined to cease to exist today and become a thing of the past. Who can guarantee it until the very end? A trace of blood red appeared on the 9 Dragon King's lips, and a blood-red dagger appeared in his hand, giving off traces of divine might. He slashed at the 10 Dragon Kings, and a trace of golden light shot towards them. No wonder you're so confident. It turns out that you've already fixed the low-grade Ghost Wrath dagger. The 10th Dragon King did not think much of it. A pair of golden gloves appeared on his hands. Ping-pong. The moment the 2 clashed, divine might filled the sky. Every time they clashed, the low-grade Ghost Wrath would erupt with endless divine might. The spectators paled. No matter how strong their physiques were, it was useless before a low-grade Ghost Wrath. 9 Dragon King was sent flying again. At the same time he coughed out blood. Grandfather. Father. The first elder and second elder were furious, wanting to rush over. Don't come over. 9 Dragon King coughed out blood, stopping them from approaching. You'll just be helping me instead. The 10th Dragon King bumped his fists together. Seems like you care about your son and grandson a lot. Then I'll fulfill your wishes. Otherwise people will say that I, as their uncle, don't treat them like they're nothing. Kill them all. Leave none alive. The 10th Dragon King ordered, pouncing at the 9th Dragon King. Our battle has just begun. Back then I wasn't your match. Today I'll prove to you that I'm stronger than you. Swish swish swish. The black shadows behind the 10th Dragon King charged forward. The island instantly turned into a battlefield. F***CK, I'm here to find someone. Lin Fei curled his lips. These so-called 10th Dragon King were really ruthless, wanting to kill the entire bloodline. Since when did the Dragon Clan become so savage? 3 or 4 figures charged at Lin Fei and Rainbow. They were all strange races, all of them exuding a cold and gloomy aura. Rainbow didn't hesitate to meet them. Endless illusions shrouded them, and the few black shadows froze, becoming confused. Rainbow took the opportunity to kill them. This was also because Rainbow's illusion technique had improved greatly. He could easily pull the opponent into an illusion, making it easier to deal with them. Master, what do we do now? Lin Fei came to find Hairball. He didn't expect to run into the Dragon Clan's internal secrets. It seemed like it wasn't a small matter. After chasing for so long, this bloodline deserved to be unlucky. This was really chasing to the ends of the earth. Lin Fei finally understood what the sovereign had meant. The them he had been referring to was most likely the forces of the 10 Dragon Kings, and that he had been mistaken. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, come with me. Lin Fei didn't know what to do. Long Xianming charged out of the black shadows and brought Long Tianxing over. At the same time he sent a voice transmission. Fellow Taoist, I'm very sorry for dragging you guys into this. Your friend Hairball is in the secret space of our Dragon Island, come with me. Dragon Tomb? The Dragon Clan loved this place? They had to do it. This wasn't the first time Lin Fei heard of the Dragon Tomb. He had entered it before, although he was in the lower world. Since Long Xianming had said so, Lin Fei brought Hairball out first. Long Xianming and some other experts killed their enemies and rushed to the main hall. Only he knew that the Dragon Tomb was under the main hall, and it was also a passage. Even if it was sealed by an inferior-grade divine artifact, they could still leave. Soon they entered the main hall, passed through layers of restrictions and finally came to the depths of the hall, where they opened a stone door. Father, I'm not leaving. Long Tianxing and Long Xuanxing's eyes were red. As a member of the royal family, they knew the secrets of the Dragon Tomb very well. No, you have to go. Long Xianming said. You are the seeds of our bloodline. If you leave, they will never have a legitimate reason to rule. Long Xianming turned to Lin Fei and said, Fellow Taoist, although I don't know who you are, I'm very grateful that you showed mercy to our dragon tribe. Now that our dragon tribe is in danger, I hope that you can do us a favor and take the two of them away. Father, we're not leaving. I don't want this shameless guy's help. Long Xuanxing stamped her feet and said. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Since when did I become someone's nanny? Long Xianming had only dared to say those words after much consideration. His son and daughter were quite strong, but they were still a far cry from Lin Fei. Even he was not confident that he could survive this ordeal. If he could get Lin Fei to lend them a hand, they might really be able to escape this place alive. Actually, it's not a big deal. Lin Fei said casually. Long Xuanxing said, You make it sound so easy. Go and kill him if you can. Lin Fei really didn't take the 10 Dragon Kings seriously. Naturally, he wouldn't be provoked by a girl. Let's talk about this after we find my brother. Your brother is in there. Long Xianming was a little disappointed. He glared at his daughter as if saying, Will you die if you don't say a word? The stone door opened. They rushed into the Dragon Tomb. It was an independent space. It was filled with a deathly stillness. Other than that, there were many skeletons left behind by the dead Dragon Clan. Both Long Xianming and Long Xuanxing had a solemn expression on their faces. Hairball. Lin Fei shouted. His voice spread through the entire Dragon Tomb. Who's shouting? Kill him. You're disturbing our rest. Lin Fei's voice spread. All kinds of divine senses came from the Dragon Tomb. Then pure souls flew out from the skeletons. Seniors, please calm down. I'm Long Xianming, the current Great Elder. Roar. Roar. Long Xianming was shocked and quickly explained. Suddenly a roar came from afar. The souls that had just flown out fled in all directions as if they had seen a demon. Don't run. There's something delicious. A few of them who were too slow were devoured by a black whirlpool. Then a primordial evil dragon appeared and ate with relish. Master, I've missed you so much. Hairball looked up and saw Lin Fei. She looked aggrieved. The ferocious look from before was nowhere to be seen. Hairball was enraged when she saw Long Xianming and the others not far away. It's all your fault. A bunch of bad guys. I'm going to eat you all today. Long Xuanming's expression changed. He knew how powerful the primordial evil dragon was. Even though his cultivation was high, he could not take it down. The defense of the primordial evil dragon was too strong. If the primordial evil dragon really attacked, Long Xianming would definitely have a headache. It's a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. I won't listen. I'm going to eat you all. From this, it could be seen just how furious Furball was. Lin Fei stopped her. Hairball, why are you eating? Aren't you afraid that you'll turn into a pig if you only know how to eat all day? Hairball looked pitiful. But they, Long Xianming heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to know more about Lin Fei's background. He was strong and had the primordial evil dragon with him. It was a rare combination. It's just eating. There's good food outside. Hairball loved to eat. Really? Who's lying to you? I guarantee that it's chewy and delicious. Lin Fei laughed. Bring me there. I can't wait to eat it. Long Xianming was confused. Or are they going to eat? Is Lin Fei going to make a move? Aha, the dragon's tomb is here. Boom. A silhouette flew in, and wherever it passed, the dragon skeletons turned to dust. Grandfather. It was the Nine-Dragon King. Chapter 1653. Cough, 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 cough. Nine-Dragon King landed on a pile of bones and vomited blood. The dagger in his hand fell to the side. Needless to say, Nine-Dragon King was no match for Ten-Dragon King. Brother Nine, you lost in the end. As long as you have not reached that realm, you are destined to be no match for me. Ten-Dragon King barged in from outside and walked up leisurely. Looking at the dazzling Nine-Dragon King lying on the ground and vomiting blood, Ten-Dragon King was in a good mood. This was what he dreamed of day and night. It's time to end this. The 10th Dragon King said calmly, after being chased for so long, your bloodline can also disappear from here. It's not a bad choice to use the Dragon Tomb as a resting place. Don't worry, after you die, I will completely seal the Dragon Tomb. I won't let anyone disturb you. You win. Nine-Dragon King had not fully recovered from his injuries. He was defeated in the first exchange. You have already won. Why do you have to chase me to the end? You should know that our bloodline can no longer affect him. He can be the new dragon god. Nine-Dragon King sighed. Ten-Dragon King shook his head. The person in that position is not at ease. As long as you are not dead, perhaps a few hundred chaos years later, or even tens of thousands of chaos years later, another genius will appear in your bloodline. He does not wish to cause trouble for himself, so he can only finish you all off. The only thing he did not expect was that you all actually entered the Dark Knight Galaxy and hid your identities. Unfortunately, I still found you all. Victory was in sight. All he had to do was to make a move. Ten-Dragon King had been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as he completed this task, his position as one of the 10 Dragon Kings would be secured. Father, our bloodline does not have anyone to kill. Long Xianming puffed out his chest. At most, we will perish together. I don't believe that we can't deal with him with so many people. The Nine-Dragon King shook his head, sending a voice transmission to his son. The 10 Dragon Kings are no longer the 10 Dragon Kings of the past. They're already half a step into the heavenly god realm, and their strength is on par with me. I'm afraid you'll be killed in the next second. Just wait, I'll go all out. Take Tianxing and Xian Xian and leave through the secret passage. Promise me that you won't come back. It's best if you don't come back for the rest of your life. Long Xianming knew what his father wanted to do. He wanted to ask him to go, but he knew that he would be killed before he could do anything. Indeed, the Nine Dragons King was prepared to risk his life to buy time for his children to leave. No matter what, he would not allow the bloodline to be destroyed in his hands. Hey, are you a delicious thing? Just as Nine Dragons King was about to make his move, a voice suddenly appeared between them. Whether it was the 9 Dragon Kings or the 10 Dragon Kings, all of them were puzzled. What is good food? What? A sharp gaze shot towards the source of the voice. Hairball was no longer the same as before. With Lin Fei secretly cheating, Hairball's defense was very strong. 2 pairs of eyes fell on her like knives, stimulating Hairball. It hurts so much, I'm going to eat you. The 10 Dragon Kings thought they heard it wrong. This thing wants to eat me? Wait, why does it look exactly like a dragon? Why don't I recognize it? Could it be the illegitimate child of that dragon? Looking at the appearance, the 10 Dragon Kings did not recognize what race it was. After all, there were many races in the dragon race, such as the black dragon race, the red dragon race, the crystal race, the white dragon race, and so on. The 10 Dragon Kings really did not recognize the one in front of them. Hairball was not as simple as it sounded. Its huge body dashed forward, and before the 10 Dragon Kings could react, it rammed into him. Stunned, the 10 Dragon Kings were sent flying. In terms of spatial control, speed, and so on, no one could compare to the primordial evil dragon race. Father, that Hairball is attacking. Long Xuanxin was dumbfounded. Long Xianming had a similar expression. He knew that the primordial evil dragon was strong, but his father had lost to the 10 Dragon Kings, and he could not even leave a scratch on his opponent. The primordial evil dragon did it. Sending the 10 Dragon Kings flying was like giving them a tight slap on their faces. Maybe. We are saved. Long Tianxing was delighted. Hairball sent the 10 Dragon Kings flying. Before the 10 Dragon Kings could get up, its huge body fell on the ground. The 10 Dragon Kings saw the huge body falling on them. Boom, boom, boom. Get lost, you bastard. The 10 Dragon Kings almost died from anger. Especially after being smashed once again, his entire face was bruised and swollen, almost beyond recognition. Who would have thought that he would meet such an unreasonable person? He suffered 2 small losses in a row. The huge body fell on him, almost flattening him. He was in pain all over his body. He was the 10 Dragon Kings, a member of the royal family. His physical defense was terrifyingly strong. Now that he was hit by an unknown thing, the furious 10 Dragon Kings put on his boxing gloves. Hairball bumped into him again and was punched by the 10 Dragon Kings. Its huge body was sent flying. The 10 Dragon Kings rushed forward. "I don't care who you are, I'm going to kill you." The magical power of low grade was not as simple as it seemed. Hairball was sent flying by the first punch. Dodging the second punch, she shrunk to her mini form and ran back to Lin Fei's shoulder. Pitifully she said, "Master, that guy bullied me. My body hurts." The 10 Dragon Kings caught up. Seeing the two humans, he was surprised. Similarly, he saw the dragon that embarrassed him. It seemed to be crying about something. The 10 Dragon Kings did not stop. Of the two humans, one was an 8-star dominator, and the other one's strength could not be seen through. He killed them both. A black ripple swept toward them. It contained a terrifying divine power attack. Lin Fei smiled and patted Hairball's head. "I told you to cultivate properly. Now you know pain. If you want to eat good food in the future, you have to cultivate properly." The black ripple attacked. Lin Fei casually flicked and broke the opponent's attack. "Bullying my people, seems like you're very enthusiastic." Lin Fei snorted. "Since you like to fight so much, I'll let you fight to your heart's content." Swoosh, swoosh. 18 primordial world clones flew out of Lin Fei's body. "Who do you think you are?" The 10 Dragon Kings did not think much of it. When the first clone came out, he felt a trace of threat from its aura. Then came the second, the third. In the blink of an eye there were 18 clones. This gave the 10 Dragon Kings a fright. They were all 9 stars peak dominator realm. What kind of joke was this? The 10 Dragon Kings was experienced and knowledgeable, so he did not think much of it. He had even seen people who cultivated 100 clones. Each clone was not strong. At most, they could scare people, but they did not have much use. The more people you have, the more powerful you are. The 10 Dragon Kings punched the nearest clone. He thought that he could destroy the opponent's clone with one punch. 18 clones were not that big of a deal. Bang! This punch landed on the opponent's body, and the 10 Dragon King's smile disappeared. An expressionless face appeared in front of him. What followed was a huge fist. His face was bruised and swollen, like a blooming flower of blood. How is this possible? This is the attack of a low-grade divine artifact. The 10 Dragon Kings had a bad feeling that he could not destroy the clone with one punch. Even the 9 Dragon Kings did not dare to take his punch head-on. Bang! A punch from the left landed on his body, and his whole body flew backward. He fell to the ground again. Before he could get up, another clone stomped on his head. The 18 clones were like wolves and tigers. The 9 Dragon Kings and the others were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. The 10 Dragon Kings, who even his father was not a match for, were now surrounded and beaten by a group of clones. This was the funniest thing he had ever seen. "What are you doing?" "This is mine." The 18 clones were like mountains. The 10 Dragon Kings were pressed under the mountains, unable to get out. The boxing gloves on his hands were also taken off and landed in the hands of one of the clones. The Supreme Grade Ruler's battle robes were also smashed into pieces. The 10 Dragon Kings had never imagined that they would end up like this. "I am the 10 Dragon Kings of the Draconic God Domain, a member of the royal family. You cannot take my things." The 10 Dragon Kings roared, transforming into his true form. The 18 clones each took out a weapon and stabbed it at the 10 Dragon Kings. The 10 Dragon Kings fell to the ground again, unable to move. The 10 Dragon Kings would not be able to withstand the attacks of 18 inferior grade divine artifacts, even if they were just normal attacks. 9 Dragons King sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes fixed on the 18 doppelgangers. His heart was in turmoil as he thought to himself, what a powerful background. Each of them has a low-grade divine artifact, a total of 18 low-grade divine artifacts. Just what is this guy's background? Even his bloodline only had one low-grade divine artifact. Now each of his clones had a low-grade divine artifact. This made the pride of the dragon race fall to the bottom. This guy was a true tycoon. "Alright, you can go up and eat now." Lin Fei had no interest in the Draconic God Domain. Back then he had killed the son of a dragon king who had the bloodline of a dragon god. Now that he had killed another one, Lin Fei had no reason to hesitate. Hairball flew over and appeared in front of the 10 Dragon Kings. "Master said you are delicious. You must be delicious. You remind me of an ancient taste." Hairball was a primordial evil dragon, born to eat dragons. Now that he was a royal dragon, Hairball drooled. "You can't eat me. You can't eat me. The 10 Dragon Kings struggled. The 18 low-grade divine artifacts were like a stabilizing force. He couldn't move at all. Hearing that he was going to be eaten, he lost his cool. I am the 10 Dragon Kings. Furball did not care about what the 10 Dragon Kings were. All it knew was that the food in front of it was delicious, and it had been completely stifled recently. It rushed up and bit down on the 10 Dragon King's massive body, tearing off a large chunk of bloody dragon meat and eating it with relish. It hurt. The 10 Dragon Kings trembled all over, but he couldn't move. I know. You are a primordial evil dragon, a legendary extinct existence. The 10 Dragon Kings recognized the thing in front of him. His eyes revealed deep fear. Chapter 1654. Long Qianxing felt his face burning as he looked at the black-robed young man not far from him. So that person is so strong. He was merciful back then. I thought the gap between us wasn't that big. What a joke, what a joke. Long Qianxing was confident in his own strength. However, when he fought that person, he was restricted in every way. He thought the other party wouldn't be that much stronger than him. Now he understood that there was always someone stronger. The other party wasn't just a little stronger than him. The gap was huge. What if the other party wanted to kill him? Long Qianxing didn't have the confidence to survive. Just look at the 10 Dragon Kings on the ground. The Dragon God Domain's royalty was now being torn apart by an even more terrifying existence. The bloody scene made his scalp tingle with disbelief. Long Qianxing had read about the primordial evil dragon in ancient books. He had always thought that it was an extinct existence. Who would have thought that it really existed and was so cruel? The 10 Dragon Kings screamed, even begging 9 Dragon King to stop. 9 Dragon King didn't speak, his face calm. Their bloodline was glorious in the past. Even now their population had dwindled. 9 Dragon King wouldn't speak, but he didn't dare to either. That black-robed man was too terrifying. His strength was tyrannical. Just his doppelgangers were enough to make one's scalp go numb. 18 low-grade divine artifacts were more than enough to kill anyone at his realm. 9 Dragon King hated the 10 Dragon Kings. The 10 Dragon Kings kept cursing until Hairball ate them all. Lin Fei was also afraid of blood, so he told Hairball to finish the battle quickly. The 10 Dragon Kings were completely eaten. Many thanks for your help. 9 Dragon King felt much better after eating the recovery pellet. He came to thank Lin Fei. If it weren't for the other party, their bloodline would really be finished, disappearing from the annals of history. Indiscriminate destruction? 9 Dragon King wasn't confident. After all, the two of them were at the same realm. It was hard to guarantee that they had life-saving treasures. In the end, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Lin Fei called Furball back. Actually, I don't really like the people of the dragon race because not too long ago I killed someone with the bloodline of the dragon god. I think his name was Long Ao. That's the 3rd Dragon King's son. 9 Dragons King exclaimed. You really killed him? Long Qianxing took a step back, not daring to get close. Did this guy hate the dragon race? Otherwise, why would he attack the dragon race? Originally he was killed. Later, an important figure appeared and resurrected him. Lin Fei chuckled. However, if we meet again, I guarantee that he won't have the chance to resurrect. Revive? 9 Dragons King sucked in a breath of cold air. He could even revive after being killed. This fellow was too bold. Was he not afraid of being hunted down by that big shot? Had it been before, 9 Dragons King might have suspected something, but now he didn't. He didn't see any reason for the other party to be afraid, as if that big shot didn't exist. 9 Dragon King didn't chat with Lin Fei for too long. He took the initiative to go outside and cooperated with the people outside. He left all the people he brought here on Dragon Island and sealed off all the news. Lin Fei was also invited to a quiet island. Master, you helped the dragon race. Do you want them to have internal strife? Rainbow asked. Lin Fei was surprised. You even know that? Master offended the dragon race of the dragon god domain and killed Long Ao, a person with a powerful background. Now that you have been resurrected, your talent will definitely be affected. The dragon race will definitely treat you as an enemy. If you support the 9 Dragons King's bloodline, they will have a headache. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, I didn't have this idea. The internal strife of the dragon race has nothing to do with me. Later that guy chased me and it just so happened that Hairball was hungry. I might as well use him as food. At the same time, I thought of helping the 9 Dragons King. This was Lin Fei's previous idea. To be able to make another Dragon King chase after this bloodline, Lin Fei also saw some clues. This bloodline must have an amazing background. Lin Fei would be very happy to be able to bring some trouble to the dragon race, even giving them a headache. the 10 Dragon Kings died. The rest of the people didn't have the ability to fight. Even though the 9 Dragons King was injured, he relied on his own strength and low-grade profound divine artifact to turn the tide of the battle. In the end, he killed everyone and collected the low-grade divine artifacts outside. In this battle, the dragon race also suffered a lot of losses. More than 20 dragon race members were killed, all in the sovereign realm. Among them, there were a few 7-star sovereigns, 3 8-star sovereigns, and the rest were injured. That night, the 9 Dragons King held a banquet and invited Lin Fei to thank him for his help. Even though Lin Fei had made a move against the dragon race in the past, his immense power and the fact that he had shown them mercy had caused the dragon race's hatred to dissipate, and they began to worship Lin Fei. After all, the dragon race worshipped the strong. An expert like Lin Fei was young. Naturally, he was worshipped by the dragon race. This was especially the case for some of the women. The way they looked at Lin Fei was unusually gentle, causing Lin Fei to not know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Fei took out quite a number of immortal brews. These were all obtained from killing people, and he hadn't taken them out to drink. Now that he had the chance, he helped him get rid of quite a bit. During the entire banquet, not much was said. It was just a simple thank you banquet. There was nothing else involved, and everyone ate happily. After the banquet ended, the 9 Dragons King didn't rest. What happened in the day had nearly turned his bloodline into history. If not for that human's help, it was unknown whether or not he could have escaped alive. The important members of the royal family were all here. They were the only ones who knew how strong Lin Fei was. Especially the 18 doppelgangers and the 18 low-grade divine artifacts. This was something that blinded their eyes. He was practically a tycoon. Even those who thought that they were rich wouldn't be able to take out such a huge sum. For example, their bloodline only had a single low-grade divine artifact. This was the difference. And this low-grade divine artifact was bestowed to them in the past. The 9 Dragons King was very wary of Lin Fei, especially because of his background. It might be a hidden family with power comparable to the top sections. This was the scariest part. I have gathered all of you here today to discuss the future of the Dragon Clan. There were several elders present, including Long Tianxing and Long Xuanxin. There were about 8 or 9 of them. There had been a few of them, but they had all died in the battle. Relocate. We must relocate. If the 10 Dragon Kings find us, they might send a message back. We must leave this place. Soon, everyone was arguing. Relocate. It seems simple. But every time they relocate, it would be a huge ordeal for the Dragon Clan. If they didn't migrate, those people might come back to kill them before long. They had lost a Dragon King, and the people of the Draconic God Weave would definitely not let this matter rest. If they appeared again, it would definitely be a huge disaster. The 9 Dragons King was very disappointed to see their discussion. Grandfather, I have something to say. Long Tianxing interrupted the argument. But we, the Dragon Clan, have migrated time and time again to avoid our enemies. There are almost no peaceful days. We either live in fear every day or don't dare to go out for fear that our whereabouts will be exposed. This is not the kind of life the Dragon Clan should have. Don't you all think so? Long Tianxing said seriously. The arguing elders quieted down. Your Highness is right. This is not the kind of life we should have. The Dragon Clan should live a carefree life, unaffected by anyone, just like back in the day. The elders seemed to be lost in their memories. As long as they were a member of the Dragon Clan, none of them liked their current life. Even though their race was powerful in the Dark Knight Galaxy, the Dragon Clan was not the strongest. There were still many powerful special life forms that could threaten them. Escaping from this kind of life was their most urgent wish. Since everyone knows that the Dragon Clan is having a hard time now, if we continue to migrate, our lives will still be the same. It will not change for the rest of our lives. What we need now is a change. Long Tianxing said in a deep voice. His words were like a sledgehammer pounding on everyone's hearts. We need to change our ways and not live like this anymore. For example, right now we have a chance. For example, that powerful Lin Fei. None of the people present were stupid. The moment His Highness spoke, they knew what he was talking about. No one was surprised. In the past, the 10 Dragon Kings had chased after them endlessly. Now that they died in the other party's hands, one could imagine how powerful the other party was. They knew the purpose of this meeting. We can cooperate with that Lin Fei. After seeing the 10 Dragon Kings killed, Long Tianxing had a thought in his mind. Cooperation. Perhaps this was their only hope. Especially after knowing that the other party had killed the 3rd Dragon King's son, those people would not let Lin Fei go. This was their chance to cooperate. 9 Dragon Kings showed a trace of satisfaction. At least this grandson of his knew how to choose. Migrate? He did not approve of it. He did not want to go through this kind of suffering again, especially after seeing that the other party had 18 low-grade divine artifacts. If their bloodline could also be armed, those people would not dare to act rashly. Of course, Nine Dragon King had another suspicion. Since the other party had 18 low-grade divine artifacts, he might also have a low-grade divine robe. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. After all, 18 low-grade divine artifacts were enough to shock people. Cooperation? Oh. He is a human. Does he have the ability to cooperate with us? Will the people behind him agree? Aren't we being too rash? Hearing the word cooperation, everyone was doubtful. Everyone knew how powerful the other party was. Even if the person in front of them was amazing, they did not have any doubts. What could the dragon race use to transform? This was also a problem. Long Qianxing continued, we already have some ideas about the cooperation. I believe that person won't reject it. As for our dragon clan, although we aren't much now, we are still strong and powerful. We aren't weak. Everyone was just listening to this meeting. They did not have the right to decide. Chapter 1655. They should be here by now. On one of the dragon islands, Lin Fei stayed in the room that was arranged for him. He was enjoying the delicacies that were served on the dragon island. Ever since the banquet, Lin Fei had not left the dragon island. He was waiting for the dragon tribe to come. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon King would not be able to sit still and look for him. Lin Fei also wanted to know some things about the Dark Knight Galaxy. Is it because they won't come? Rainbow chuckled. Lin Fei shook his head and said seriously, impossible. They will definitely come. Maybe they are waiting for me to make a move. I can't be fooled by them. Lin Fei was very clear about this. If the Dragon King did not have such foresight, he would be a failure as the Dragon King. Taoist Lin Fei, I hope we are not disturbing you. Laughter came from outside. No. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. See? They are here. They should have made a decision. Nine Dragon King had thought it through. It would not be a good thing if their bloodline continued to be like this. They might even be removed from the list. Then he would be the sinner of this bloodline. This time he was not the only one who came. His son Long Xianming was also here. Nine Dragon King walked in with his son. Seeing the smile on Lin Fei's face, he knew that Lin Fei was waiting for them. Maybe he had been waiting for a few days and had predicted their situation. I was going to come a few days ago, but I have been busy recently. Please don't take it to heart. Nine Dragon King said with a smile. It's all right. Lin Fei smiled. Even if the Dragon King did not come today, I would have gone to look for you. We have been wandering all the way here and have stayed here for quite some time. We are going to bid farewell to you and leave. Rainbow almost burst out laughing. Since when did his master become so thick-skinned? You are leaving? Long Xianming was shocked. Yes. I have found the person and was about to leave. Now that you are here, I can bid farewell to you in case you don't know. Lin Fei said seriously. Long Xianming did not believe it to be true. If he wanted to leave, he would have done so a long time ago. Even if he had any suspicions, he would not be able to stop the other party, let alone say that the other party was testing him. If he really wanted to leave, that would not be what the Dragon Tribe wanted. The meeting that day had already settled the matter. No matter what, he had to cooperate with Lin Fei. If he missed this village, he might not get that shop. The Nine Dragons King laughed. Taoist Lin Fei, you're leaving in such a short amount of time? That's a pity. I was going to tell you some interesting things about the Dark Knight Galaxy. Besides, I know a lot about the Dark Knight Galaxy. If you continue to drift, I don't know whether to use short-distance teleportation or long-distance teleportation. This old thing really knows how to talk. Although Lin Fei himself had not revealed his specific intentions, the Dragon King had directly pointed out his weakness, which was enough to show that the Dragon King was not simple. Right now, what Lin Fei cared about the most was movement. The battle fort could be moved, but Lin Fei wasn't sure if it could leave. If it got too far away, it wouldn't be a good thing. Long-distance teleportation? Lin Fei was very concerned about it. Lin Fei put on an exaggerated expression. Ah, there's such a place? I really didn't know about it. Long Xianming almost smacked his head. How could he have forgotten about this? Taoist Lin Fei, you may not know this, but although this place is huge, there are many races living here. Some of them are special life forms that are naturally powerful. To be honest, even the Dragon Tribe is not the most powerful race in the Dark Knight Galaxy. This Dark Knight Galaxy is better than many races that are more powerful than us, especially the Galaxy City, which is the most powerful place in the entire Dark Knight Galaxy. Lin Fei understood immediately. The Galaxy City was the most powerful force in the Dark Knight Galaxy. The long-distance teleportation should be in the Galaxy City. If you want to go further, you can go to the Galaxy City and use the long-distance teleportation formation there. Long Xianming said straightforwardly. This was not a secret and he could easily find out by asking. There was no point in hiding it from the Dragon King, so he might as well make it clear and leave a good impression. Lin Fei did not know much about the Dark Knight Galaxy. Lin Fei had no idea about the existence of the Galaxy City. However, there was one thing that Lin Fei was interested in. There were many special life forms in the Dark Knight Galaxy that were extremely powerful. At the very least, the Dragon Tribe was afraid of them. On the Sacred Mountain, Lin Fei had offended a few of the 8 major sections. Once he went out, those guys would definitely not be polite. Other than that, there was also the Chaos Beast Tribe. They seemed friendly, but they were also a threat. Lin Fei was not weak at the moment. His 18 doppelgangers could kill a heavenly celestial. At the very least, they would be seriously injured. However, Lin Fei felt that it was not enough. It was meaningless to rely on himself. Lin Fei was interested in the special life forms. Are these special life forms strong? Lin Fei asked. How strong? It's hard to say. Long Xianming smiled bitterly. Some of the weaker ones are at the 6 or 7-star sovereign realm. They specialize in all kinds of talents. As for the stronger ones, they are comparable to me. Some are even stronger than me. Lin Fei was surprised that the arrogant dragon tribe dared to say that they were inferior to the special life forms. Most people would not admit it. Are you interested in the special life forms? 9 Dragon King asked. Blood on the first prick. Lin Fei had to admit that no matter what he said, the other party could easily point out his important points. Indeed, I'm interested. My sect needs some powerful special life forms. Lin Fei said half-truthfully. Lord Dragon King might not be aware of one thing. There is a storm brewing outside. 9 Dragon King did not know much about the situation outside. Are the 8 major sects and the 7 hegemons no longer ruling the world? Very soon it won't be. Lin Fei shook his head. A few days ago something happened in the Sacred Mountain. According to my sect, a large group of heavenly celestial gods will appear soon, and the territory will be divided again. Lin Fei said it calmly, but to 9 Dragon King, it was no longer a small matter but a big matter. His whole person was shaken. The old ancestors' words have come true. 9 Dragon King sighed. Lin Fei did not ask why, but he knew that 9 Dragon King must know a lot of things, and it might even involve some big secrets. Otherwise, why would he say such things? Then may I be so bold as to ask regarding this matter, does your sect have any plans? Lin Fei knew 9 Dragon King would ask this, or else it would be abnormal. This has nothing to do with our sect. Those heavenly gods can play however they want. As long as they don't provoke our sect, the sect's elders won't say anything. Lin Fei said casually, secretly observing 9 Dragon King's expression. As expected, the 9 Dragon King's expression changed. He was most likely shocked. There weren't many sects that could disregard a heavenly god as a big deal. Lin Fei must really be from a big sect or even a hidden sect. He doesn't participate in any conflicts, living a leisurely life. 9 Dragon King guessed. This also made 9 Dragon King more inclined to cooperate with the other party. Having such a hidden sect was definitely a good thing for the Dragon Tribe. Perhaps it could even help the Dragon Tribe survive this incident. May I know the name of your sect? Perhaps I might even know your sect's elders. 9 Dragon King said with a smile. Lin Fei thought 9 Dragon King would not try to pull strings. Unfortunately, this hidden sect didn't exist. No matter what elders one knew, it would be useless. This, I'm afraid that won't do. When we come out, we are strictly forbidden from saying our sect's name, lest we raise our banner and go around. Please forgive us, Dragon King. Lin Fei said with a straight face. Lin Fei was impressed with himself. His lies came one after another. Not to mention these lies, it would not be easy to support the dragon race and make them his subordinates. 9 Dragon King also knew this. The more ancient a sect was, the more its disciples were like this. It was not easy to say such things, and there were even traces of a leak. That's a pity? 9 Dragon King said regretfully. I wonder what you are going to do on this trip. Perhaps our dragon tribe can help you. At least in this Dark Knight Galaxy, we have a certain degree of confidence. This was the only thing 9 Dragon King could say. This. Lin Fei hesitated. Master, you have hesitated for so long. Perhaps they can help you. 7 Colored persuaded. Lin Fei really wanted to praise 7 Colored. She finally did a good deed. She was worth nurturing and could become his successor in the future. But, Lin Fei still hesitated. Master, didn't we come out for this? Perhaps Lord Dragon King can really help you. Moreover, I don't want Master to lose to those people. Seven Colored said indignantly. I hate those guys. Last time when Master wasn't around they still. Nine Dragon King and Long Shenming felt like they were listening to a heavenly book. However, one thing was clear in their hearts. This Lin Fei came out with a mission. Perhaps they could really help. Fellow Taoist, you have helped our dragon tribe greatly. That means you are the most honorable friend of our dragon tribe. If there is anything you need, just say the word. We will do our best to help you. Long Shenming was no longer as arrogant as before. If there was no chance, then he would create an opportunity for himself, even for the dragon tribe. Lin Fei was overjoyed. His face revealed a struggling expression. It seemed like he would waver if he said another word. Nine Dragon King also saw Lin Fei struggle. He said, I still have some faith in the galaxy. Fellow Taoist, if there is anything you need, just say it to me. I can't guarantee that it will work, but there is still a chance. Although he didn't know what the other party's motive was, Nine Dragon King didn't dare to be too confident. In case he couldn't say it when the time came. Master, they are quite good. Just say it. Seven Colored said. Master doesn't have much time. They are really going to win. Chapter 1656. Lin Fei was bluffing the Dragon King. If he didn't bluff, how could he get the Dragon King to help him? With the cooperation of Rainbow, Lin Fei hesitated for a long time before acting as if he was ready to go all out. This made the Dragon King and Long Shenming happy. Both of them were from the dragon race and the royal family, so they knew many secrets. In some big sects, many disciples with potential had to go out to carry out missions. These missions were not big, but they were not small either. They were all used to test one's ability. The two of them were even more shocked when they heard that there was more than one. A disciple who went out was scary enough. Not only did he have 18 inferior grade artifacts, but he also raised an extinct ancient evil dragon. Not everyone could do that. From what Lin Fei said, it seemed like there was more than one disciple like him. That was really scary. How many hidden sects were there in the endless territory? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. The disciples of the 8 sects might not be comparable to Lin Fei. No wonder he killed the son of the 3rd Dragon King. Taoist friend, you must be joking. We are happy to be able to help you. Lin Fei took a deep breath and said slowly, actually, it's not that hard. Disciples like us who travel outside will always have some messy missions, and I have quite a few messy missions. First, I need to collect a batch of Saint Stone mines. It's best if they're Dominator rank, but if not, Immortal Exalted rank isn't a problem either. The Dragon King's ears pricked up. He was worried that he couldn't complete it. Hearing that it was a mine, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was also puzzled. Did the hidden sects lack something like a mine? What a messy mission. As long as you have an Immortal Prime and a Sovereign Grade mine, it won't be a problem. Taoist friend, you came to the right place. Long Shenming said hurriedly. The dragon race could really help him with this. Right place? What do you mean? Lin Fei needed a mine now. It would be very uncomfortable without something like energy points. Therefore no one would doubt it. On the side, Seven Colored also admired Lin Fei's resourcefulness. He had used this method to meet the needs of the mineral vein, and the Dragon King and the others were still foolish enough to take it seriously. It was interesting to think about it. Long Shenming said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, you've forgotten one thing. This is the Dark Night Galaxy. There are countless stars everywhere, and some of them have a large number of mineral veins. Our dragon tribe has control over a dozen mineral veins. As long as we spread the news, I believe many people will send the mineral veins here. Lin Fei immediately understood what was going on after hearing the other party's explanation. There were indeed mineral veins on the planet, and there were a large number of cultivators here. If he was not careful, they might even be under their control. If he really wanted to buy them, he would not have to worry about not being able to. Lin Fei laughed. It seems that my luck is pretty good. However, I need a lot of veins. I don't know if they will sell them. It's not a problem if the grade is a little lower. Lin Fei took out a jade bottle. Please help me see how much this thing is worth here. The Dragon King was afraid that it would not be able to satisfy Lin Fei. Looking at the jade bottle, Lin Fei's first impression was that this pill should be extraordinary. He took it from the other party's hand and used his divine sense to look at it. He could not tell what kind of pill it was. This is, Lin Fei explained. I forgot to mention that this is a type of pill that I refined. It's called the God Pill. It can be used to increase one's strength. Dragon King can give it a try. This pill was exchanged by Lin Fei using his divinity points. It was very cheap. It was as cheap as cabbages. Are you an alchemist? The Dragon King's hand trembled slightly. An alchemist was very important. In the Endless Territory, any alchemist of a high level would be the first choice of the major forces to recruit. The higher the level, the more popular they would be. The Dragon King himself was an alchemist. Unfortunately, his level was not high. The dragon tribe did not have any geniuses, which resulted in a huge gap in the strength of the dragon tribe. I learned it when I had nothing to do. The Dragon King poured out a red pill. His eyes immediately lit up. He could see that this pill was extraordinary. He thought to himself, what a good pill. It was refined so perfectly. It really came from a hidden sect. The Dragon King had a good eye for pills. With one look, he immediately realized that this was a good pill. At least it was better than refining it himself. After checking it with his divine sense, the Dragon King took one himself. He even stopped his son from taking it. The Dragon King could not help but exclaim when the pill entered his stomach. Good pill. It's a rare and good pill. The Dragon King was stunned to see such a rare elixir. Since the Dragon King said it was good, I am also relieved. If I use this pill to exchange for the mine, I wonder what the ratio will be. Lin Fei asked. Rainbow was very curious. What kind of pill was this red pill? Master, what pill was that in your hand just now? Why did the Dragon King have such a big change? Rainbow asked. Lin Fei replied with a smile, actually it's not a precious pill. After taking it, it can increase one's strength. The effect is very significant, especially for people at his level because the pill contains a trace of divine power. Master is so bad. You know that they are stuck on the road to the heavenly god realm. Even a trace of divine power is infinitely useful to them. I'm afraid they will immediately take out the mine to exchange. Rainbow realized the importance. The Dragon King's vision was very high. He had no idea what materials had been used to concoct such a divine pill, but it contained a strand of divine energy. It was extremely useful to him. He had divine energy in his body, but once he used it up, who knew how long it would take him to replenish it? This was especially true in this battle, where he had used a low-quality divine artifact. He had used up most of his divine energy, and he had been worrying about how he could condense it again. If he really wanted to condense it again, it would take him hundreds of thousands of years. The Dragon King was very shocked. This was the most suitable pill. For a moment, the Dragon King wanted to take the other party down and ask for the refining method. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he immediately suppressed it. The other party had 18 low-grade divine weapons. As long as the clone came out, he would definitely die. He would not even have a chance to struggle. This divine pill is indeed a precious pill. It has endless uses. Fellow Taoist, do you plan to use this pill to exchange for the mine? This was the richest guy the Dragon King had ever seen. Ordinary people would not be willing to exchange like this. When I came out, I didn't bring anything. I'll use this divine pill to exchange for it. The Dragon King pondered for a moment before saying, in my opinion, this kind of divine pill can be exchanged for 20 immortal reverent level holy stone mines and 5 sovereign level holy stone mines. Of course, this is also my personal opinion. With this ratio, Lin Fei knew that the Dragon King did not cheat him. It was a very fair exchange ratio. To Lin Fei, this ratio could still earn a lot of energy points. It was not a loss at all. Alright, this ratio is fine. Lin Fei said straightforwardly, I need as many holy stone mines as possible. Alright, how many mines can a sovereign level weapon be exchanged for? The Dragon King was shocked by Lin Fei's generosity. He could not use divine pills to exchange for it. When he heard about sovereign level weapons, he was shocked again. Could it be that fellow Taoist has many sovereign level weapons? Lin Fei had many sovereign level weapons. Not to mention killing people, just exchanging for them was very cheap. Lin Fei did not care about this sovereign level weapon at all. However, to others it was still very useful. When Lin Fei was fighting with the dragon race, he realized that some dragon race did not have any sovereign level weapons. They completely relied on their physical bodies to attack. That was why Lin Fei said this. The Dragon King was glad that he came. Whether it was divine pills or sovereign level weapons, they were very important to them. The Dragon King's breathing quickened when such a good thing came knocking on his door. All these years the dragon race had been very poor. They were not as rich as the outside world thought. A low-grade ruler weapon can be exchanged for 50 immortal venerable grade mines or 10 ruler grade mines. A mid-grade dominator weapon can be exchanged for 500 immortal venerable grade mines, or 100 dominator grade mines. High-grade sovereign grade or veins, 3,000 immortal venerable grade or veins, and 500 sovereign grade or veins. Supreme grade ruler weapons, 10,000 immortal venerable grade mines, and 3,000 ruler grade mines. The Dragon King said in a completely fair manner. It didn't matter if it was an immortal sovereign-grade mine or a dominator-grade mine, it was just a mine that could be used in battle or for cultivation. Ruler weapons were different. Any ruler's artifact could increase the user's combat power by several tens of %. Different grades would result in different explosive power. No one would ignore a ruler's weapon. For example, high-grade ruler armaments and peak-grade ruler armaments were practically priceless treasures. No one would take them out to sell. Even if there was one, it wouldn't be up to you to sell it. It would have been bought by those big shots long ago. Long Xianming used to have a supreme-grade ruler weapon. Unfortunately, it was damaged in battle, and only 20% of its original power remained. Now he was using a high-grade ruler weapon. I wonder if this ratio is suitable? The Dragon King asked worriedly. It's pretty good. Let's go with this ratio then. Lin Fei waved his hand, and ruler weapons of various sizes appeared in front of the two. Will these do? The two suddenly felt their heartbeats quicken, and their breathing quickened. So many ruler weapons. There must be at least 100 of them. This was what the two thought at the same time. If they were in the draconic divine territory, they wouldn't be surprised to see 100 ruler weapons. However, things were different now. The number of ruler weapons in the dragon tribe was decreasing. They didn't know how long it had been since they last saw so many ruler weapons. Yes, it's completely fine. I wonder if the dragon tribe can exchange first? The Dragon King found himself unable to sit still. The temptation was too great. Of course, Lin Fei replied. I'm not familiar with the Dark Knight Galaxy, so I hope that the Dragon King can help me spread the word. Of course, if the Dragon King can exchange for a mine, as long as it's a mine, I will exchange according to this ratio. Let's see if you're tempted by such a big piece of meat. Chapter 1657. Out of Senfu. Both the Dragon King and Long Xianming were in a state of extreme shock. Both of them stared at each other blankly until they returned to Senfu. Father Lin Fei must have an extraordinary background. He's able to take out so many treasures just like that. We haven't seen so many treasures since we left the Draconic God domain. Long Xianming didn't have a good impression of Lin Fei at first. However, after saving them and what happened today, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Fei anymore. He even raised his opinion of him to a higher level. He really couldn't afford to offend such a person. The Dragon King looked at his son. That's for sure. Although we didn't get any useful information, it's our dragon race's luck to be able to obtain such a huge benefit. Gather everyone in the dragon race now. We'll buy what we have on hand before we go out to buy more. It's a pity that we don't know what else Lin Fei needs us to do next. I'm really looking forward to it. The Dragon King coveted the treasures that they could exchange for. Especially the last sentence, it was no different from giving them a chance to earn money. A big one at that. The Dragon King wanted to have complete control over elixirs like divine pills. Ruler armaments could be taken out to be traded. Any ruler would not be able to resist such a temptation. For example, a peak-grade ruler armament would definitely move many people. The Dragon King could imagine that the strength of the dragon race would rise to the next level because of this. I'll arrange it right away. Long Xianming was very excited himself. The next day, Long Xianming gathered all the dragon race members together. He told them about the exchange. Be it the ruler battle armor or the ruler weapon, the dragon race's eyes lit up immediately. Many dragon rulers did not have a ruler weapon. The Immortal Supremes had been looking forward to it for a long time. When this news came down, it was like a big meat pie, almost knocking them out. Where else could they find such a good deal? Saint Stone Mine? They really didn't care. The dragon race fought in close combat. Although the Saint Stone Mine was still in use, it wasn't very useful. Now that they heard that they could exchange for it, they couldn't help but want to. Fortunately, the Dragon King was there to stop them. Otherwise, no one would have stopped to listen. They couldn't wait to exchange their Saint Stone Mine. Those who did not have a ruler weapon needed to exchange for one. Those who had a low-grade ruler weapon needed to exchange for a mid-grade ruler weapon. All kinds of thoughts popped up in his mind. The Dragon Island that Lin Fei temporarily resided on immediately became lively. Fortunately, Lin Fei was prepared. Using 10 low-grade ruler armaments to recruit 10 dragon race rulers to help manage the dragon race, those people's eyes turned red. As long as they did a good job, they would be able to obtain a low-grade ruler armament for free. No matter how bad the temper of the chosen dragons was, in front of this ruler's weapon, they immediately laughed. With their management, everyone lined up in an orderly manner. Can I have this low-quality ruler? Lin Fei sat to the side. As long as the ore vein was brought over, the other party could choose whatever grade of ruler's armament they wanted. This caused them to be incomparably excited. Don't worry, everyone will have a chance. With the holy stone veins in his hands, Lin Fei was in a brilliant mood the entire day. In less than a day, Lin Fei had harvested a large number of holy stone veins. Who told the dragon race to be a tycoon? They had brought a lot of veins with them. Not only did they exchange their rulers' weapons, they also wanted their rulers' battle armor. In the beginning, the scene was very busy and lively. The dragon race was worried that they would not have anything good after exchanging. Only when the people in front were satisfied and left did everyone quiet down. It took more than 2 days to complete the exchange. Some of the dragon race even went out to search for her veins. The entire dragon race was very excited. The Dragon King did not stop them, he even let them go and spread the news. The Dragon King, who did not go out all this time, also left the Dragon Island after paying a visit. He went to some places in the Dark Knight Galaxy. What he was going to do was self-evident. The dragon race is full of tycoons. On the first day, Lin Fei exchanged for more than 100 million energy points. The number of rulers' weapons and rulers' battle armor was already innumerable. The price Lin Fei paid was negligible. A low-grade ruler's weapon and a low-grade battle armor were very cheap. The amount of energy points they exchanged was enough to buy a large number of low-grade rulers' weapons. Lin Fei was grinning from ear to ear. This was only the first day. He would break records every day. Lin Fei could imagine what kind of scene it would be. I have more and more potential to become a merchant. In the past, Lin Fei might not have cared about rulers' weapons. Now it seemed that these things were very helpful to any race. For example, the current dragon race. Lin Fei patted his chest and said that in a few more days, the dragon race's strength would definitely increase by a lot. With rulers' weapons and rulers' battle armor, any race would be afraid of them. This was a crushing defeat in terms of equipment. Master, you are so bad. Little Devil would also come out if he had nothing to do. What's wrong with me? They need treasures, I need holy stone or veins. This is a very fair trade. Lin Fei ate the immortal fruits contributed by the dragon race with relish, selling cabbage at the price of gold. If they knew, they would probably drown you with their saliva. Little Devil laughed evilly. However, this move of yours is good. The Dragon King doesn't even know that he fell for your trick. When he realizes, it will be too late for regrets. Lin Fei said proudly, that's their own business. I didn't force them. I just provided an exchange platform for them. Whether they want to exchange or not is their own business. They are used to using rulers' weapons. Moreover, they know that there is a place to exchange. They will be full of motivation to obediently work for Master and exchange for those treasures. In fact, this was exactly what Lin Fei was thinking. No matter which territory, rulers' treasures were in high demand. Moreover, they were priceless. Basically, they were monopolized. Those with low strength would have to work for hundreds or even thousands of years to get their hands on them. However, they were given a platform now. If one day they lost it, they would be in great pain. If they lost their source of income, they would tear down the Dragon Island. From the moment they exchanged, they had actually walked into Lin Fei's trap. Moreover, they didn't know that they had fallen for it. Moreover, they were very happy. In the next few days, the people of the dragon race were all very excited. There was always a long queue outside. Every day they would contribute or veins to Lin Fei. This was also the happiest day for the dragon race. There were even some rulers who couldn't forget the excitement of this day. It was also the first time they realized that things that were difficult for them to obtain in the past were now very easy to obtain. Those clansmen who refined the treasures praised the treasures to everyone they met. Compared to the treasures in their hands, they were simply two worlds apart. They could be thrown into the trash. How could a perfect and flawless treasure produced by the system be inferior? In less than 5 days, the entire dragon race had exchanged all the ore veins for treasures. Lin Fei also obtained a total of 1.5 billion energy points from the dragon race. As for the consumption, it was almost negligible. It was a profiteering industry. Once he obtained the energy points, Lin Fei repaired all the formations and restrictions in the battle fortress. With more than 2 billion energy points on hand, Lin Fei wasn't as strapped as before. He needed to plan how to use them. The dragon race that he had gotten his hands on. He was still unwilling to miss such a good opportunity. On the 6th day, Lin Fei released a message. As long as the person who introduced them to exchange for treasures was successful, the person who introduced them would get a certain number of points. When the number of points reached a certain number, they could exchange for the ruler's treasure. Once the news came out, it was undoubtedly good news for the dragon race. Hey, where are you going? Of course I'm going to call my friend. I can't miss such a good opportunity. Points for introducing people? I happen to have a few friends who need the ruler's treasure. I can definitely get a lot of points. That's great. I'll tell my friend right away. It had to be said that the response brought about by Lin Fei's news was sensational. The clansmen on Dragon Island all ran out. They all went to find their friends. Big brother, look at that Lin Fei. The entire dragon race is jumping up and down now. Long Xuanxin looked at the clansmen running around, her mouth hanging open. Long Qianxing now worshipped Lin Fei 120 times. What's wrong with that? Long Qianxing said with a smile. Didn't you exchange for a middle-grade ruler's battle armor and a middle-grade ruler's weapon? If it wasn't for Big Brother Lin, it would probably take a long time for you to buy them. Long Xuanxin glared at him. I'm ignoring you. Although Long Qianxing was a highness, his wealth was ordinary. This time his combat power had increased by a lot. It was also thanks to the high-grade ruler's weapon that he exchanged for. This was unimaginable before. If those guys knew about this, they would definitely be envious to death. I can also go and earn some points. Long Qianxing also flew out. The people of the 10 Dragon Kings were dead. For the time being there was no danger. The dragon race all ran out. Everyone wanted to pull him over so that they could contribute some points in exchange for treasures for free. The current Lin Fei was a great benefactor in their eyes. What you said is true. You didn't lie to me. On the way to the uninhabited star, a big bald man asked suspiciously. Didn't you see it? Why would I lie to you? If we weren't friends, I wouldn't have asked you for such benefits, said a tall and sturdy man next to him in disdain. Big Dragon, I believe you, okay? Humph, no integrity. Big Dragon was a member of the dragon race. He himself had exchanged for a low-grade ruler's weapon and battle armor. The person he brought was his friend. Originally he had lost quite a lot in sparring. This time he crushed the other party and felt proud. Chapter 1658. Big Dragon brought his friend to Dragon Island. Originally, the dragon race had a restriction that forbade people from entering. Now everyone chose to ignore it. They were all concerned about how to benefit themselves. The array formation outside was still activated. What's wrong with the dragon race? Big Dragon's friend was called Su Jiang. He had also wandered to Dark Night Star River. He had heard a few things about the dragon race. However, this time he was doubting everything he saw. The entire dragon race was empty and quiet. Su Jiang even suspected that the dragon clan had moved to another place. Otherwise, where would these people go? What do you mean? Big Dragon didn't understand. I'm talking about people. Where are the dragon race's people? Didn't they all say they were on Dragon Island? Su Jiang asked curiously. Big Dragon laughed. They're all out. I'll take you to exchange for some good stuff. You'll thank me later. Su Jiang wasn't a ruler with a background. He was just an unaffiliated cultivator. He had no background, so he could only wander around. He was stronger than Big Dragon, but he couldn't accept his loss. Hearing there was a place to exchange for ruler weapons regardless of whether it was real or fake, he came immediately. As long as there was a chance, he would give it a try. As long as I can exchange for a ruler weapon, I'll let you drink my immortal brew. Su Jiang knew that Big Dragon coveted his immortal brew. He had asked many times, but Big Dragon didn't agree. Big Dragon smiled. Then I'll drink it for sure. On an island not far away, Su Jiang saw some dragon race members on the island. They seemed to be in charge of something. Those people. Seeing them, Su Jiang was startled. He recognized them. They weren't from the dragon race, yet they could enter. He was even more confused. You'll know soon. On the island there was a place in charge of collecting veins. I want a low-grade ruler weapon, the kind with gloves. You have any? A ruler of a foreign race asked with a cold aura. The one in charge was a dragon race ruler. He glared. We have everything. As long as you can take out the Saint Stone vein, even if you want a high-grade ruler weapon or a peak ruler weapon, it won't be a problem. Every day, a large number of ruler armaments were used. The rulers working here had long since worshipped Lin Fei, and when they saw someone questioning him, they naturally had to defend Lin Fei. This is the ore vein for exchange. Although the outsider sovereign lord was arrogant, he didn't dare to be too arrogant in front of the dragon race. Someone will go and check immediately. The quantity is correct. Here, this is a low-grade sovereign's fist glove. Whatever name you want, you can name it yourself. A low-grade boxing glove was tossed out. The outsider Hegemon's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. He hurriedly caught the weapon, but he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. This was a sovereign weapon after all. Why was it being thrown around like trash in your hands? After a brief inspection, the outsider sovereign's eyes lit up. Good stuff, really good stuff. This was the outsider sovereign's first time seeing a perfect low-grade sovereign's gauntlet. With it, he would be able to increase his power by a significant amount. This was a good deal. Immediately, a dragon pulled him to a place with no one around. What do you think? I was right, wasn't I? The dragon said with an honest smile. Let me tell you a secret. I used a favor to help you exchange for this. I wouldn't say this to most people, but we're friends. The outsider sovereign lord was extremely grateful. The dragon race really was a good person. Here you go. These are 10 immortal sovereign or veins. If you have friends who want to exchange for them, you can find me. I love helping others. I thank you on behalf of everyone. Su Jiang, who had been brought by Dalong, came out in a daze. Looking at the low-grade sovereign weapon in his hand, he wondered if he was dreaming. He pinched his arm and looked at the low-grade sovereign treasure in his hand. Only then did he know that he wasn't dreaming. He, a loose sovereign, had finally gotten a sovereign weapon. Hearing that they could exchange for battle armor and the like, Su Jiang took out some immortal brew and pulled Dalong along for a drink. This kind of situation happened every day. Everyone left in shock. After leaving, they couldn't help but spread the news to their friends. After reaching the immortal venerable realm and sovereign realm, even if they didn't have many friends, they would still have a few. The speed at which news spread was extraordinarily fast. The news that the Dark Knight Galaxy's dragon race could exchange for sovereign treasures spread like the wind. As long as there were Saint Stone veins, anyone could exchange for sovereign treasures. This news quickly spread in a region. Those who had already exchanged immediately came out to advertise. More people knew about this matter, especially those who did not have high-grade weapons in their hands. They brought the Holy Stone vein with them regardless of the consequences. The originally dead star. It instantly became lively. At first, there were some nearby immortal sovereigns. Those who could drift alone in the Dark Knight Galaxy were at least immortal sovereigns or sovereigns. No one was willing to come here and die. More and more people came. There were people coming and going on Dragon Island. More and more people came every day. If this news spread, it would be a big deal. Some of the nearby wandering families came immediately. As more and more people came, Lin Fei simply shifted his position outside the restriction formation and set up a formation. He did not reject anyone who came to make an exchange. After the dragon race received benefits from Lin Fei, they became the best thugs and were in charge of the exchange. Some people who had other thoughts immediately gave up when they saw the large group of dragon race members. Robbery? Didn't they see where they were? This was the dragon race's territory. They had a strong army. Because a few sovereigns tried to cut the line, they were strong. The dragon race came to mediate, but those people didn't give them face. The dragon race took out mid-grade sovereign weapons and beat them up. If it was just one dragon race member, they might not have done anything. However, the 7 or 8 dragon race experts were all using mid-grade ruler weapons. Moreover, they were wearing mid-grade ruler battle armor. This caused everyone to be frightened. Some of them recognized the dragon race. A few years ago, they had low-grade sovereign weapons and battle robes. In such a short time, they had changed so much. Offending the dragon race at this time was courting death. After this, everyone calmed down. Of course, they were also guessing who would spend so much money to exchange for Saint Stone veins. Did this thing have some use? No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't guess the final result. Great King, good news, great news. On a dead star in the Dark Knight Galaxy, a cold wind blew. In the depths of the star, there was a huge black senfu faintly discernible in the cold wind. In the main hall of the senfu, a group of immortal paragons and sovereigns were chomping down on meat, watching the immortal maiden dance gracefully, and laughing incessantly. At this moment, an immortal king ran in and knelt in the main hall, speaking to the person on the throne in the distance. Little 8, what's wrong with you? Today is the great king's good day. What are you doing here? Shouted an immortal sovereign. Captain, it's really good news. If you're late, you won't get another chance, said the person called Little 8 with his head lowered. Stop, said the person on the throne, his tone frivolous. Tell me what good news. If you can't tell me, I'll cut you up. Little 8 was pale with fright. He braced himself and said, Great King, a friend of mine told me that someone is exchanging for a large number of sovereign treasures on Dragon Island not far from us. All they need is a Saint Stone vein. I thought it was fake when I heard it, but I couldn't resist the temptation. I went there myself and found out it was real. I don't know who it is, but they really are exchanging for sovereign treasures. Little 8 described the matter very realistically. All the leaders present roared with laughter. Little 8, what nonsense are you talking about? How can it be real? Yeah, this is the Dark Knight Galaxy, not the outside world. Right now, you can only buy some sovereign's treasures in the Galaxy City. The quality is average, but it's enough to make everyone jealous. How could the Dragon Clan have so many sovereign's treasures? Many people didn't believe it. This included the Starlight Dominator on the throne. Nonsense. A bunch of nonsense. Drag him out and behead him. The Starlight Dominator wasn't a rogue, nor was he from a clan. He was just a group of pirates in the Dark Night Galaxy that went out to commit crimes and rob all kinds of valuables. Great King, I'm telling the truth. Little 8 kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. The people who came in didn't care. They dragged Little 8 out to be beheaded. What kind of head are you going to behead? At this time, laughter came from outside. A one-eyed middle-aged man walked in with 2 subordinates. When the Starlight Dominator saw the newcomer, his eyes shot out 2 beams of light. What are you doing here? Of course it's for something important. I don't have time to chat with you today. On Dragon Star. This name was actually given by Lin Fei. It couldn't be called an uninhabited star, right? These days, Lin Fei had a smile on his face every day. The energy points rolling in every day were even more than what he had gained on the Divine Mountain. Everyone's enthusiasm was too high, especially the Dragon Clan. They came up with all kinds of ideas. Even the honest ones started to bluff. Lin Fei ignored their choices. Battle number 1, make arrangements for these war angels and giant war beasts for me. After spending a lot of energy points, Lin Fei fixed the internal problems of the battle fortress. Next was naturally to summon the war angels and giant war beasts that could fight. He was preparing to create a war army that would come in handy at critical moments. Come to think of it, the Dragon King should be back soon. Lin Fei didn't care much about the daily exchanges outside. He was very concerned about the Dragon King's side. That would be a generous income. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, are you there? A few days later. Lin Fei was still enjoying himself when the Dragon King's voice came. Oh my, you brought so many people. Chapter 1659. Dragon King was not on Dragon Island. Lin Fei knew where Dragon King had gone. Now that Dragon King was back, it was about time. If Lin Fei had gone out, it might have been even faster. Lin Fei used his divine sense to check and smiled. He was not the only one with the Dragon King. There were more than 10 people with him, and all of them seemed to be of high status. Lin Fei did not doubt that there were people from Galaxy City among them. Dragon King had indeed gone to Galaxy City. After returning that day, Dragon King had gone to Galaxy City alone, preparing to make a big deal. Just as Dragon King had expected, Dragon King had gone to Galaxy City and spent a lot of effort. Finally, he had convinced them. Although they were convinced, they were still skeptical. Dragon King wanted to earn a fortune, but it was not that easy. He had brought them over personally. 9 Dragons King, when did your place become so lively? Look at those people. 9 Dragons King, looks like you're in luck. Those who came were all influential people in Galaxy City. They were friends. In fact, they were just ordinary friends, friends with benefits. If it was someone else, they might not have been able to become friends. Fortunately, the Dragon King came with a branch and everyone knew his strength. They came as soon as they heard such a good thing. If they didn't come in vain, they wouldn't suffer any loss. On the contrary, it would mean a lot to them. Dragon King did not know why it had become lively. Thinking about it carefully, he knew what was going on. It must have been caused by the exchange. It's been this lively since a long time ago. Dragon King laughed. My friend is in that Senful. You will know when you see him. Everyone paid attention, because they saw the people leaving with smiles on their faces. This was very rare. If one was normal, then what about 2 or 3? Anyone who wasn't an idiot could see the current situation. Dragon King was right. That person might really exist. Dragon King. The moment the Dragon King returned with his people, he ignored his clansmen and led them into the immortal abode. Is Taoist Lin inside? The people replied, yes, Dragon King, follow me. The clansmen who were helping didn't dare to hide anything. In fact, after the Dragon King informed Lin Fei informed the Dragon Clan outside to bring them in later. Welcome. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood. These people had come for his sovereign weapon, which meant that they had a favor to ask of him. If he really went out, he would be lowering his head and that would be pointless. Your friend sure is arrogant. One of the middle-aged men had a displeased look on his face. He was a great clan head in Galaxy City, and his name was Ruler Feng Sai. He was also a peak 9 stars ruler, and his status could be considered respectable. They were displeased that the other party did not come out to greet them when they arrived. Even the Dragon King had to be polite to them, and it had become a habit. We've traveled a great distance to come here. We're his guests, so why isn't he coming out to welcome us? A few of them nodded in agreement. The Dragon King smiled bitterly. If they were outside, he wouldn't have bothered with these people. But in Dark Night Galaxy, it wasn't a good thing to offend these people. Everyone please forgive me. That's just my friend's personality. If he has neglected you in any way, I apologize on behalf of my friend," the Dragon King said in a low voice. Seeing the Dragon King apologizing, their expressions softened a little. Taoist Lin Fei. The Dragon King brought them to the main hall of Senfu. Lin Fei was in the main hall of Senfu. "Dragon King, I haven't seen you in a few days. I thought you went somewhere to have fun." Lin Fei laughed. The people who came with the Dragon King were stunned when they saw Lin Fei, and the same thought popped into their minds. So young. In their imagination, if he was a friend of the Dragon King, he must be old. How could he be so young? Was he trying to fool them? "Dragon King, this is your friend," Ruler Feng Sai said unhappily, as if he had been fooled. "Taoist Feng, this is Lin Fei, a friend of mine for many years," the Dragon King explained. "My friend was in charge of exchanging the ore vein for a sovereign weapon." When Lin Fei saw the Dragon King's expression, he could not help but shake his head. He thought to himself, the Dragon tribe is really not doing well. They even need to humble themselves. "You can exchange for a sovereign weapon?" another ruler asked directly. They weren't really interested in a young man. They just yelled at him regardless of where he came from. In front of them, no matter who he was, he had to do whatever he was told. This was also because they were very powerful in Dark Knight Galaxy. For example, when the Dragon King brought his clan here, it was also because of them that he managed to gain a foothold here after paying a huge price. The mighty Dragon Clan, a powerful clan, had to do this. Not to mention others. Lin Fei was instantly displeased. He had thought that the Dragon King had made things clear to them. Now it seemed like he was just a passerby. Lin Fei wasn't a rookie. Even if these people were very powerful, he wouldn't care. Competing in strength? He didn't even know who would die. "I want to tell you that the Dragon King should have made things clear to you before you came. As long as you pay the ore vein and reach a certain grade, I can prepare any sovereign weapon you want," Lin Fei said unhurriedly. "If you don't believe me, you can turn around and leave." The dozen rulers glared angrily at this young man named Lin Fei. "How dare you speak to us like this?" Ruler Feng Sai was very pleased with this guy. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to him like this. The Dragon King broke out in cold sweat. He didn't expect Lin Fei's tone to be so harsh. If he had known earlier, he would have made things clear. Lin Fei didn't care about these threats. Everyone here is a reputable person. If you want to be unreasonable here, then you are wrong. You will definitely regret it. Lin Fei pursed his lips. Although he knew that they were here to trade, Lin Fei wouldn't suffer any grievances. After all, he didn't care about that tiny bit of ore vein. As long as he left Dark Night Star River and went outside, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sell his goods. Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. Ruler Feng Sai didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. "You said that you can take out any weapon. I wonder if you can take out a low-grade god artifact." "That's right. Can you take out a low-grade god artifact?" "How arrogant. As long as you take out a low-grade god artifact, we will believe that you have the ability." Ruler Feng Sai was the strongest among them. Hearing this, they immediately chimed in. As far as they were concerned, this person was just bragging. It didn't matter if it was a sovereign-grade weapon, not just anyone could do such a thing. The Dragon King had a headache. How did things end up like this? He wanted to say a few words to ease the atmosphere, but he was forced to stop by the other party's gaze. "You want to see a low-grade god artifact?" "Why?" Lin Fei said impatiently. He didn't give them any face at all. Everyone was infuriated by this. "Dragon King, your friend really doesn't give me any face," Ruler Feng Sai said darkly. "I was going to give you face, but your friend?" The Dragon King knew that Ruler Feng Sai was angry. He was a narrow-minded guy. He clearly wanted the Dragon King to give him an explanation. But did the Dragon King dare to? He didn't dare at all. The 10 Dragon Kings were half a step into the heavenly god realm. They could kill them easily. If he went up, he would be sending himself to his death. The Dragon King wouldn't dare to do such a thing even if he had 100 guts. Lin Fei was a little disappointed in the Dragon King. This wasn't the Dragon King he knew. "Do you know how precious a low-grade divine artifact is if you want to see it? However, if you hand over a deposit, I don't mind showing you a low-grade divine artifact. In any case, you can't afford it," Lin Fei said indifferently. "You deserve to die." The ruler next to Ruler Feng Sai flew into a rage. He didn't care that the Dragon King was present and attacked. He was just a nobody. So what if he killed him? Ever since Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly on the Divine Mountains, he'd only been humiliated by that ruler. He really didn't care about anyone else. This attack landed squarely on Lin Fei's body. "I thought you were strong. So this is all you've got? Lin Fei said disdainfully. You dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Fei withstood the attack and was unscathed. But to them they immediately realized that something was wrong. Especially the ruler who attacked. His expression was very ugly and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He was a ruler of 9 stars. If he couldn't injure an ordinary kid, then this kid must have a powerful background. Bam! Lin Fei's fist smashed into the ruler's face. The ruler was sent flying, exploding in midair like a rubber ball. Now Lin Fei's fist could kill a ruler of 9 stars with a single punch. Hiss! They all sucked in a breath of cold air. He had killed the ruler with a single punch. This guy was very strong. They hadn't even sensed the aura fluctuations when he attacked. This was too terrifying. The Dragon King hurriedly said, Taoist Lin Fei, why did you do this? Lin Fei flicked his fingers. Hee, I don't like people who think they're infallible. You want to kill me? Why don't you take a look at who you are? Ruler Feng Sai didn't really care about this young man at first. He didn't care about such a minor character at all. But when he easily killed a ruler of 9 stars, the situation was completely different. At the very least he was very strong. Such a person would be very difficult to deal with. Ruler Feng Sai coldly snorted. What a tyrannical method. You killed someone just like that. If I were you, I'd hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave in the future. The fact that Ruler Feng Sai said this proved that he was afraid of Lin Fei. Actually, I don't like killing people. I like doing business with everyone. Lin Fei grinned. Are you all interested in my proposal just now? A low-grade god equipment. That's a good thing.